Apply now at the University of Waikato, ranked #1 in New Zealand for research excellence. Study with the university leading in sustainability. Join our elite business school, positioned in the top 1% worldwide. Enroll now to choose from 120 subjects and experience dedicated international student support and career advice. Step into a booming job market. Be part of a diverse, vibrant community. Enroll in a university where academic excellence and a balanced student life are seamless. Your journey starts now. Apply at the University of Waikato today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make our way to our seats, or to our seat, and we'll get underway in a few moments. He mau ngā rongo ki te whenua he whakaara pai ki ngā tāngata katoa tihei mauri ora. Te mihi tēnei ki a rātou mākua haere ko uhi te pō. Ki tā tātou nei kōmato te whare wānanga I mua. Ki a James Bolger e haere ana ki rungi tērā moinga roa. Haere atu rā e pā, haere atu e koro, haere atu e te rangatira. Huri no ki te ao huri huri. Te mihi ki tā tātou nei kuini Māori a kuini ngā waihono e te pō e no hoane I rungi te ahi watiapa tapu ona mātua tūpuna rire hu pai mai rire. Nau mai whakatau mai ki te whare wānanga. Te whare wānanga e tū mai nei, ko te tangata te tohu tihei mauri ora. Waikato te iwi, Waikato te awa. Taupiri te maunga, tainui te waka, ko te whare wānanga o Waikato e tū mai nei, he hora mātauranga ki te ao, kokiri. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the University of Waikato. Welcome here to this Waikato region. We acknowledge some of those who have passed recently and also a little bit further ago, especially for us here at the University of Waikato, our former Chancellor, the late Jim Bolger, who is a significant connection for us and then also to this forum. We welcome you to this Waikato area. Some of you would have come not from far away, and some of you from further a distance. We acknowledge those from schools who are with us in the forum and participate and send us and our blessings on our way. To open our forum, I'd like to introduce our host, the Pro Vice Chancellor of the Waikato Management School, Jennifer Kerr. Paki paki mai.
Thank you, Whetū. Tēnā koutou katoa and welcome. Yes, my name is Jennifer Kerr. People call me a variety of things, but mostly here at the university they call me Jen. And it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 2026 New Zealand Economics Forum here at the University of Waikato. 6 years ago, we hosted our very first Economics Forum, the brainchild of Matt Bolger and the Honourable Stephen Joyce. It was born from a simple but powerful idea, that our country needed a dedicated space, a place and an opportunity for bold, meaningful conversations about our economic forum. A Davos with jandals, perhaps. So here we are 6 years later, another sold-out forum bringing together some of the country's leading decision makers and policy thinkers. And we're very excited to have you join us today. We're delighted to host so many distinguished economists, policymakers, business leaders, public sector officials and community voices here in Hamilton over the next 2 days. This forum comes at a pivotal moment for Aotearoa New Zealand. With a general election ahead of us and with global and domestic pressures intensifying, the choices we face as a country are becoming more complex, more interconnected and more consequential. Our theme this year, Big Choices for a Small Nation, reflects that reality. Our economic landscape is shaped by constrained resources, demographic change, evolving global trade and security dynamics, rapid technological transformation, and questions about long-term fiscal sustainability. They are not abstract challenges. They affect all of us, households, business, communities. And it is also a moment to think about the nation we want to leave our children and our grandchildren to inherit. They will inherit the wisdom or otherwise of our choices. Over the next 2 days, the forum will provide a vital space for robust discussion, constructive disagreement, and fresh perspectives on these choices. We will explore issues ranging from superannuation and demographic change to education, health, local government reform, from the impact of artificial intelligence on work and learning, to the very delicate, tricky balance between trade interests and national security, and from fiscal strategy to environmental sustainability. There are no easy choices. The world and the choices we face are difficult. I would like to acknowledge and welcome the Honourable Nicola Willis, Minister of Finance, who shortly will share the government's vision for supporting a resilient and inclusive economy for all New Zealanders. It is also my pleasure to acknowledge the Honourable Barbara Edmonds, Labour Party spokesman for Finance, who will also share her vision for the country's economy this afternoon. I would also like to acknowledge current and former MPs, ambassadors and high commissioners, mayors, councillors and members of the diplomatic corps. On behalf of the Waikato Management School, I want to especially thank our sponsors, IAG, RCP and Craig's Investments. I would also like to acknowledge the Post, who we have partnered with this year. Thank you all for being part of this important national conversation. We hope this forum challenges some of your assumptions, sharpens your thinking, and contributes meaningfully to the economic debates shaping New Zealand's future. It is now my pleasure to introduce our MC for the forum, Josie Pagani. Josie is a political advisor and public affairs specialist with experience working with prime ministers and ministers in New Zealand and with progressive think tanks across the UK and in Europe. She is currently CEO of Child Fund New Zealand, where she leads work focused on improving outcomes for children and communities worldwide. Please join me in welcoming Josie.
Kia ora tātou whanaunga, thank you Jen. Welcome to the New Zealand Economics Forum. It's an honour to MC this session. We miss Matt Bolger, so wish he was here too. So yes, as Jen said, the theme, big choices for a small nation, and my job in the next minute is just to give you a bit of context to that. And I noticed the Atlantic Council just this week interviewed about 400 experts across the world. 63% of them think that we are going to be worse off in the world in 2036. We're 1 or 2 bad elections away from potentially the end of NATO, the end of the EU, maybe the end of the liberal world order as we know it. They predicted in 10 years' time, China will eclipse the US economically, the Russia war on Ukraine may well be frozen, there may be a hot war in Taiwan, and that could threaten a world war. Cryptocurrencies will take on the dollar. AI will surpass potentially human capability. And worst of all, there may well be 3 more Top Gun movies. So we cannot help but be shaped by these geopolitical forces. And you know, we depend as a small country, as you all know, on the rules of trade, on the respect for the results of elections, on the sovereignty of borders. We're trying to understand the new so-called Don Roe doctrine, which hasn't got much detail. It's less a doctrine, more a haiku. Hot wars are metastasizing, and as they are, the talk of soft power has become scarcer than pronouns at the end of emails. We're in a pretty dark place, aren't we? And it reminds me of a message that the former Albanian dictator Enver Hoxha said to his people in the 60s. And it's not every forum that you get quoted by the Albanian dictator gets quoted. So he said, this year will be worse than last year, but on the bright side, it'll be better than next year. Thanks, Nicola. And on top of that global context, of course, we are facing unaffordable superannuation, ageing population, decline in migration. We're competing with other countries for migrants. We're also trying to look at how migration and immigration might change us. We're not really in agreement on how to prepare our kids for the future, give them the best education. We don't really understand the impact that AI is going to have. And tragically this year, we've seen the results of climate change, natural disasters in Monganui. So, as Jen said, there are no easy choices. There are a lot of tough trade-offs ahead. And today and tomorrow, we should have and we should welcome robust, uncomfortable discussion, and because these are important issues. And to help us through these 2 days, we have Anna Strutt, who is the Professor of Economics, well known to this forum, Luke Malpass, who is the Senior Reporter for The Post, Stephen Joyce, who is, of course, Minister of Everything in the past and Chair of the Management School Business Advisory Board, and, of course, Jen Kerr is the Crow Vice-Chancellor. You also have on the back of your cards a QR code where you can send questions through the Events Air app. So please do that. All the panels, all the keynote speeches, you can send questions through via that, and you just scan the QR code. And we are, of course, live streaming this event. So I would like to also and Whetu acknowledge the passing of our former Prime Minister Jim Bolger, and I'd like to show my respects to Jim, who's been a kaumātua of this forum for many years now. But also I'd like to do a shout out to Joan Bolger, who is watching this live streaming. And also I want to acknowledge Stephen, you and Matt Bolger for coming up with this idea in the first place. It is the only really robust debate that we have in New Zealand. We need more things like this. So it is extremely valuable and we're grateful to you. So I look around at this room, we've got leaders from academia, leaders from politics, from media, and the great news is not one of you has had dinner with Jeffrey Epstein. So that's a great start. A little bit of health and safety before I introduce the Minister, but toilets, wharepaku at the back of the room here, through the curtains or out there. If there is an emergency and the alarm goes off, the exit is out here where you came in, and also just staff will guide you out, so just refer to staff. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce the Right Honourable Nicola Willis, Minister of Finance, Economic Growth, Social Investment, also Deputy Leader of the National Party. And as you all know, prior to becoming an MP, Nicola held a number of senior management roles, most famously at Fonterra. She's been on the boards of Export New Zealand, New Zealand Initiative, senior advisor to Prime Minister John Key, proving that those of us with an English literature degree can actually get a proper job. So, which actually reminds me of a joke. I'm allowed to tell one joke. How do you get someone with an English literature degree off your front porch? Pay them for the pizza. Or in Nicola's case, I'm allowed to make that joke because none of you have arts degrees. You're all economics, so I can make that joke. But I was wondering, for Nicola, it might be if you saw someone with a bit of pizza on your front porch in election year, you'd think they were canvassing for Labour and keep them chatting for as long as possible so they don't knock on anyone else's door. Nicola came into government and as the Minister of Finance with economic pragmatism combined with social liberalism. And that has seen her get attacked from the left and the right, but you're still standing. It is my great pleasure to welcome the Right Honourable Nicola Willis and Jennifer Kerr, who will be facilitating the questions. So welcome to the stage, Minister.
Tēnā koutou katoa, good morning. Thank you to Professor Jennifer Kerr and the University of Waikato Management School for hosting us. It is great to be here in the Waikato, a region that is building capability for the future, from innovation in agri-tech to world-class events in the new BNZ Theatre, and soon to producing much-needed doctors and medical research through the new medical school. To my parliamentary colleagues, mayors, representatives of local government, members of the diplomatic corps, business leaders, economists, academics, students and guests from across New Zealand, thank you for being here. It is a privilege to open the 2026 New Zealand Economic Forum. The theme of this year's forum is Big Choices for a Small Nation. And there is one choice I want to be clear about at the outset. We are fixing the basics and building the future by choosing smart investments that increase performance and decrease debt. New Zealand does not grow by taxing more and investing less, and our government is choosing a better course. We grow by backing ambition, cutting red tape, and rewarding success. And that is the choice the government is making. And we are meeting at a time when that choice, perhaps once taken for granted, matters. The global environment is unsettled, as Josie so cheerfully went through. Markets are volatile, geopolitical risks are rising, climatic events are increasing, and here at home the economic recovery has taken time, with real pressure on hard-working Kiwis. And in moments like this, it can be tempting to drift, to reach for higher spending as an easy answer to every problem. But after the last government more than doubled debt as a proportion of our economy, up to 41.8% of GDP, New Zealanders know the cost of that Band-Aid approach. It is simply not sustainable. Small, open economies like ours succeed by making deliberate choices. History shows that New Zealand's biggest gains have come from disciplined decisions here at home, managing the public finances responsibly, backing investment, not just government investment, but critically private sector investment with capital from both here at home and the world. Staying open to the world through trade agreements and our stance in international relations, and building institutions that support long-term growth and credibility. And that is what this government remains focused on. So this morning in these remarks, I want to set out three key things. First, how we are managing the public finances and restating the case for why fiscal credibility matters. And I do want you to bear that in mind when you hear from my parliamentary colleague later this afternoon. Second, how New Zealand is positioning itself in a more volatile global environment. And finally, how we are critically strengthening the foundations of growth by backing ownership, investment and productivity through a wide-ranging reform agenda. And our efforts are about backing New Zealanders with settings that reward effort. Because when we make the right choices, there is no reason New Zealand cannot grow faster, lift incomes, build resilience, and actually not despite our size, but because of it. It's my view that New Zealand will be better positioned in the future relative to the countries we compare ourselves to, not simply withstanding global events, but because of global events and our ability to be strong in the face of them. So let me begin with the fiscal context. New Zealand has been through a long and difficult economic adjustment. The post-COVID period brought inflation that lingered too long, interest rates that hurt too many households and businesses, and a downturn that took time to unwind. The most recent Treasury forecasts show the economy has begun to turn a corner, growth strengthened through the second half of last year, unemployment is stabilising, confidence is returning. Momentum is building, and the data tells us that. But sustaining it will require discipline and focus. And at the same time, the Crown's balance sheet remains under pressure. Core Crown expenses are still elevated relative to pre-pandemic levels. Debt servicing costs are significantly higher than they were 5 years ago. Demographic pressures, particularly in health and superannuation, continue to intensify. And that context explains the fiscal strategy we are pursuing. Our objectives are clear and are worth restating. Number one, to return the operating balance to surplus by 28-29 fiscal year. We simply have to get our revenues and expenditure back in balance if we are to prepare the resilience needed to face into future challenges. Our second objective is to place net core Crown debt on a downward track toward 40% of GDP. And our third is to rebuild fiscal resilience so that future governments have options when the next shock, unfortunately, inevitably, arrives. And those targets are not arbitrary. Actually, they reflect and reinforce the hard-won credibility New Zealand has built internationally over decades. They underpin our sovereign credit ratings, they protect households from higher interest rates, and they preserve room for governments to respond when crises occur. They are targets easily forgotten by politicians who wish to spend more in election campaigns, but if we forget those targets, New Zealand's economic strength will be in peril. And my view here is that fiscal credibility is not ideological, it's practical, and it is essential. And that's why Budget 2026's operating allowance is just $2.4 billion per year. And that, by the way, is a ceiling, not a floor. Every dollar must be justified, every new initiative must come with a clear case of value. So to those who expect that in election year we will have a big spending budget, absolutely not. Over the past 2 years, this government has made decisions already, delivering around $11 billion a year in savings and revenue measures. And those decisions were not easy. They have almost one for one been opposed by politicians on the other side, but they have been essential to stabilising the public finances, to protecting frontline services, and to enabling investment in long-term growth. That approach of delivering savings will be continuing in this budget and in every future budget I deliver. And fiscal discipline is not the end goal. It is, in fact, the foundation for everything else we wish to achieve it. Because without it, growth, investment, resilience become far harder. And I want to turn now to New Zealand's position in the world, because we are making these choices in a world that is more uncertain than at any point in recent decades. Geopolitical competition is far sharper. Supply chains are more fragile. Energy markets remain volatile. And technological change, from artificial intelligence to advanced manufacturing, is accelerating faster than policy systems typically adapt. The competition to build trade with other nations is more challenged than it has ever been. And yet, against that backdrop, New Zealand's position is stronger than we sometimes allow ourselves to believe. We are politically stable in an unstable world. And while I, of course, have debates with my opponents in Parliament, ours is undoubtedly a healthy democracy. We have strong institutions, high-quality regulation, low corruption, and an independent central bank. We produce food, fibre, and energy that the world needs now, and no matter what happens, will continue to need. And we continue to generate globally competitive firms across agri-tech, software, advanced manufacturing, and aerospace. So our challenge is not a lack of potential. It is whether our policy settings organise that potential or, alternatively, suppress it through uncertainty, cost, delay. And much of what matters for New Zealand's prosperity remains absolutely within our control. Predictable policy, efficient infrastructure, credible fiscal management, secure energy supply, settings that reward investment and ownership. These are absolutely credentials that can simply be taken for granted. And of course, resilience is not just about surviving shocks. It is about having the capacity to adapt, recover, and sustain growth. And so that global context brings us directly to the choices we are making at home to build productivity and resilience for the future, to back growth. And as has been rehearsed in this room and at this forum for at least 6 years now, we all know that for decades, New Zealand's productivity growth has lagged behind comparable economies. And the consequences are clear: lower wages, less fiscal headroom for investment in public services, from medicines through to classrooms, fewer globally scaled firms, and, in my view, too much reliance on population growth and house price growth rather than genuine productivity gains. And so the task that our government faces is not simply to repair the basics which were damaged post-COVID, but to build foundations in our economy that allow us to address these long-standing productivity challenge. Our Going for Growth agenda, which I published at this forum last year, is grounded in a simple proposition: productivity responds to incentives. Productivity is not resolved through one silver bullet, but ongoing substantive systemic reform. And when people are confident that that work is happening and barriers are being addressed, then they can own assets, they can invest in capital and earn a return without those settings being constantly reopened. When they know that there is that certainty, they invest more and they invest earlier. And that's why the government is explicitly backing investment, ownership and productivity enhancing settings. And not through subsidies or short-term stimulus, as tempting as it is to reach for the chequebook and answer to every challenge, but instead through durable policy settings that reward productive activity. And I want to showcase an example of this that I think is worthy of more attention. And that is the investment boost tax policy introduced in Budget 2025. That policy was designed to do one thing: change investment behaviour in favour of more capital intensity in our firms. And it would have been easy to say at the last budget, we can't afford a productivity enhancing tax measure at this point because that will require us to make difficult savings elsewhere. The choice we made is that we can't afford to keep waiting to make productivity enhancing changes to our tax system. And so investment boost is not about rewarding investment that would have happened anyway. It is quite simply focused on tipping decisions, bringing investment forward, increasing scale, anchoring capital in New Zealand. And I'm pleased to share with you today that we now have data to confirm that that is exactly what is happening. Early evidence from Inland Revenue shows that among firms that invested recently, 40% say that investment boost increased their investment spending over the past year, including 11% reporting a very significant increase directly because of the policy. And why does it matter? Well, in this room of economic-minded people, you get it. For years, we have been told that firms' lack of investment and capital has held back our productivity, our wage growth, our ability to compete with the world. When firms are investing more, not only does that generate activity at home, but it positions them better to be more profitable, to pay higher wages, and to compete more strongly in the future. And looking ahead, the impact of this policy is even clearer. 49% of firms intending to invest over the next 5 years say that investment boost is positively influencing those plans, with 14% anticipating a large increase in investment as a result. And what matters, of course, is not just that businesses are investing more, but how they are investing. More than half of firms report adjusting the timing, scale, and type of investment. Projects are being brought forward. Capital is being prioritised into productivity-enhancing assets, and businesses are choosing to own capital rather than lease it. We can see that on the ground. Let me take you through some examples. Dunedin-based United Machinists, for example, has brought forward investment in robotics and automation rather than their alternative plan prior to this tax policy of phasing it in over several years. That means they will be more productive sooner. While Foot Science International has accelerated investment in automation and renewable energy infrastructure, and Christchurch-based Vinco is investing in advanced manufacturing equipment that will lift efficiency and expand capacity. So these are not abstract policy effects. These are not theoretical ideas. These are real businesses making real decisions earlier, larger, more productively because their incentives have changed. And that matters because capital deepening is how productivity rises, and productivity growth is the only way we will grow wages sustainably over time. And the IRD and the Treasury have been emphatic in their advice to us that this policy will lift the size of our economy and lift wages over the medium term. But there is a broader issue that needs to be confronted with this policy. Investment boost will only work in the longer term if businesses believe it will endure. Firms do not invest in long-lived capital, plant, machinery, buildings if they think the tax rules may change at the change of an election. So my question today to Mr. Hipkins and his colleague, Barbara Edmonds, is pretty straightforward. Will they commit to retaining investment boost as a permanent fixture of our tax settings to unlock growth, or will it be sacrificed to fund higher spending? This government's position is clear. We back ownership, we back investment, and we back productivity-enhancing tax settings. And I would put to you that those who say they are on the side of growth and productivity but would sacrifice this effective policy are speaking out of both sides of their mouth. And I want to make a broader point about policy stability, because this is where long-term growth is won or lost. And I think deeply about how we combine ambitious reform with policy stability. Because obviously business investment decisions depend on confidence. Confidence in the regulatory environment, confidence in the tax system, and confidence that major settings won't always be reopened and rewritten after every election. And as you know, there's strong evidence here and overseas that uncertainty around tax policy in particular has a chilling effect on investment. When businesses hear ongoing debate about capital gains taxes, wealth taxes, inheritance taxes, or new taxes on investment, savings, incomes, they delay decisions. They reduce their scale or they take their capital elsewhere. And that uncertainty is not theoretical, it has been lived. And so our government is taking a different approach. We are committed to stability where it supports growth. And absolutely not because change is never needed, it is, but because constant churn comes at a real economic cost, a cost we can't afford. And so for me, good economic policy isn't about novelty or relitigating the same arguments every 3 years, it's about credibility, consistency, giving people the confidence to invest, train, and build for the long term. So that principle runs through what is a broad and ambitious reform agenda for this government. Because if we step back, the question is not just what grows the economy this year, but what kind of economy New Zealand becomes over the next 10 to 20 years. And the simple reality is that policy decisions we make now, in some cases, won't deliver next week or next year. But if we don't start making those changes now, we will be worse off in coming decades. We have emerging sectors with enormous potential, from agri-tech and advanced manufacturing to digital services, to biotech, clean energy, critical minerals. Unlocking that potential requires more than one-off incentives. It requires long-term settings that endure across economic cycles. And so that's why we're backing reforms that strengthen both the economic and human foundations of growth. Our reform agenda is not band-aid solutions or quick fixes, but systemic changes, from competition reform to procurement reform to real transformation of the public sector and its delivery of services, digitising public services, enabling housing growth through investing in new funding and financing tools and competitive land markets, infrastructure, funding and financing and planning. This real reform doesn't happen overnight, but it is essential and in too many cases well overdue. Today I want to focus on just 3 quick areas where that reform agenda is significant. The first is education. In education, we are lifting performance by fixing the basics, because productivity ultimately depends on skills, and sadly, New Zealand's rates of educational achievement have been in a state of decline. And that is why we are refocusing the system on core skills, strengthening curriculum clarity, investing in structured literacy and numeracy, and beginning the work to replace the NCEA with a more credible, coherent qualification. These reforms are essential to give New Zealanders the skills to succeed and give employers confidence in the workforce they are investing in. And no one will argue that the fact that achievement of those who are undergoing structured literacy has increased significantly, according to our studies, means that productivity growth, or GDP, will be increased in the next quarter. But achieving better skills for our students is essential to our 10 and 20-year productivity goals. Second area is where we are strengthening ownership and long-term saving through our policy to increase KiwiSaver contributions over time. As Finance Minister, we made that commitment in last year's budget, and KiwiSaver default contributions will increase 0.5% from this year and rise again in 2 years. As National Party's finance spokesperson, I've been proud to announce our policy of increasing KiwiSaver contributions beyond that over time. It will lift domestic capital, it will strengthen household resilience and support investment in New Zealand businesses. And a third area is our reforms to the planning system, because growth simply can't happen if building is blocked. Replacing the Resource Management Act is one of the most significant economic reforms underway. The 2 new bills Chris Bishop has put forward fundamentally rebalance the system by reducing unnecessary delay, clarifying decision-making pathways, improving certainty for investors, enabling nationally significant infrastructure to proceed without doubt, and making growth easier rather than harder. And if we are serious about lifting productivity, we simply cannot continue with a status quo that makes it harder to build than to object. And we are making, of course, strategic investments in human capital that will strengthen our workforce and economy for decades. And that includes expanding medical education right here with the University of Waikato Medical School. From 2028, the Waikato Medical School will train an additional 120 doctors each year, focused on primary care and community health, helping reduce reliance on overseas workforce and improving access to timely care for families, especially in rural and provincial areas. And this is, of course, a long-term investment in people building the pipeline of doctors we need, creating new jobs, strengthening the health workforce across the region and the country, and significantly is occurring not just with government funding, but with the contribution of the university and philanthropy as well. I want to point out another example of where we are seeing what disciplined reform can deliver. Because too often, the assumption made is that the only way to achieve better results is to spend more. Well, our government takes real issue with that. And when we came into office, the dire state of Kāinga Ora, our state housing landlord, was one issue we were determined to resolve. Our turnaround plan has seen performance of that entity improve in terms of its delivery to those vulnerable New Zealanders who need housing, while at the same time drastically reducing its debt. For context, when we came into office, Kāinga Ora's debt had grown from 2.3 billion to 16.5 billion. Forecasts were showing that debt heading towards almost 25 billion. We could not sit by and allow that to occur. So we introduced clear direction, tighter discipline, and we have changed the trajectory. Operating costs have been reduced by 211 million. Peak debt has been reduced by 9.5 billion, now expected to top out at a far lower figure than had been projected. So what has the result been for outcomes? Outcomes have improved. The State House waiting list has fallen significantly after a period under the last government in which it quadrupled. Build costs are falling. Renewals of properties are accelerating. Rent arrears from tenants are down by more than 3,000 households. And tenancy satisfaction of those living in these state homes has risen. This is a practical example of what happens when government, instead of focusing on the size of the cheque, focuses on accountability, value for money, and delivery. We can lift performance while reducing debt. So taken together, the reforms I've taken you through share a common purpose. We're backing ownership, we're backing investment and rewarding it, and we're lifting productivity. And we're providing the policy consistency that New Zealand needs to grow with confidence over the long term. And this is what economic leadership looks like, and it's the platform on which sustainable growth is built. So let me finish where I began, with choices. New Zealand's future will be shaped by whether we back the people who invest, build and create opportunity, or burden them with uncertainty and cost. And this government has made its choice. We're backing ownership, we're backing investment, we're backing productivity. We are fixing the basics and building the future. And others may argue for higher taxes and more spending, but every one of those choices comes with a price. And that price is paid by hard-working Kiwis. If we make disciplined choices grounded in the simple belief that New Zealand succeeds when people have confidence in the future, clear rules to operate within, and the freedom to invest and grow, then New Zealand's future is not something to be cautious about, it is something to be confident in and something to build. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that candid and forthright address. We have time perhaps for just one question for the Minister, so let me choose here. How confident are you that the current policy settings will reduce the risk of energy price spikes that will affect businesses and households?
Well, look, I'd just start by saying that the energy price spikes are directly correlated with the risk premium that New Zealand energy generators currently face because of huge uncertainty, significant uncertainty about whether we have enough fuel to generate electricity when our hydro lakes are low, the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing. And so in looking at our energy policy settings, a core view that we have formed is that we have to address what's often referred to as dry year risk, which is to ensure that those investing in generation, whether that be renewable or otherwise, have confidence that there is firming capacity there for when the hydro lakes are low. That's why we've made a commitment that we are prepared to invest in the mixed ownership model companies to ensure they can invest in firming capacity. It is why we have committed to enabling an LNG import facility. It is why we are changing the energy settings to tip the balance back to ensuring that we have firming capacity. Because the simple reality is that right now, left unchanged, I would not have confidence that our energy policy settings would reduce risk. And actually, for as long as we have that risk and uncertainty, prices only go one way, and that is up. So again, we are doing the deeper substantive reform to address that underlying problem. And you'll forgive me, Jennifer, but we are, frankly, having to step in and clean up the mess that was left when great uncertainty was created through the last government's decisions to ban oil and gas exploration and thumb its nose at fossil fuels.
Thank you, Minister. Perhaps one more. What are your thoughts on New Zealand's state-owned assets? Are there any unproductive state assets that you think might be perhaps better managed by the market?
Yes, well, fortunately we publish all of the results of our state-owned enterprises, and anyone who goes and looks at those figures and asks themselves, is this a company that's performing well? In most instances would say, well, no, it's not. And that is something that the government has given its mind to. It's not enough to simply say, well, we have these state-owned enterprises and they're family silver, so please just leave them untouched forever. Instead, our view is actually we should be looking at how New Zealanders' capital is deployed to ensure those entities are performing as well as possible. And so we are doing work to ensure that that is the case. We also need to ensure that those entities are well positioned for the future. I think of the example of Kiwibank, which has been growing faster than the four main Australian banks and has the potential to disrupt the banking scene significantly. Well, its ability to grow could be trammelled if it is not able to access capital for the future. So we are addressing those challenges, and this is an area where I think we need to be sophisticated in our analysis and be clear that getting better performance out of state-owned enterprises isn't just about the fiscals. It's fundamentally about better delivery of services to New Zealanders and better deployment of their capital. We have massive capital needs over the coming years to replace ageing hospitals, to build new schools in areas of population growth, to build faster roading connections between our regions and cities. And to invest that effectively, we need to make sure that the existing assets are performing well.
Thanks, Minister. And a curly political one to finish. How would a national alone government have differed from the coalition?
Well, I think this is a really good question in election year because I meet a lot of really smart New Zealanders, and even smart New Zealanders sometimes suggest to me, look, I really like national, I want a national-led government, but I'm going to be a bit strategic and clever with my vote, and I'm going to help you out by voting for ACT or for New Zealand First. Well, key message, that doesn't help. The way to get the most stable, strong government that can move at pace decisively and deliberately is to have a stronger national party at the centre of it. So with my political hat, I'm unashamed about saying that a national government that wasn't negotiating with ACT on the one side and New Zealand First on the other side would be able to move at greater pace, would be able to drive reforms quicker, and would be able to deliver sooner. It's also the case that I think we've done a really credible job of working within that coalition to actually get a heck of a lot of stuff done. And I would credit my coalition partners with being a lot easier to work with than Te Pāti Māori or the Greens.
Thank you, Minister. On that note, I think we'll finish. Once again, thank you so much for opening our forum. It's been a very enlivening presentation, and we look forward to debating some of the themes that you've raised.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Welcome to election year, everybody. Thank you, Minister, for that speech. And I think the big take out of that is that we are politically stable in an unstable world, and that's something to be very grateful for. And of course, we will have Barbara Edmonds, the opposition finance spokesperson this afternoon, who will answer that challenge, I'm sure, whether she will keep the investment boost going, and she'll present the opposition's view of how to get that productivity growth up. So we're running a little bit late, so we're going to go straight into a break. Help yourself to a cup of coffee. Please be back here by 10:05, so we can keep on time. But for now, please go and get yourself a cup of coffee and have a chat, and we'll see you shortly.
Apply now at the University of Waikato, ranked #1 in New Zealand for research excellence. Study with the university leading in sustainability. Join our elite business school, positioned in the top 1% worldwide. Enroll now to choose from 120 subjects and experience dedicated international student support and career advice. Step into a booming job market. Be part of a diverse, vibrant community. Enroll in a university where academic excellence and a balanced student life are seamless. Your journey starts now. Apply at the University of Waikato today.
And your morning tea. So it's my great pleasure to welcome the kaumātua of this forum, Stephen Joyce, to facilitate the first panel, no small topic, In the Eye of the Storm, the State of the World Economy and New Zealand's Macroeconomic Choices. And Stephen will introduce the panel. Kia ora, Stephen.
Thanks very much, Josie. Kia ora, everyone. Good morning. Wonderful to see such a great crowd here today and stimulating conversations, or at least that's the plan. So you'll be able to report back as to how we did towards the end of the day. This is the macroeconomic panel. It's a panel we've run every year with different speakers and the same moderator. And the purpose is at least partly to reflect on what the Minister said, but also to take it a bit wider. So with us today, we have firstly Jared Kerr, who's Chief Economist at Kiwibank. We have Leonard Hong, who's a public policy and economic policy analyst. And we have Christina Leong, who is known to all of you and is the Deputy Chief Executive these days at the Institute of Economic Research. So, folks, firstly, welcome and thank you. We heard the Minister, and so I thought we'd spend just a few minutes firstly on what she had to say. Not a huge amount that was new there, obviously a bit of a political challenge for Barbara Edmonds to answer later in the day, but she laid out a prescription again, and she's pretty resolute about it. She talked about fiscal prudence being very key, investment confidence, a little bit there on KiwiSaver as well, you know, the increase in KiwiSaver, and then productivity. So that was her 3 key points. And I suppose the question for you folk initially is that enough? And is this the prescription that will get us back into that very strong economic position from a macroeconomic point of view? So, Christina, perhaps I start with you.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. So a few things resonated with me in that speech there. Certainly when it comes to certainty, we know just how important that is for firms to have certainty when it comes to the outlook ahead. So if we look at our own NZIE, our quarterly survey of business opinion, over the history of that, you can see that in times of when there's heightened uncertainty, that is when firms hold back, particularly when it comes to investment intentions. So you really see that piece going on there, and just how important it is to have certainty when it comes to the policy outlook, that there won't be any flip-flopping, and also in the environment as well. And certainly when we look at what's going on globally, we know that there's a lot of that uncertainty, and that would be a lot of it weighing on firms' decisions when they're thinking how much to commit to spending and investment. The second piece that obviously is very important is that productivity piece. So work that we've undertaken for ASB and Spark on the drivers of productivity found that there are 3 key drivers it boils down to. Obviously, there is a lot of things at play when it comes to what drives productivity, but when you boil it down to the 3 key drivers, it is the importance of having that ecosystem between government agencies, the private sector and research institutes in order to collaborate and share ideas so that you can more easily commercialise innovation. The second driver, key driver, is that exposure to international environments. So when, for example, when firms are having forced to operate in a more competitive environment, as often the case is when you're in the global stage, that is when firms are motivated to innovate because they have to compete harder. So that just goes to show how important having that competitive market is in order to drive innovation. And then the third piece in terms of once firms are motivated to innovate, that there should be minimal barriers to doing so. So that's where things such as regulation, access to finance, access to technology becomes very important. But you do need, in terms of sequencing, those things to line up for firms to think, yep, this is where I need to be. And that's when you push firms from the domestic to the global frontier when it comes to innovation.
And so are they doing enough in that regard? Is the government getting the settings right?
Like, definitely you can see moving in the right direction, I would say, thinking about how to have more competitive markets in a lot of different areas, a lot of different sectors, so that the more competitive, then that is where firms are having to think of different ways to innovate in order to operate and survive, essentially.
So it sounds like a cautious path from your perspective.
I would say so. I mean, as an economist, we always say it depends. There's lots of things, lots of different things at play there. Definitely a lot of things to be optimistic about. If we're seeing the impact of low interest rates finally filtering through. Obviously, in New Zealand, it's lagged, just with the nature, particularly with how households tend to fix their mortgage rates at the 1 and 2 year mark. So whenever you see changes in the OCR, you don't see that flow through until around 18 months, that full impact flowing through. So we're finally starting to see that come into play with the economic recovery gaining tractions there. So there are things to be positive about, but certainly if we look at what's going on globally, there's that uncertainty, that piece I'm sure is weighing on a lot of firms' minds as well.
We'll come to the global part shortly. I'm going to leap over Leonard for a second and come back and go to Jared. And what do you think, Jared? So those were the, just laid out the stall. Are we in business, or are we still got a fair bit to do?
I think we've still got a fair bit to do. I think the recovery is now underway, and anything that you talk about, particularly on the investment boost, actually requires a business ready to invest. So when we look at our customers, how many of you are taking on this investment boost? It's actually very low at the moment because confidence is low. That investment boost will work, and it'll work into next year as confidence lifts and more businesses actually look to invest. And for me, everything that we've heard this morning, the takeaway for me was that longer term mindset, that investing in the future, and that that thing that we all try and aspire to find in productivity. I think a lot of our productivity problems comes down to a lack of infrastructure investment over the last 30 years. So this is not one government versus the other. This is 30 years of underinvestment in our infrastructure. Every time you turn on the news, there's a burst pipe somewhere, or there's a beach closed somewhere else. This is a problem that goes straight across the country. This is one that needs a firm government hand to come in and drive. We need more spending on infrastructure across the country and out of election cycles.
And you just to dwell on that for a second, you often people talk about infrastructure and everybody thinks concrete, roads, trains, all that stuff. But by the sound of things, you're talking more about the sort of infrastructure that we might have built 50, 60 years ago, which is now failing.
Yeah.
Is that the sort of stuff you mean?
Unfortunately, that's a big part of it. Yes,
Yeah.
We haven't maintained the infrastructure that we have, and it's costing us more to maintain it because of that. There's a lot of rebuild rather than build for the future. So it is an awkward situation that we find ourselves in, but we have this fear of debt. And you'll hear ministers saying, we've got to get the debt down. Really?
Oh, come
We've
back
got
to that.
40% net debt, 40%, right? US has got 115, Australia's got 65. In the AAA rated sphere, we are one of the strongest countries. Our sovereign is one of the strongest balance sheets. Why don't we use it?
Okay, we'll come back to that too. Leonard, your view on the prescription from Nicola Willis this morning. You're here to represent, no disrespect to any of the rest of us, a slightly younger generation perhaps. Well, you and Christina. what are you thinking? What's there for your generation?
Well, my view is that overall, if you take, for example, education policy, they're doing very well. If you take into account planning reform, it's a much better system on paper compared to the RMA. And also broadly, in terms of the investment boost and other sort of regulatory settings, I think the government is a fair bit better compared to the last one. But in terms of the overall macro, and I'm talking about the fiscal side, we're not doing enough. And I'm not asking for hard austerity. I'm not asking for that. In fact, I've been quite public about this through my NZ Herald columns, is that what we need is a new macroeconomic strategy. You know, I spent some time in Singapore looking at the public asset model. I live in Australia, of course, which has, you know, $4.5 trillion of compulsory super. So the question that I have at the moment is, are we doing enough to bring young people back? I spent some time in Melbourne actually last week, and a lot of them told me, Leonard, I don't want to come back. And I said, well, why? It's because wages are higher, productivity is higher, grocery costs are lower, energy costs are lower, and it's much easier to build wealth. The tax on compulsory super there is around 15%, and they even have a tax-free threshold for that, whereas we tax our PI funds at 28%, and the employer superannuation contribution tax as well. So the question that I have going forward is, do we have a reformist government? It's a lot better, by the way, but compared to what we faced positively in the 1980s and 1990s, I'm not so sure. But it is indeed in the right direction, but can we achieve long-term sustained fiscal surpluses and tackle the long-term fiscal challenge? I'm not exactly sure is my answer.
Okay. I want to now go a bit wider because we can all talk about this country, but if I look over the 5 or 6 years we've been doing this forum, each time we think the world's getting to be a slightly weirder and more mad place, and then this year we take the biscuit. So I don't know what it's going to be like next year. Jared, how do we make sense of this? And I think when I sent you an email, your initial response was, will God save us? Because the world is in a very strange place. And for a country in the sort of rules-based system that has done quite well, small countries did pretty well in the rules-based system. We seem to have moved out of that. We've got questioning of central bank independence, all these things. You know, how do we make our way in the world? What do we have to do differently to survive and prosper in this environment?
What do we need to do differently? We need to go harder on free trade agreements like we've done with India just recently. Like for me, congratulations, that's a great step in the right direction. India is going to be the China of the next 30 years, so okay, strap ourselves to that. Really focus on what we're good at, which is our export markets, and make sure that we're getting some good deals out there. What really fascinates me, though, in this world, I think can be explained by the price of gold. So you've seen this exponential lift in the price of gold. Silver followed, and people were saying, well, this is the end of the US dollar, this is the end of fiat currency. You saw the Swiss franc go up. Classic safe haven buying. But then you actually step back and go, well, are they dumping dollars? No. If you were in a world where investors were dumping dollars, US Treasury yields would not be 4.25 on the 10-year bond. It would be at 5.5, 6, right? So they're not dumping treasuries. They're not dumping dollars. They're diversifying away. You're getting managers looking at their wealth going, I don't actually own precious metals, maybe I'll put 1 or 2% in. And that was started by central banks and really finished in retail markets. But the euro didn't move much. The euro's gone from 110 to 120. That's not a dumping of dollars. No, and you look around the world and it's like, well, actually, financial markets are performing really well. Credit spreads are quite tight. We as a bank can issue easily. You've seen Alphabet issue massive amounts of money. 100-year bond. The last time a 100-year bond was introduced was in '97 by a company that none of you will remember, Motorola. So there's a lot going on.
It's a cautionary tale then,
Cautionary tale, yeah. Not sure what happened after that 97. Yeah, anyway. But financial markets are actually performing reasonably well. There has been a slight diversification away from dollars, but not a dumping. Look at the US economy, it's performing okay, the consumer's doing well, there is a softening labour market, they are going to cut to make things right. Go into Europe, they're being galvanised by this common enemy in the US, and Germany's doing well. The rest of Europe looks like it's going to pick up. Our major trading partners in Asia, again, are producing growth. Our dairy payout's at $9.50.
So you're one of these people that says sort of ignore the noise.
There's a lot of noise.
Yeah, a lot of noise. There's clearly a lot of noise.
A lot of noise. And if you think about last year, I mean, we had the Trump, Liberation Day tariffs, and they all started up here. And we thought the effective tariff rate in the US would be about 25–30%. It's whittled all its way down to 14%. Yeah. Exporters don't care. The exporters that I speak to, they're either being excluded if they're meat or kiwi fruit, or they're paying 15% into their most profitable market. And by the way, the kiwi hasn't hurt them. So our exporters are not concerned. I think we're doing well and our trading partners are growing. This is going to be a good year for our economy.
There are two schools of thought, isn't there? There's one is that ignore the noise, look at the actual fundamentals.
What actually happens.
People paying for their assets. And then the other side of it is people saying, well, this is all very cool, but sooner or later Trump is actually going to do one of these things that he's threatening, like central bank independence or something like that. So, Christina, do you think, are you in the school which is, just keep barrelling on and hope, or are you fearful about the future?
So Jared is right, there is a lot of noise and there always will be. So when you think about what are the enduring things that matter, as Jared said, we keep pushing into diversifying our export markets. So things such as pushing through with the other like free trade agreements with other countries. The more we can be more diversified in our markets and where we invest, then that's where you build that resilience. So you're not going to know what's going to happen around a corner, what's the next best thing. There's no point trying to pick winners. It is about how we can be, as a country, be adaptable, have the foundations to be adaptable so that when there are opportunities, we can more readily pivot to those, using that word. So I think in terms of that piece there, how we navigate this, the reality is there's always going to be uncertainty. I recall my time when I was at the Monetary Policy Committee and we had to fill in survey each round about whether we feel it's less uncertain, same uncertainty, or more uncertain than usual. And every time the surveys always land on more uncertain than usual. And if that's what you're getting every time, then that's really the usual. So what that really goes to show is that uncertainty is just the part of the landscape, and it's more about how we can be sure we're resilient and able to adapt to anything that happens around the corner.
I'm going to flip to you, Leonard, because I suppose then the question is, and the other two might come in after you, is are there any macro policy settings that should change in this current environment? And I've got a Slido question here which talks about more protectionist trade. Now I'm hearing so far that's not affecting us the way we were worried that it would. But just generally, small country floating on a big ocean of global uncertainty, are there things we should be doing in an economic sense that we're not really doing now?
Well, my broad concern is I think we're just following the sort of policy track of what we tried, starting in the 1990s. This phrase of independent foreign policy, it all sounds good. But do we really have a coherent strategy in terms of proper economic integration, for example, with Southeast Asian markets? Are we really thinking quite clearly outside, in my view, our traditional allies, right? I think we're at a point in time now where we're living in an increasingly fractured world where actually, in terms of economics, it's not necessarily about hyperglobalization, global integration, and labor market. And actually, I agree fully with Jared in terms of diversifying our trade routes to India is good. But fundamentally, is there a real coherent geoeconomic strategy? I'm just not seeing that as much. We're still engaging quite constructively with China, and that's all good. And also, Stephen, I'd just like to make a point in terms of strategy. When you were in the Key government, you introduced the Prime Minister's Scholarship for Asia and Latin America. I'm a beneficiary of that, by the way. Oh, okay. And that's how I was able to go to Singapore and learn all that stuff. But the current government canned that scheme. And so a lot of young people who should be going to Asia and learning more about that region, which is indeed going to be our closest regional partners going forward, are we putting our bet on that? I'm just not sure about that.
It's interesting, your point about India and Jared's point about India, because I always get nervous about let's do a strategy about it because, you know, it's a good idea, but it's only words on a piece of paper. I remember John Key saying, and we inherited the trade deal with China that Phil Goff had just basically signed about a year or two previously. And John's view was, he just looked at it and says, well, we never know where this is going to end up, but let's make the absolute most of it over the next 9 years and see where it happens. And are we at the same stage with the Indian FTA, Christina, do you think? It's like, because there's a lot of already angst about, you know, are we doing the right thing and how many people are, you know, going to have international students and all this sort of stuff. But is there a potential really big win for New Zealand in this?
I would say a lot of it is the signalling our readiness to be out there, export-oriented. We're looking to diversify our markets, and this is where we're going to focus a lot of our efforts to build resilience when it comes to where the export markets are. So, sure, it might not be the perfect agreement, but it's a signal that we're ready to be operating in that global stage.
Okay. I want to go on to savings policy because I know that's something of great interest to at least a couple of you on the panel. And we're going to have a separate session on savings and superannuation later today. But in a macro sense, is that a gap from, I mean, often people look at Australia and say, all these sovereign, you know, all those the superannuation funds and things like that, which we don't have in New Zealand. Is that in a macro sense holding us back, Jared?
Oh, look, I think, you know, we like to compare ourselves to Australia. They started theirs in the early 90s. What I like about the Australian super system is that you don't even know it's there, right? You rock up to Australia, you start your job, they say, here you go. We're going to put you on $100,000. Okay, nice. And then you find out later that, oh, by the way, 12% on top of that is going to your super, right? No decision, just done, right? Here, you get $100,000 and it's your decision. How much do I take away from that $100,000 to put it into super? Much harder decision. Sure, it's matched by your employer, whatever. Making it compulsory and it becomes something that you don't even talk about when you're getting a job. They've got a massive, it's the 5th largest sovereign wealth fund in the world, which is incredible for a 2% economy in Australia. Do you know what? They don't think they've got enough. They don't think they're prepared for the demographic challenges that lie ahead. I just wanted to go back to the India thing. India has a very young population. Their population doesn't peak until 2070, right? China's population peaked already, which means for the rest of your life, their population's going to decline while India's increases. So yeah, that FTA is really important. What we need to do with our super fund, though, with the super that is put it into our own market. Most of it goes offshore because we saturate our own market really quickly. We need to develop our own financial markets, make it easier for smaller businesses to get access to capital, because we've got billions of dollars sitting there, right? ACC, what have they got, 30 billion, right? NZ Super, huge. Fisher funds, all of these, we've got heaps of funds sitting there, unable to tap into NZ.
Now, I'm almost feeling Ian Rennie somewhere in the audience out here going, yes, but sovereign risk, you know, you put all your eggs in this basket and, you know, I don't know, TB, massive.
We are miles away from sovereign risk in this country.
Okay, that's Jared's view. What about you, Leonard, in terms of savings policy? You've mentioned, you know, friends in Australia and things. I mean, they're obvious. Are they aware of what the difference in the savings thing?
Well, my friends who, well, we barely talked about KiwiSaver when I was 18, 19 or 20, but, you know, in today's time, a lot of them actually see it in their accounts.
Yes.
For example, when I was in New Zealand working for about 4 years before going over to Singapore, my balance was about 25,000. But then when I spent only about 15 months in Australia, it was 14,000 AUD.
Thanks
in 1
for
year.
telling us how much you earned.
Yeah. a quick back calculation there. We know how much
You're
Leonard was being
underpaid.
paid.
Underpaid.
But it's the compound interest that you see. And, I mean, one of my personal heroes is Paul Keating because of the decisions that he made in the 1990s. If you think of it, this idea of ramping up savings, it kills 3 to 4 birds with one stone. You have higher savings rate, which means more investment, and more investment resulting in more national resilience. And thirdly, the whole intention behind the Keating reform of the 1990s was about turning Australia into a massive current account surplus nation with high trade surpluses. And actually, they're facing that right now as we speak because of all the compounding effects of the last 30 years. And so it's remarkable what they've done. We have very similar culture. Demographically, we're very similar, and yet we're not able to reach that peak. And it's quite clear, right? So I think we need to really double down on emulating parts of Australia. What have they done right? And I'm very happy that, by the way, we do have a broad bipartisan consensus of KiwiSaver. Minister Willis talking about reaching the 12% on aggregate. But are there additional tax tweaks that we could do to really turbocharge that? That's the kind of question, because the Singaporeans have done that. They have net zero debt. The Aussies spending on the old age pension. It's going from 2.4% now to 2% by 2060. So they have downward pressure on pension rather than upward pressure like us. So it can work. And honestly, I don't want to see a scenario in the future where we need to go to wealth taxes or hardcore fiscal austerity or monetization of the debt. So I think currently, because we have a broadly relatively young demography, why don't we just double down on that pathway?
Christina, is that your view on savings?
I do think that as a nation, we do have to have that mindset of savings culture. The more we can move towards that, then the more we can have the prosperity. On Jared's point about why we're not investing more in New Zealand, I think a lot of it also comes down to, as an investor, that when weighing up different investment options, the return has to, risk return, that has to stack up as well. And where, as an investor, the whole diversification picture, that's why a lot of those that funding or investment gravitates offshore. Now, what can we do in New Zealand is we need to create more of those opportunities where there can be high return investments for these funds to think New Zealand is an attractive place to invest in.
Okay. There's a couple of questions on Slido which are more specifically about trade policy, which is fair enough because that's what we've been talking about, but I might hold them over till tomorrow's session in terms of morality of trade and things like that. But in terms of, there's a question here on productivity, which I think is a fair question. It says there's a lot of talk always about productivity gains. In fact, I used to think as a politician, if you really wanted to turn your audience off, you just said the word productivity and then they'd go into a sort of trance. And I think this question quotes that McKinsey recently did an analysis that showed that national productivity gains are driven by a relatively small number of companies, particularly in a country of this size. And I look at that and I think of some of the companies that I've been lucky to know, both as a minister and subsequently. This person suggests maybe picking a few more winners, but then I think, would we have ever picked Rocket Lab as a potential winner if you just sat there and said, okay, what shall we invest in? I know, rockets. You'd have got laughed out of court. And in fact, I know an MP who was literally laughed out of Parliament by his own party because he suggested that we focus on space policy. He was only 5 years early. And then I look at a company like Halter, where they're making cow collars, which again, if you'd said 20 years ago, the key to New Zealand's future prosperity is collars on cows, probably wouldn't have had a huge amount of sympathy either. So is it possible, or is it the settings? And what are the settings that we need to get right to encourage the next generation of the Rocket Labs and Halters to be grown here? Jared?
I think the mindset changes over time and gets surprised all the time. So in the 90s, it was the New Zealand economy is too old.
Yes.
We don't need farmers. We need to transform into these a high-tech economy. The exact opposite of what all the academics were saying in the late 90s happened. In fact, it was the farmers, it was the growers that really did provide the backbone for this economy, and I think it continues. It's very romantic and cool to think of a rocket lab and whatever, but our bread and butter is agri.
It's still bread and butter.
And I tell you what, we're bloody good at it, and we don't give ourselves the credit I think that we deserve, just how good we are at that. And then, you know, to Christina's point, we need to encourage more businesses into a market that they can get debt at a reasonable rate to go. Right. That's what's missing in the New Zealand financial markets. Proper corporate debt market that the large super providers can play in and the strong and growing companies can participate in.
And is that a government thing to work on, or is that a question for the NZXs of the world and the institutions?
It's both.
Yeah.
It's both.
Okay. Christina, your thoughts on
I would just say
productivity?
Halter is an amazing example of having a pain point and finding a way to overcome that. And then when you ask about there's definitely always going to be frontier firms that are leading the charge in innovation. What's important when it comes to productivity across the country is how easily those new ideas and innovation can diffuse across the economy and become mainstream. So the fact that there's this new innovation, how easily can it be commercialized and become mainstream so that everyone can gain from it. So I think that's the important picture when it comes to productivity, that diffusion and that collaboration and allowing of ideas to be easily shared so that you can have that more working across the economy. Because you're always going to have frontier firms, but it's always those incremental changes that really are the key when you think about the enduring drivers of productivity growth.
Skills is a big part of that though too, isn't it, Leonard? I sit there and, you know, a lot of these companies that have developed in the last 20 years have done so off the back of a reasonably open immigration policy for skilled labour up until sort of 2020. Weirdly, I can't remember what happened then. We had an epidemic, and then subsequently, migration. Let's face it, worldwide has gone out of fashion, and yet when you're in a small country and you can only grow limited numbers of engineers and software people, are we cutting off our noses if we don't encourage more people to come in?
Well, I think for me, immigration, broadly at the moment, like if we look at the number of high-skilled people that are about my age, you know, I'm talking not the grads that are starting off, but more like the intermediate crowd, right? A lot of them are going overseas because of the opportunities, but also because of the depth of market. So there's some things that are outside of our control, but I do think that things that we can control are the institutions. Are we providing a cultural sort of what I call sort of norms around like ambition and success and the future? And to be honest, I don't think I'm seeing that as much. I mean, for example, if we look at our New Zealand stock exchange, the NZX 50, I mean, it's in real terms, I'm losing money if I keep my money, and I'll be down by like 25 to 30%. So it means there's something wrong inherently within our corporate culture. I don't know what that is, to be honest, quite frankly, but something needs to change across those institutions and also the role of government to ensure that those kinds of venture capital, those kinds of scaling up and the commercialization is fundamentally supported. So if there are reasons for young people to come back, and those are the key drivers, quite frankly.
We are an attractive country, a really, really attractive country. We're going through a downturn in migration.
That's why I came back.
Yeah, there you go. Why? Because Australia's performing better than us at the moment. Right? They did that back in 2011-12 when they had the mining boom and they were paying Kiwis $250,000 a year to drive a truck. We lost a lot of people across. They came back. We're losing Kiwis right now. I've lost Mary Jo Vergara, excellent economist, to Sydney. Right, it happens. They'll come back. Right, we are an incredibly attractive place and we can't forget that. And where are we getting our migrants these days? India, number one, right, way up here. Then it's your China, Philippines, a bunch of other countries. Right, we are attracting people from these parts of the world. That won't change. We're going through a bit of a downturn. I'd argue this time, next year, when the New Zealand economy has recovered and we're actually starting to try and employ people again, you'll see more migrants coming.
When we talk about skills, you know, the other big thing that's going on, of course, is AI. We've got a session later on this afternoon on AI. And you know, there's a huge debate about whether it's going to, you know, perform to the level that all the investment indicates in terms of massive productivity changes, and yet it's obviously going to be big. Is there a macroeconomic implication of AI, and where, in your view, do we sit, again, from an economic perspective, on that AI curve? Are we embracing it enough? Are we going to keep up with the world? And is it something we should be concerned about, making sure we keep up with the world? Perhaps Christina first.
Yep, so with AI and everywhere, everyone's talking about AI. Firstly, it's a productivity shock, and then it's, I think the important thing is it's going to mean a change in the demand for the type of workers. So it's more about how we manage this disruption, this transition. So we can see it as a risk to jobs, sure, for some jobs. So how do we make sure that those people that are displaced by AI, which is no different from other technological disruptions that we've had in the past, how they can upskill and transition to the new types of jobs that AI will create a demand for. I also want to highlight that it's, while it can often be seen as a risk, it is also an opportunity in the sense that AI often will democratize a lot of tasks. So things such as programming and coding, in the past it was seen as quite a specialized skill that you need a lot of training for, whereas now if someone has an idea of how they would like it to look, then often AI can step in and do a large part of that already. So it makes technology a lot more accessible, but only if you know how to use it well. So essentially, I think it's about how we can keep up with this fast-changing technology. And probably it's no different from other technological disruptions, but this is happening at a much greater pace.
Sometimes we think it's great that we're a little bit isolated from the world. Is this a situation where we are missing out a little bit because we're isolated from the world? Because it feels to me like there's greater adoption in places like the US and Europe than there is here. I don't know that from first-hand experience, but that's the sense of it. Is that a worry for the economists in the room, do you think?
I think it speaks to that piece I talked about earlier about that second key driver of productivity growth being exposure to the international environment. So the more, and so to answer your point, I would say we should be doing more to be exposing ourselves on the new ideas that are happening on the global stage. The more we can do that and pick up new ideas from overseas and take that back here with us and use them and incorporate them, then yes, the more we can drive that productivity growth story.
Leonard, I was going to say your generation, but I'm starting to feel like I'm putting you in a petri dish and saying, oh, young people, what are you doing?
Should have studied computer science probably, I don't know.
In terms of AI adoption, do you think New Zealand's up with the play? Are you seeing it or not?
I mean, I know for a fact that a lot of the young guys that are slightly younger than me probably already have adopted AI. A lot of them use ChatGPT for their own work. Whether if that's a good or bad thing, it depends on the kinds of jobs they're doing, or whether they're studying or they're doing it for their essays. But broadly, do I think that New Zealand is up to, for example, AI adoption? I mean, New Zealand is, we have a lot of people that are immensely talented. I know that there's an AI department at Auckland Uni, so there are things happening. It's just not scaled or publicized, is my view. But it's clear that AI will have a fundamentally positive and both negative implication on the labor market. Back in the day, in the 1960s and 70s, the form of industrialization was through manufacturing growth, exploring to development. You saw this with the rise of East Asia, Hong Kong, Singapore, Korea, Taiwan, whereas today, I mean, there's no scope for developing economies with that method anymore, so it's got to be through services. But in terms of productivity enhancement, yes, it'll be very good, but at the same time for us, will really depend. It will really depend on the policy mechanisms and how we support the labour market to ensure that they follow on and adapt. And currently I'm reading headlines on the Financial Times about young people who are 23, 24 who graduate from Harvard who are not able to get roles, and it is a scary time for us. So all young people can do is fundamentally continue to learn, inform, read about AI, and just upskilling. I think that's probably the best survival mechanism. And this applies to me, by the way, as well.
Jared, a part of Western world growth over the last 30 years has been services growth.
Yeah.
It looks that AI is going to have the biggest impact,
Huge.
at least in the services area initially. So what do you think, sitting here today, how's it going to change the shape of our economy, for example, in terms of, if you look back 30, 40 years' time, where are we going to be employed?
Yeah, very good question. And I think the influence of AI in everything we do, personally and at work, is going to be incredible. I think we're going to see amazing advancements just with what we know. Like, we know there's driverless cars there, we know there's ways to get health checks without going to a doctor. There's so many things, and that's what we know. It's what we don't know where, you know, we could end up in some crazy places. But, you know, the way I look at it is that we are all embracing it, particularly at Kiwibank. We're embracing this AI move. I've been incredibly disappointed with my inability to get the machine to produce what I want it to produce and what I want it to say.
Afternoon.
Yeah.
Might get some help with that.
I mean, it is quite funny. We've just put out an ad saying, right, come and be an economist at the mighty Kiwibank. We had 110 applicants. At least 30 used ChatGPT to write their cover letter, right? They put in the same inputs, they got the same output. We got 30 cover letters exactly the same. So that was really useful because we got to get rid of those and focus on those that still had a brain. So yes, AI is actually quite useful in weeding people out. But, you know, when we think about those service jobs that you're talking about, people often ask me, you know, will AI ever replace an economist, right? And when my boss is in the room, it's like, never. Not even the most advanced algorithm in the history of mankind could replace me. Then when he leaves the room, it's like, yeah, I could be replaced. Yeah, what do I do for a living? I look at data. What do I do with that data? I draw a chart.
Yeah, but you interpret it creatively.
Yeah, that's what I'm hanging on to. But, you know, there are some economists out there that you could replace with a game of Tetris, you know, like this. It's like, we're not all going to survive.
It is going to be a massive shock, and I sometimes wonder whether we'll look back, you know, at this debate about how to get productivity going in even 20 years' time and go, we were so silly to worry about productivity because our real problem was actually this thing arriving that was just going to absolutely take productivity into the stratosphere.
Being serious, I think productivity is going to be, you know, significantly improved with AI, and inflationary pressure over that period, down.
Yep.
Not up.
Which suggests that potentially there'll be a lesser role for central banks. And this is the argument in the US, right, that's happening now. So it's an argument about central bank independence, but actually it's an argument, which I think with the candidate that the president's put forward, it's an argument about whether you see AI as something which creates room for far greater productivity growth or not. And his candidate, whose name escapes me for a second...
Kevin Walsh.
Yeah. His candidate has come to the view that you could have much more relaxed monetary policy in an AI world. Now that's probably a little bit convenient because actually what we really do know is that Donald Trump wants to control interest rate policy, at least to some degree. The threat to central bank independence, is that real, do you think? And what impact would that have on New Zealand if it came to pass? If the US... You know, if this guy came in and you know, took 0.75% or 1% off interest rates over a short period, and we saw inflation start to take off in the US, what's the impact on this country of that? Perhaps Christina first.
Yeah, so why is central bank independence important? So firstly, you need credibility and trust in our institution and policy makers. Without that, then we're just stepping through what that could mean. As you said, there's that pressure for interest rates to be ever lower. Obviously, in New Zealand, in the economy, inflation expectations is key in terms of keeping inflation anchored around. So if you have inflation expectations unanchored in a way. It's like a genie in a bottle, and we've seen that very painfully in the 1980s, early 1990s, of just how when inflation becomes very high, what that means is that savings no longer, the purchasing power of savings is constantly being eroded away. So it creates a very dysfunctional market, also the flow-on effects to financial stability. So those are the things of why central bank independence matters, because you need to maintain having credibility in the system in order for the, people to be planning on, like we often talk about how important certainty is. If prices are going to be ever changing, we know that with high inflation, it's the menu costs that come with that, not being able to plan ahead. Why would you save if you don't know how much that amount of savings will be able to get you in the future? So all these things matter, and that is why it matters to have faith and trust that inflation will remain low and stable over that medium term. So a lot of that boils down to why it is important to have that independence.
I agree it's important. The question is if, perhaps I'll flick it to Leonard, the question is if it disappears, or at least is watered down in the US, which is after all the world's biggest economy.
Yeah, I mean,
what can we do about it, and how does it affect us?
Well, Stephen, my fundamental view is that I think a lot of monetary policy makers, starting in the 80s and 90s, sort of had a misconception of their success of inflation targeting. And why I say that is, you had a chat with, for example, Charles Goodhart, one of the founders of independent central banking, Professor Emeritus at LSE. And he talked about this problem of demographic reversal, which is at the time of the 80s and 90s, we had globalization, global integration, the end of the Cold War, so rampant supply of labor market. We have massive pools of new loanable funds available, and so all these trends put downward pressure on interest rates. Whereas now what we're seeing is we have rising dependency ratio, we have more people that young people need to support, which means that government debt is inevitably going to go up globally. I don't see a pathway for the vast majority of the developed world in tackling this, and so central banks will be stuck at a corner thinking, okay, do we continue to try and monetize the debt? Or, I think that issues such as financial repression, high inflation, would probably be, assuming AI solves our problems, but if you put AI out of the coin in this current trajectory, and in terms of the long-term fiscal pathways for a lot of developed economies, I mean, Japan's above 250% right now, and even they're having gradual inflationary problems. So my view is it's going to be probably more of a higher real interest rate environment.
Jared, what do you think? If central bank independence is undermined in the US, and I know it's a big if still, what is the impact on us, and what, if anything, can we do about it?
Firstly, Kevin Walsh is actually a reasonable candidate.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And I think he's been accepted by financial markets.
Yes, he has.
And I know he's been accepted by financial markets because the price of gold dropped savagely.
Yes.
So after this exponential lift in the price of gold and silver, as people were worried about central bank independence, we actually got a candidate that's quite digestible for the market. Gold price dropped. We're now expecting, Fed rate cuts, but not savage, ridiculous policy, gradual rate cuts in the United States. So, yeah, the fear's there, but it's overhyped.
Okay.
I don't think, particularly in New Zealand, I mean, we are the proudest country when it comes to our central bank being the first to be independent and targeting inflation. So we're not going back on that. And again, what we've seen will be forgotten about in 6 months' time. What are the other issues that we should be focusing on? I don't think central bank independence is one of those things that, the ECB, Bank of England, they're not falling apart.
Okay. While we're talking about central banks, of course, changing tack a bit, the Minister announced a review of activities during COVID yesterday, leaving aside the politics of it and proximity to an election. Is it worth doing? Because you could argue, and I certainly probably would argue, and probably on record of arguing, is that at the time that the central bank did well to start with and then overreacted in the latter half of the pandemic. I think that's not broad consensus, but a lot of people think that.
Yeah.
So So is it important for us to look at these things, and how much is what we did then impacting on some of our policy choices now in terms of fiscal prudence and things like that? So we'll stay with you for a second, Jared, and work back.
Absolutely. I don't think we should be afraid or scared of having a review of an unprecedented time. You know, the start of the pandemic was just insane from an economist's point of view. At what point in history have we locked up our economy like that? The only thing that comes close is wartime, right? So we had no idea. All we were doing was sitting down in war rooms, chief economists, Treasury, RBNZ, throwing numbers at each other. If we're in lockdown 4 for 6 months, you know, this is what it's going to do to the economy. Completely unprecedented. So what did we all do? We all recommended slashing interest rates because we know that. We all recommended doing a bit of QE to calm down the market. The wholesale markets were fractured. They were illiquid, and you couldn't buy or sell a New Zealand government bond, which is outrageous. So the central bank came in to calm that down. The initial response on monetary policy, I would say, was, you know, you pull the levers that you have, and I think it was good. Like the whole of COVID, we ended up doing way too much. And what I took great offence to was the old governor's willingness to take interest rates into negative settings. So he had all the banks, us included, prepared for a negative cash rate of 50 basis points, minus 50. The whole idea was to get wholesale rates, government bond rates, into negative territory, but keep retail rates slightly above. But term deposit rates obviously go closer to zero in that world. That was what we were preparing for. The research shows that it doesn't work. And we came back to the central bank saying this is not going to work. It actually has the perverse effect in forcing people to save more, not less. So there were some battles along the way, coming back and looking at it and going, thank God they didn't do negative interest rates. They did too much on the quantitative easing. They're going through it, I think, is a great idea, because the next time we know what the toolkit is, we know how it works, we're better prepared.
Okay. Leonard, is that your view too?
Yeah, I agree with Jared in terms of it's important to look at, it was indeed unprecedented. New Zealand's never had this scale of QE before. I mean, the US did have its QE program after 2008, but in terms of its overall implication, and quite frankly, I think a lot of other monetary economists blame the Reserve Bank's sort of decisions at the time that led to the current cost of living crisis and high inflation. But overall, no, I agree with Jared.
I would just say that, we were given a choice, and the choice in that war room was, if we overstimulate, we're going to get an economy that bounces back faster and produces way too much inflation. If we don't do enough, we're going to have an economy that falls into a recession, possibly depression, for a very, very long time. And you won't even know what inflation is because it would be very, very low. So given those two choices, what do you make? Well, we made the one which is to overstimulate and to deal with inflation later. We know how to get inflation down. That's not hard, you just hike rates. We don't know how to get inflation out of negative. Ask the Japanese. They've done it now, but it took 30 years.
Christina, your view, a review?
Yes, I think a review is useful in looking at the lessons learned for next time, if ever we encounter something like that again, touch wood. And then I agree with Jared in the sense that in the first instance, the primary concern was to keep markets functioning. Now, it was what happened after that, and obviously hindsight is a wonderful thing. We can see that there was too much stimulus. When a Reserve Bank, when making policy decisions, they always go back to what is that path of least regret. And it is, as Jared says, those were the scenarios facing them, and we always know that you can always bring inflation down. The the transition will be very painful, but it can be done. The more you raise interest rates, then the more you can have and bring inflation down. But it is just that piece in the middle where as you're bringing inflation down, what happens to the broader economy? That's the tough.
And we've had a
tough
3-year
part of it.
recession out of this, so it's worth a look, right?
Yeah.
It's definitely worth a look.
Yeah.
There's been lots of questions on here. I just the review one was from here, but I also wanted to put one at the end because I think it's a really good one as well. And this will wrap it up for us. The question is, how can the younger generation, particularly Gen Z, who are going to be vastly affected by all the things we've talked about today, there's probably a crisis of confidence in that generation a little bit. You know, I was brought up to believe that we would always do better than our parents. That's a question that perhaps there's a question mark on that now. What would you do to give that confidence to Generation Z that's different to what's being done now, to help them or to encourage them to believe that they will be financially comfortable if they stay in New Zealand and bring up their families here in the next 20 or 30 years? What would be the key 1 or 2 things you would do to enhance that story for the generation coming through?
Well,
Leonard, you go first, seeing as you're closest to it.
Well, as a Gen Z, I think this will apply to my sort of last couple of years, like professional life as well. I think if Gen Z, despite all the sort of, you could say, the turbulent world, the changes that are happening, I think the one thing that I think they all could do right now is turn off their phones and read books. Literally. Because we have, I mean, Jonathan Haidt, the New York scholar talked about, is that we're having a more of an attention deficit. So if they're able to at least sit down, read a 200-page book for 5-6 hours, you're going to be well ahead of the game. The people that are going to be successful in the future are going to be those that can pay attention, and they need to find other ways of lowering their attention, the attention span. Increasing their attention span. Yeah. So getting off TikTok and just doing things that are productive is going to put them well ahead of more. And imagine if all young Kiwi kids did that. So this is why I'm very happy about the ban of cell phones by the government, because it will do a lot of positive labour market implications.
Okay. Jared, what would you argue for?
Oh, look, I've got a 13-year-old son, and we sort of think about this all the time. What subject should he do? What university should he go to? Don't become an economist, by God. Do something worthwhile with your life. Yeah. But yeah, it's really difficult. And I agree with what you say about the technology and all that sort of stuff. But I think getting into a role where you are the one that uses the technology is the key bit. What that is, I don't know.
Okay. Christina, your thoughts?
Yeah, so we've talked a lot about AI, and then often it is about that importance of having that human in the loop when it comes to AI. So if we think about what are the skills that will be important to have, a lot of it will be applying critical thinking. So sure, AI will be able to synthesize a large volume of information and produce outputs, but it's the ability to think critically about what you've been provided with and knowing the nuances around those outputs. I feel that's the important piece in terms of working with the ever-changing technology that we have now.
Thank you. It's interesting that everybody gravitated immediately to the challenge of AI quickly, which sort of I think is going to be a big marker over this next day and a half. Incidentally, my own daughter is going to uni for the first time this year. She's doing an arts degree in English literature. And I'm sort of conflicted by that, but probably for the first time I think she's probably exactly right, and that is quite possibly the degree of the future, given all the things that's been said here today. Look, thank you very much, panel. It's been a wonderful session. There's so much more we could have covered, as always, but I think it was a really good insight into some of the macroeconomic challenges. So could you please put your hands together for the panel?
Excellent. It's the revenge of the arts students coming up. And Jared, I don't think you have any risk from AI taking your job. You're funnier than AI, and I don't think AI does self-deprecation, so you're all right. And what's interesting, I think, about that panel is that you all agree we need more certainty, and yet here we are in election year where there isn't a political consensus on things like, is 40% of GDP debt a problem or not? Do we have compulsory superannuation or not? So, and there's even an argument that there shouldn't be certainty over that in a democracy. So, but we do have, I think, certainty on the need for greater productivity. And as Stephen said, I'm so sick of talking about volume to value for the last 10 or 15 years in the media. It'd be nice to talk about AI when it comes to productivity too. Just one quote from Chad Stuyvesant, who's, of course, the Chicago Booth, from the Chicago Booth School of Business. He said a few years ago in New Zealand, 1% increase in productivity is worth about $730 per person per year. So you multiply that by 10, 20 years, you can see the difference that productivity makes. I'm thrilled now to invite the new panellists on for a panel on demographic tipping point, unconstrained immigration, what's the alternative? And I think Stephen's panel covered on demographics, on social media, and covered just about every topic that we're going to cover in the next 2 days. So we're going to pick up on the, oh, am I sitting here? You sit there. We're going to pick up on a discussion around demographics and migration. And I think, you know, it's an interesting topic for us. We know that we're facing an ageing population. We have record numbers of people leaving New Zealand. I've got 2 out of 3 kids overseas. We have declining fertility rates. We need more people of working age. And this is a worldwide trend, of course. It's not just in New Zealand. The UN, I saw a study recently that predicted that 22 developed countries will see a halving of their population by 2100. So no one wants unconstrained immigration. We don't want totally open borders. What does the alternative look like? And we will also talk, I think, about the FTA in India and the response to that FTA, which I think was really interesting for our discussion on immigration. So, needs no introduction. Let me introduce Professor Paul Spoonley, who will be known to many of you. He's a national treasure. And also Professor Tahu Kukatai from the University of Waikato, who specialises in Māori population Indigenous data research. And at the end there, Isabel Sin, Dr. Isabel Sin, who works as a lead advisor in economics at the Ministry of Regulation, the new ministry. So, I mean, let's start off with just looking at what we think the problem is or isn't. So, I think the latest stats, and correct me if I'm wrong, the end of last year, significant slowdown in net migration. So, I think we had a gain of about 10,000 compared to about 30,000 the year before. So, that's a big drop, right?
130,000.
Right, 130,000. The even bigger drop. And well below the OECD average. Why is this a problem? Let's start with you, Isabel. Why is this a problem?
I might challenge you in saying that it is a problem. Maybe it's a short-term problem, but I really think that we're here to talk about the long term. We're here to talk about the big picture. We're talking about demographic change. We see blips in migration, in net migration all the time. We see them because of economic cycle in New Zealand. We see them because of how competing destinations for migrants are doing. How's New Zealand doing compared with Australia? And business cycles come and business cycles go. And yes, I think it can cause some issues in the short term, but I think we really need to be thinking in the longer term, what is our strategy for migration? What is our strategy for getting good people into the country who can contribute positively over the long term, who will make it their home, who will make it a better place for both current New Zealanders and future New Zealanders?
Paul, is it a problem? I mean, it's a short-term, I'm just talking about the short-term stat, but...
Yeah, I think it's a problem in 2 senses. One is the volatility. So 2 years ago, 130,000 net gain, just under 11,000 at the moment. And so we don't have that certainty of growth or supply, and probably it's too low at the moment. It was too high 2 years ago. So why don't we try and dampen that down and look at all of the and this is the second issue, look at all of the population or demographic factors in play and begin to think about how do we anticipate the future demography and what does that do to this country. And I listened at various points in the previous conversation, demography came up, but for me one of the big issues is that we disconnect demography from our economy and from economic considerations. And I actually would make an argument that demography is actually central to our future economic success as a country.
Well, presumably, obviously in terms of a workforce, right? So we need working age people, we need certain skills.
Yes, definitely in terms of talent supply, but are we utilising the talent that we've got onshore? So for me, very often the answer is immigration when you're asking the wrong question, and that is the matching of our education and training systems and our future labour and skills requirements. We did surveys of employers, repeat surveys of employers, and what was interesting there was we asked them what their skill requirements were going to be 5 years out, and most employers in New Zealand can't answer that question. So actually anticipating where we need to go, what sort of education and training system backfills that requirement, and I think there are significant groups that are underutilised in our labour market, Māori, Pacifica, women, over 65s. And so immigration tends to, we need to see immigration alongside some of those onshore dynamics and what we need to do.
Thinking differently about the population that we already have. So Tahu, is there a problem not just separating a discussion about immigration from a discussion about economics, but also a discussion about our treaty issues, about the Indigenous population that we have. We have a large Indigenous population. Are we kind of at risk of not joining up the dots here?
Yes, well, kia ora Josie, o te rā ki a koutou katoa. Absolutely, and you know, to me, we're probably one of those annoying panels that are going to keep reframing your questions, but so for me, like, the big question really is our population approach sustainable as a country? And then, you know, if you want to really grapple with that, it can't just be tweaking migration settings to fill short-term labour shortages. You know, Paul and Izzy have both spoken about the need for that long-term perspective, and that's really fundamental if you want to embed demographic thinking into economic planning. And more than that, just, you know, thinking about what sort of country do we want for our children and for our mokopuna. That requires embedding demographic thinking into all those decision points. So, you know, if we want to think about, is our population approach sustainable, it's not just migration. Paul is right, he's studied a lot of this migration data. It is hugely volatile. You look on a graph since back to the 1970s and the oil crisis, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Really hard to plan for, quite unpredictable, and we haven't been that good. Pretty poor actually, and this is not any single government, this is as a whole, at really thinking about that and managing it. You know, there's only two drivers of population change, and that is natural increase, more births and deaths, and migration. So it ain't that hard. You know, there's really only two drivers. In all of Europe, they're in natural decline, most countries in Europe. And they've had sub-replacement fertility for 50 years, so they are deep into decline, and the only lever there is migration. And in some countries like Italy, they have high levels of migration, but that still is not enough to offset natural decline. So, you know, we've only been in sub-replacement fertility as a country for a decade or so, Paul, and, you know, there's been some fluctuations since the early 2000s. We're not 50 years into this. There is time to plan.
And one is a long-term look at population, which is obviously fertility and mortality. The other is a more short-term one around immigration. And we know, don't we, Izzy, that fertility rate has dropped. So what do we know about that, and what do we do about that? We don't want to start doing a J.D. Vance and tell everyone to have babies, or do we?
It won't work.
It won't work, no. So Izzy, what is the impact of that declining fertility rate on this discussion?
I mean, it seems to be a fairly unavoidable factor. In developing countries, you'll get this declining fertility rate, and that is for a lot of reasons. And it seems like no developed countries have escaped that, none are going to. We need to accept this as a fact. So what does that mean? It means that our population, who we have in different age groups, that's going to look very different and continue to look more different into the future. And I think one point that I really want to make is that we're not going to reverse that with just getting more and more immigrants. And there are a lot of reasons why that just can't work. So if you look at like some of the UN analysis, the number of immigrants that countries like New Zealand would need coming in on an ongoing basis is just implausibly high if we actually wanted to use immigration to stop this population ageing. Once they arrive, migrants are ageing in place, and so we need to keep increasing our migration, increasing to then counter the ageing of the migrants. There is not this infinite pool of young migrants out there. Even countries like India, we heard earlier, they're reaching, they're going to reach at some point, their population is also going to be ageing. It's not there yet, but they are going to reach that point as well. So there is a limit to how many young migrants are out there in the world that we might attract to New Zealand. If New Zealand, like other developed countries, takes this attitude, we're going to fix this problem by attracting migrants, we're going to be competing with the rest of the world for migrants who will come here and make a really positive contribution in the long term. And New Zealand has advantages, but we can't win enough people to solve that problem. It's just not going to be feasible. And once we think about what happens to those migrants once they arrive in the country, the sorts of migration flows that we're talking about will be very problematic because it takes time for the country to adjust. We need to adjust the infrastructure. We need to build more houses, more roads, more schools. We need to get doctors in place. You can't adjust that fast. There are limits to our absorptive capacity. So increased immigration of young people is not going to solve population ageing.
But we are, you're right, competing with the world, aren't we, for the best migrants? And it would be interesting to define what we think that is. But Paul, the question from the audience here about, which is a tough one, about social cohesion, and therefore what kind of immigration do we want? How do we have that discussion without it sounding like we want some migrants from some countries and not others from others? But what does it mean to have a plan that identifies certain migrants that we want?
Well, we're a long way down that track because we changed our immigration settings in 86, 87 to align with Australia and Canada. So we've got 4 classic immigrant receiving countries, the USA, Australia, Canada, New Zealand. And we can ask questions about why Canada has suddenly reversed. USA has suddenly reversed their long-time value that they put on immigration and immigrants. So I think
that's a whole panel in itself, Paul.
Yes, it is. So I think the point system is relatively flexible, and we can identify not where people come from, because I want to make a point about that, but in terms of their skills, education, experience, and of course job offers. So we've tended to refine the system in the last 3 decades. And I'm relatively comfortable about our immigration settings. I would want to argue about some of the detail, but as an overall proposition, I think that the immigration is able to identify the immigrants that we need. What concerns me is that we don't do what Canada does and address the onshore transition of those immigrants to our society. So if you land in Canada today, you have automatically, wherever you come from, 400 hours of English or French language instruction. And there are programs that are designed to help facilitate that immigrant to then become settled in that new society. I wrote the cabinet, well, a group of us wrote the cabinet paper in 2006 on social cohesion. Cabinet did not want to go there, and we've gone there. I mean, after the Royal Commission and into the Christchurch massacre, we've gone there again. But we seem reluctant to think about what it is we need to do onshore. And if I can just finish on this point, what we argued for was a series of programs to help transition migrants to operate in our labour market, because that's what we were selecting them for, but also to operate in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And then we also needed another program to help particularly employers, but also New Zealand society, adjust to this. So if we look at Auckland, which is the 4th most diverse city in the world, 60% of Auckland's population are either immigrants or the children of immigrants. And so it's a huge issue in terms of how we think about diversity and how we help immigrants settle, but how we help New Zealanders understand what that means.
And interesting, the reaction to the FTA in India, with India, and this sort of suddenly a race debate around Indian immigration, Indian students and so on. How do we manage that? Tahu, have you got thoughts on that?
Oh, look, an election year, it's so predictable that immigration becomes like a really contested issue, and we get different discourses, which are really internally inconsistent. So on the one hand, we really need skilled migrant labour to fuel our economy, essentially. On the other hand, we don't want migrants. They're changing our country. That's sort of polarised, I think, views on immigration is really unhelpful. And that's why I think, having that longer-term view of what a sustainable population looks like, gradual, planned, are our institutional settings right? I think this sort of separating out what is happening with sort of Māori and Indigenous, development from immigration as if they're separate spheres, to me that doesn't make any sense at all. We're actually unique, completely unique in the OECD in having a demographically significant Indigenous population, 17.5% if you use the ethnicity group measure, 20% if you use the wider Māori descent measure, and then nearly 1/3 of our population is overseas born. So you've got these two very distinctive demographic components that you simply won't find anywhere else in the OECD. And if you think that demographic sustainability requires thinking about the interactions between declining fertility, ageing population, migration flows, which is both non-citizens and then, of course, the loss of citizens to Australia, which is basically like a geographic vacuum cleaner that sort of hoovers out. The latest one is my own daughter, which I'm feeling a little bit sad about.
Mine too.
Yeah. And then, we all have whānau living in Australia now. And then, of course, these processes of sort of regional divergence. So the national picture obscures such a lot of variation on the ground. So to me, it doesn't make sense to think of migration as sort of this isolated phenomenon that you sort of just tweak around the edges with the visa settings. I think we need and I think we're all sort of saying the same thing in slightly different ways, a much more comprehensive long-term approach. And we can do it. We do have advantages that lend, we're a relatively small, geographically isolated country. We can sort of control our borders a bit more, effectively if we wanted to, and I don't mean to say that in a xenophobic way. We've only been in sub-replacement fertility for like 10 years. We have a Māori and Pacific populations with a very young age structure, still triangular-like, higher fertility but falling. And so there's an inbuilt momentum there for population growth, because even if fertility drops, you've got larger cohorts moving into the reproductive ages. So that has implications for our local labour markets as well. Is that Māori and Pacific sort of demographic gift being fully utilised? I think Paul would say no, as he would probably say no, and I would definitely say no. So, these things all come together. As a country, we're not, again, I'm probably sounding like I'm repeating myself, but we don't do a very good job of putting demographic planning at the centre of our decision-making. I believe in Australia, I'm pretty sure in the Treasury, they've actually got a demographic unit. So they take population pretty seriously and in a slightly more holistic fashion. So I think we could do that as well. I mean, maybe one of the, yes, in election year, immigration and race can become a hot topic and polarisation can increase, but it also, in some ways, reveals some of these issues, right? The disconnection. But it's interesting, the latest Ipsos poll, monitoring poll, I think it said that only 5% of New Zealanders think that immigration is a problem. So we don't have the same problem that we have, say, in the EU or the US, where this is a really big election issue all the time, But I'm curious, looking at the politics of it, so you have, just to talk politics for a minute, New Zealand First obviously pushing back on the FTA in India, but also with the support of Te Pāti Māori. So Izzy, I'm wondering what's going on there in
in Māori community for this approach and attitude to immigration? What's that about?
I think this question might be better for Tahu.
Yeah, or Tahu, yeah. But,
I think we have to separate the political discourse from the population level one, because the two are not the same. And I remember looking at some results for the General Social Survey where they had a special module on multiculturalism and looking at Māori and migrant attitudes to te tiriti o Waitangi and to multiculturalism and ethnic diversity. And unsurprisingly, Māori were really positive about te tiriti o Waitangi and actually pretty positive about multiculturalism as well. And the only group that was not very positive about te tiriti o Waitangi, te reo Māori, or growing multiculturalism and super diversity was actually the New Zealand European Pākehā population. So, I think, grounding things in evidence and versus sort of political discourses and sort of populist politics, I think is helpful, because then we might get a different picture of what maybe group relations look like and what social cohesion, how that's going to sort of play out in the future.
It's interesting, Izzy, that I saw an ad, I think it was just a couple of weeks ago, from Swedish Airlines, where they ran this ad, I don't know whether you saw it, where they were basically running a multicultural message of saying even Swedish meatballs originated in Turkey, or Swedish windmills originated in Iran. So the whole message was, even when you think this is your identity, and that's great, but also it has this sort of multicultural background. And within a week, they had to take it down because there was so much pushback, which is interesting about trying to connect immigration policy with social cohesion and so on. I mean, in your view, how do you talk about immigration? How do you have an immigration plan that deals with people's fears of social cohesion?
So I think a lot of the reasons why people can tend to be anti-immigration veer outside economics, which is sort of the area that I know best. But I think there are some very strong economic reasons that can mean that people struggle with anti-immigrant feelings. And I think a few salient ones in New Zealand are things around, for example, housing prices. So people see we've got a huge influx of migrants and they've got to live somewhere, and look, housing prices have gone up. Therefore, they say, immigrants are making things difficult for, the average New Zealander. But I think what this conversation is really missing is that this is not an immigrant problem. This is a housing problem, right? This is a policy failure, and we don't have the settings right. We're not allowing enough intensification. We don't have enough land for new builds. The building system is a little bit in shambles, that we can't get consents through and build good quality housing. So basically, the housing supply is not elastic enough for these new people who are arriving in the country. But what some New Zealanders will see is that, look, we've got immigrants and houses are expensive, and those sorts of things can raise anti-immigrant feelings. So I think we have to think about, as we've all been saying, so this planning for migration, we need to make sure that infrastructure and housing and schools and all these other things are keeping up with our planned change in population. If people see there are a lot of immigrants coming into the country and, oh, look, they're all going on the benefits, but that's not fair because they haven't worked here, those sorts of things can raise anti-immigrant feelings. You need New Zealanders to feel like they are being looked after by the government. The government is looking after them, it's looking after immigrants. People who feel like they're becoming second-class citizens in their own country are not going to be supportive to new people arriving in the country. And I think most New Zealanders, we pride ourselves in New Zealand being a country that is welcoming to immigrants. New Zealand has a really long history. We are a country of immigrants. Like, you can look at the demographics of Auckland now, but this has been true, right back to 1840. There were, Chinese migrants right from the start in white population in New Zealand. So we've always been a country of immigrants, and we need to take pride in that and figure out, get the policy settings right so that this is good for, New Zealanders who might have been here for 8 generations and new New Zealanders.
And it's good that we don't have an issue like they do in the EU or Britain, where you've got kind of waves of so-called boat people coming across. And I think, really the last the last illegal boat that arrived in New Zealand was Captain Cook's. So, anyone who can get across the Tasman in a boat, we'll welcome them because they must be really great sailors.
Josie, could I just add a little bit to this? I think we look to governments to do this, and I don't think governments are best placed to do a lot of this. But when I look at particularly corporate New Zealand, but also if you look at our sports fields, diversity is already being embraced in terms of anticipating a very different demographic future. A few years ago, we talked about the political mobilisation of young people in New Zealand as being an earthquake. I think there is a demographic earthquake occurring. And when you look at the under 15 population or the under 25 population, what you realise is the diversity of it. So Tahu's mentioned 17.5% Māori by descent, but if you look at the under 15, it's more like a third of the future population is Māori. And so when I looked at the weekend and I looked at our women's sevens team, who are doing really well at the moment, but they epitomise the embracing of diversity in everything that they do. And we could speculate about why Razor might not be the All Black coach any longer, because he didn't take the Pacific players with him in terms of that journey.
That's taken 2 hours for the All Blacks and Razor's moving on Razor to come up. Well done.
Thank you. So I just think if it depends what lens we put on it, and it depends where we look. But in terms of, the economic benefits of embracing diversity, McKinsey has done repeat surveys to show that whether it's gender or ethnic diversity, there are direct economic benefits to a company by being very positive, very inclusive in everything that they do. And I think that's true in New Zealand. And I don't think you need to go far in terms of this room or in terms of our sports field to see what that looks like.
We'd be
and I think
rubbish
that's the future.
We'd be really bad at rugby without diversity. Paul, there's a question here from the audience. Does New Zealand need a formal population policy, which comes a bit more to Izzy's point too? We're not just talking about, migration here.
Thank you. It's a patsy question, isn't it?
It is a patsy question. Did you ask it?
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, the thing that frustrates me at the moment is the short-term political cycle combined with policy inertia. In 10 years, the demographic shape of this country should not come as a surprise. Leaving aside some of the volatility around immigration, the shape of this country in terms of age, where people live and so on, we know now. So, I mean, there's good evidence, we know what that looks like. The issue for me is that we don't put all the elements together. So declining fertility, Izzy answered that question before, but have a look at primary school roles. So our fertility rate is 25% below where we need it to replace our existing population. Last year, our primary school roles dropped by 4,000. That will occur year on year, and so the Ministry of Education are anticipating that by 2032, there'll be 30,000 fewer in our education system. We know that's coming. If we look at our mega schools, most of them are in Auckland. Rangitoto, our biggest school in New Zealand, 4,100 students, because they're having to cater for intensification of the Auckland population. So, and where people live, the ageing of the population, so eventually we'll get to 25% of all of us aged over 65. All of that is a known. And it's really the ability to put all of those elements together to, I guess, depoliticise some of the debates and think, what is it that we need to do in terms of anticipating this new demography that epitomises the new New Zealand?
Well, and it's also thinking, how do we utilise an ageing population and keep over 65s in the workplace, right? I mean, that's... And I'm not sure how you change that social perception that somehow we should retire at 65.
I think it's occurring already. I mean, if you look at the 65 to 69 age group, 44% of them are still in paid work. So they're doing it. 65 is, what did I say, 65 to 69, beg your pardon, that's already occurring. So I just think New Zealanders will do that anyway.
Yeah. A question from Sam in the audience. So with over 10% of working age Māori unemployed, what strategies might utilise this labour force better? And you mentioned that at the beginning,
Yeah,
Tahu.
thanks, Sam. That's a great question. I was, until quite recently, on the board of a really cool initiative called Pūhoro STEM Academy, which goes into schools with a high proportion of Māori and provides a wraparound kaupapa Māori mentoring support to basically promote success in science, technology, engineering, mathematics. We're really lucky that it was supported by the Ministry of Education, but actually some really significant philanthropic funding as well, because I saw the benefit and the value of supporting young Māori to succeed in these growth areas. It was sort of a no-brainer. And the trust was really good. The program was successful because these kids did well. Not only did they significantly outperform Māori who were did not have access to the program, but also did just as well as their non-Māori peers. So there's, sometimes it doesn't have to be big. Our challenge was scaling it up and making it national after just being started in one region, and we managed to do that. But there are initiatives. It doesn't all have to be top-down, and often it's better if it's not top-down, that respond to local signals, that bring in different kinds of intelligences and way of working that can be really effective in communities. And I think Pūhoro was a really good case study and concrete example of that. But, if you're thinking of a place like Wairoa, to Paul's point, I think about 80% or maybe 60% now of the tamariki population is Māori, and it will be about 80% in the not too distant future. So that whole regional economy, this is not just a matter of equity, and equity is really important, but this is a matter of significance for the regional economy. Is we have this demographic, I call it the demographic gift, because actually when you see it in a broader global context, it is a demographic gift. What are we doing about it? And how given that we know what's going to happen, we know age structures will tell us what's going to happen 20, 30, 40 years down the line. It's very predictable. It's only migration that's volatile. Given that we know these things, how are we planning for success? Because actually Aotearoa as a country requires it, and specific regions really require it.
So there's a lot of questions coming through about the difference between talking about demographics regionally and in the cities. So, I mean, Izzy, what does that look like to be able to build on the potential in the regions?
I think it's a matter of taking these predictions. So Paul says we know what's coming, and to a large extent we know where it's coming, and it's a matter of thinking what do we need to do now to make sure that that's going to keep working for us in the future. If we know, for instance, that some town is, people are leaving this place, maybe some major industry that used to be there is no longer a thing and people are leaving, do we want to put a lot of money in to try and build it up, or do we want to let that natural process happen and just plan for the fact that that is an attractive place for people to live, and it will be a waste of money to pour a lot of money in there and try and build that up. We need to make sure supports are in place, that there's still, the infrastructure for the people who are there. But we do need to think strategically. There are, the investment needs in Auckland are very different to the investment needs in small towns that might be in decline, that had industries that are no longer there. It's a matter of being strategic and thinking about where do we need to be in 10, 20, 30 years.
And again, it all comes, thinking of the first panel too, it all comes down to infrastructure, doesn't it? I mean, if you've got the roads and the infrastructure and the broadband into the regions, and you've got the potential for investment in the regions, then you're going to be able to utilise that potential. And I remember, Paul, a few years ago now, when we were running a campaign in the aid sector to get double the quota for Syrian refugees, and it was actually a lot of the regional groups, even there was a Ekatahuna knitting club or something that said, we'll take 10 refugees, we'll take 10 more. Refugee policy is different to migration policy, of course, but what struck me during that campaign was just how open the regions, people in the regions were to people coming in, whether through refugee quotas or immigration. But how do we combine a need for regional development with a discussion around demography?
Well, what's regional development in New Zealand? What does that look like? Where are our policies?
Not much at the moment.
No. And so we've got an interesting little experiment, and I put quotation marks around that. So 2 years ago, 130,000 net gain, practically all of New Zealand grew. There were some exceptions, the Central North Island, West Coast to the South Island. Now at just under 11,000 net gain, there are only 3 parts of New Zealand that are growing, which is Auckland, Hamilton and Christchurch. And so I'm a Hawke's Bay boy, and so Hawke's Bay was growing, booming and so on. it's flipped over. Hawke's Bay is actually losing population. And so when we look at the Hawke's Bay regional economy and demography, what we need to understand is that natural increase, the births over deaths, is still a factor, but there is an outflow of people. And by the way, the mythology that people were flying out of Auckland to the regions was a thing around COVID, but it's collapsed now. And so what we're seeing in the current environment is very small outflows from Auckland, and people are staying in place in Auckland. So Auckland is currently the recipient of about half of all population growth in New Zealand. And what that means is that within a couple of decades, Auckland will be home to 40% of all New Zealanders, and the top half of the North Island will be home to 75% of all New Zealanders. So where we are at the moment will be a major growth point. So when we don't get immigrants, one of the factors is we don't get regional growth. And our problem there is that we've never had very solid mechanisms for distributing immigrants around the provinces. So some parts of New Zealand, Ashburton, Gore, do a really good job at attracting and settling immigrants, and I would stress the settling, so there is a local program there. But as soon as we get this downturn in migration, population growth evaporates in most of New Zealand. And it's combined with, my final point, Josie, but it's combined with the fact that we struggle to get our professionals, whether they're education professionals, health professionals, to work in small town New Zealand. So I'm working with a community in Central Otago, which has failed to get a GP for the last 5 years. And they're offering a very significant wage and salary package. So we've got this maldistribution, if you like, and we don't. Again, I would think a regional policy needs to address the demographic factors that are in play, and if immigration is part of that, and I want to acknowledge Tahu's point about Wairoa, because there are parts of New Zealand which will see growth from the Māori population, but if we don't do what Canada does, which is have the provinces contribute 50% of the points required to migrate to Canada so that they get to then recruit, essentially our immigration policy tends to benefit Auckland and practically very few other parts of the country. Hamilton is a beneficiary, but most of New Zealand won't benefit.
So it seems like the theme of this whole discussion is the need to coordinate amongst, a whole bunch of different policy outlooks, whether it's regional development, whether it's race relations, whether it's te tiriti, or whether it's thinking about an ageing workforce. So what would your message be, each of you, interested to know, and this is also a question from the audience, what would you want to see, what questions would you ask politicians in election year? What would you ask them to do around immigration policy or demographic policy? Izzy?
So I think one thing we haven't really talked about in this conversation, so we brushed on it very, very briefly, is about older people who are still working. So one of the reasons for the ageing population is that people are living longer. Our health technology has improved, living standards are improved. We manage to feed people and look after them. We have good hospitals some of the time. People are living longer. And one of the problems is that, and therefore they're living longer after retirement age, right? So one of the things that we think about shifting this is, well, so a lot of people either work past 65 or don't work until 65. Obviously, there's a lot of variation. But shifting that on average, how do we think about having people who are older working more? And part of that is making it appealing for them to be working. Part of it is making them able to be working. And I think it's a really fortunate thing that while people's lifespans have been increasing, people's health spans have also been increasing on average. So people are actually capable of working to older ages than they were previously. But I don't think that this is just a thing we should sit by and let passively happen. I think there is a lot of space. There is a lot of space for decisions that people can make when they're young, and for policy to influence those decisions that will actually affect health spans to a very high degree in the future. So we're talking about keeping physically active, having a healthy diet, keeping body mass index within a healthy range, reducing smoking, reducing alcohol intake. And these are all factors that the government can influence, and they reduce a lot of preventable disease later on, which is a burden on our health system, which takes people out of work at older ages. And I think the government should seriously be thinking about some of these sort of long-term health measures, preventative health, programs that help to get people so that when people reach the age of 60, 65, 70, they are still in good health. They want to be going out and they want to be working and contributing actively to the economy. I think there's a lot more space there. I think the health system has issues, and I think it's really important that we get that right and think a lot more seriously about preventative health and lifestyle changes.
And that would be your number one message to politicians in election year. Focus on preventative health because we need people working longer.
I think so. We're going to have a lot of older people. We want them to be healthy. We want them to be working. We don't want them to be a drain on the health system.
No. And we want a glass of wine, but yeah. Tahu.
I'll probably be a little bit more, I don't disagree at all. I would, I think immigration bashing is really unhelpful in an election year. So is Māori bashing actually as well. I'm not a fan of that. But to me, it comes back to what is a sustainable population approach looks like. I mean, part of that does involve central government, but the ones who I think I get a lot of value from engaging with, and Paul might be the same with talking about population and demography, is actually local government, because they see population play out in place, and they are very invested in understanding those changing patterns because it impacts them in very tangible ways. So I think this is not just a sort of a centralised response, but I think in the context of regional divergence and the things that Paul was talking about, Auckland's sort of exceptionalism and some of the issues of degrowth and, 41 of our 67 territorial authorities have more older people than children now, and soon it's going to be all of them. So it's rolling out in regional spaces at different timing. And so those sort of local government responses, I think, are really important. Others that I think have quite an appetite for embedding a population lens into their planning and decision making is iwi. I talk to a lot of iwi. They're very cognizant of the need to understand this in their own area. What happens for Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, located in Tāmiki Makaurau with its very significantly different demographic dynamics, and Ngāti Maniapoto, in the King Country and Whakatohia in Ōpōtiki is very, very different, and so that requires different responses, and iwi get that. So, there's different institutional responses, I think, that we could have. And of course, central government immigration settings are really important, but there's other very important players, I think, in the whole mix who also can contribute it in really sort of productive ways if we want to take that idea of population sustainability seriously.
And needs to be ground roots up.
Absolutely requires a ground up response.
Paul, what would you want to see in election year? What would you ask politicians to focus on?
In the demography literature, there is a saying which I'm not sure I fully agree with, but demography is destiny. And demography is simply not immigration.
I thought it was geography and demography.
No, demography is destiny. So for me, it is actually placing immigration alongside the other factors that we've been talking about this morning. So what are we doing in terms of thinking about those various dimensions? And I think increasingly, given the demography that the rest of the OECD is facing, we are going to be facing quite significant challenges around talent recruitment to this country. So what's our claim? Why should immigrants come to New Zealand? And why should New Zealanders see immigration in a positive sense? And I don't think we've had enough discussion or political leadership on either of those questions.
And how would you answer those?
Well, I think that we need to be very clear that the future demography of this country is changing quite fundamentally. The demography of 20 or 30 years ago is not the demography of 2026, and it certainly won't be the demography of 2036. I think my concern is that there's a lot of policy inertia. It's a lot of backward-looking policy, which, and I want to go to Tahu's point here. So I've looked at the long-term plans of those 60, not all 67, but many of those 67 local authorities. What strikes me is that some of them, the long-term plans are to specify what you will do over the next 10 years. And a lot of them obviously focus on the infrastructure that's to be provided or the services, so what I was going to say sewerage, but you know, what sort of facilities are we going to have to deal with the sewage? But a lot of them assume ongoing population growth. And 2/3 of our 67 authorities are either in stagnation mode or in decline mode because more deaths than births, fewer children being. So what I struggle with, we wrote a book which Tahu contributed to called Rebooting the Regions. And when we talk to regional politicians, what strikes me is that we have a spectrum, and there's quite a significant group that are demographically naive and who assume ongoing growth when in fact we can show that they're not going to have ongoing growth. So they need to adjust their policies to anticipate this very different community that they're serving in the future. So, I mean, I think a lot of it will play out at a local level, but I do think a little trip around New Zealand at the moment and some of the regional centres and the regions, it is very sobering.
So how do we compete with other countries to get the migrants that we want?
Well, I think we need to be strategic. You mentioned before that there's a lot of countries that are going to be smaller by 2100 than they are at the moment. That's the UN projection. So we're looking at countries that are beginning to significantly decline. And what's interesting there is China, at our best guess, is losing around 2 to 3 million people a year, partly through declining fertility, partly through outmigration. I think China will close up shop. And for example, those of us who teach Chinese international students will teach them in China. The Chinese will insist they be taught over there, not come to here to New Zealand. And you can see that in the number of Chinese migrating here is beginning to drop off. The number of international students is not bad, but it will drop off into the future. Our growth, the future population growth of the world is in sub-Saharan Africa. So that same UN report says that by 2100, Nigeria will be larger than China. And sub-Saharan Africa does not appear on our, I mean, I listened to Stephen Joyce before about the Indian free trade policy. We're not doing a lot in sub-Saharan Africa. Yes, we've got migrants from southern Africa, but we probably need to shift focus and think about those things. And one final point, we've repeated a number of times today in the previous and this panel about our geographic isolation. New Zealand is incredibly well connected through people because we have such significant inflows of migration, because we have over 1 million people who are New Zealand citizens who live in other countries, second highest diaspora in the OECD. We have people moving all the time across our borders, compared to the size of our country, in much greater proportions than nearly every other country in the OECD. So when we grew by 130,000, we were the fastest growing country in the OECD for that year, and 85% of that growth came from immigration. I'm not sure that we're actually using those people connections to operate in this new world as effectively as we could. So please, could we, I mean, diaspora management, we don't do that.
No, actually Tonga does a better job than us at that. There's a good question here from the audience. The panel says that we can't address the issue of population stagnation through migration. So how on earth do we end up with dealing with the fact that we've got 1 retired person for every 3 working age person by 2040? In the short term, if we can't address it by migration, how can we address it if not through?
I think in talking about addressing that, we need to be quite specific about which problem it is that we're talking about addressing. One of the problems is in terms of living standards, quality of life, GDP per capita. And so the issue is if a smaller proportion of the population is of working age, a smaller proportion of the population will be working, those who are working need to produce more to maintain the living standards in the country. So thinking about it from that perspective, so there's a really interesting study that came out in 2017 that showed that if you look across countries that are ageing faster actually don't struggle more in terms of their growth in GDP per capita. So what you'd expect from that mechanical result that a smaller proportion of the population is working was actually not driving down GDP per capita. So this is not destiny that we have a lower proportion of the population working and therefore we're poorer. So follow-up studies showed what was going on. And what is going on is automation. So you have fewer workers in middle age who are doing these sort of manual jobs that are easily automatable, There's more demand for those fewer workers. And so what companies are doing, they're saying, okay, well, these people are getting expensive. I'm going to bring in automation. I'm going to bring in machines and robots, and those are going to replace those workers. And actually, productivity is doing really well in some of these sectors because workers are being replaced by machines. Our goal shouldn't be get everybody working. It should be get everyone with high well-being, right? It's less important if we're working. It's more important if we can support the well-being of the country. And if AI, if automation, if robots can help that, then that's really good. It's not a bad thing that not the whole population has to be working. And so the data are showing that this is a real thing. Incentives matter. Firms do invest. They do innovate. So what we need to think about is, are we enabling that? Are we helping firms to do that? Are we encouraging them to do that? Are we getting the barriers out of the way so that can be happening? And I think that's a major part of maintaining living standards as we get a lower proportion of the population in the working age group.
Tahu, what countries, in your view, looking around the world, which countries get it right, get the levers right?
That's a good question. I was thinking about this morning. I was thinking, what is the country that gets the levers really right? And I think some countries get some levers right. I think some of the problem in let's take Europe as an example, because they were the forerunner of sub-replacement fertility and their natural decline, and now their migration issues, and and the rise of sort of xenophobia as well, which makes it really tricky, really tricky to sustain migration. And most of them waited too long. They just waited too long and sort of put their heads in the sand and didn't sort of accept that there are long-term consequences of fertility decline. And if you get, 0.1 natural, -1 population decrease, your population is going to shrink within 70 years. And even if fertility increases, it's still going to take another 50 years because there's so few people women in the reproductive ages. So, once you move past this sort of threshold, it has really long-term consequences. And most of those countries just did a really terrible job of having that intergenerational view and looking down the line and thinking, actually, this is unavoidable. What the heck are we going to do about it? We don't have to be like Europe. We have distinctive components of our demography. Acknowledging what Paul said about some of the regional challenges, absolutely. I think we can tackle that much more effectively with more intentional migrant redistribution policies. But we do have some advantages on our side, and it actually isn't too late to try and maybe become one of those countries that try to get its settings right. There's some things we can't control. I think someone in the previous panel was saying there's a lot of factors, that push and pull factors, global factors, exogenous shocks like COVID and climate change that we actually just can't control. We can't control it. But there are some things within the ambit of our influence that we can control, but we need to make those explicit, intentional and planned.
And Paul, you said, you'd say to a politician, work out what it is that's going to be attractive about New Zealand, coming to New Zealand. What would you say, how would you tempt someone to come and migrate here?
Well, Tahu and I were part of a study which was looking at immigrants, and we asked immigrants. So let me voice them. And what they said was they didn't come here to improve themselves economically. They would go somewhere else to do that. So what they did is they came here for the quality of the lifestyle.
Yeah.
That was by far the major factor. And then the two other factors was the quality of our education system, and that it was in English, and the fact that we were a relatively safe and low corruption society. So those were the three factors. And part of our problem is going to be managing population growth driven by immigration when it is high, with those environmental considerations, because we've got the conundrum that when we get people attracted to New Zealand for the quality of our lifestyle, but then we overburden the environment or it has negative environmental impacts, then you're compromising your attractiveness as a country. I mean, I'm just preparing a book at the moment about migrating to New Zealand. We are about as far as you could get from most of the Northern Hemisphere large immigrant source countries that we attract. So why do people come to New Zealand that we're so far away. And very often what we discover is that, first of all, it takes, this is the Jacques Pote research, it takes 12 to 14 years for them to adjust to New Zealand in terms of our labour market. I'm sure we could shorten that. But they don't do as economically as well as they were doing in their home country. So it's a very interesting question, and one that I think we need to consider very carefully, because even though we've got a short-term political negative reaction to immigration, the demography of the OECD means that at some point, even those countries which are experiencing quite significant xenophobia and anti-immigrant politics at the moment are going to have to look at immigration in order to simply people their sectors. Take healthcare. There's not a single country in the OECD that does not now rely on immigrant healthcare workers.
Is there a final question? Is there a problem that's emerging of lack of data, lack of evidence? If we're getting rid of the census, we've got rid of departure cards, is that going to be a problem of identifying some of these issues, Izzy?
As a researcher, I'm going to say absolutely.
Yeah.
I think, so part of the two challenges, so one, yes, data. You need data to do research. If we want to understand where we are, if we want to model where we're going, we really do need good data at the population level. Like, surveys will get you so far, but there are situations where you need to know about everyone. And sort of a corollary to that is we need more research funding. There needs to be the research going on. In New Zealand, compared with similar countries, we fund research abysmally. And this is limiting how much we can know about ourselves. This is limiting, how well we can plan. Policymakers are going out and they're flying blind because there's just not been the research done. It's like, we don't know about this thing, we have to guess. We're doing the best we can with the information that we have, but there are such big knowledge gaps. And I think part of that is the research funding, and I think that is, and obviously the data that support the research, and I think these are both really important things to fill if we're going to be able to, make these good plans that work for us into the future.
If you just very quickly, like fast question, one thing you could ask of the politicians this year, just one practical ask, what would it be? Paul, I'll start with you.
Really to contextualise immigration. I think when we look at productivity in New Zealand, I think at times we've used immigrants as a substitute for investment in productivity gains, particularly in new technology. So please contextualise and put this alongside the other demographic factors that we've talked about.
Okay, good. Tahu.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, mine would be a plug for a long-term, sustainable population plan that brings together all of those elements that we've been talking about at length and situates migration within a broader context of population ageing, Māori and Pacific demographic transitions and structural ageing. I don't think we can continue to see migration as something that sits to the side and battered around every election year.
I think that's a really strong message. Izzy?
To build on that, I think a lot of the issues that New Zealand is dealing with are these really big, hard, long-term issues. And to get traction on those, I think politicians need to look across the aisle. We need to get policies in place that are not going to be flip-flopped back and forth every 3 years. Every time a policy changes, there is so much uncertainty thrown out into the economy. There is so much work that goes on behind the scenes making those changes, and then the government changes, and then the policy changes back. And if we're talking about demographic change, we're talking about immigration, we're talking about the long-term future of the country, we need more certainty. We need a plan that's going to stick. And to not get that flip-flop, you need agreement from both sides of the aisle from the start. And I think our politicians could think a lot more carefully about that. Where can we find agreement? Where can we make changes that will stick?
Does seem to be the theme so far of the day, doesn't it? Like, in a volatile world, more certainty. Just one final thing, Paul, maybe you can quickly clarify this, because I know Jared mentioned immigration, with the primary group that in terms of migrants is coming from India. Is that true, or is it the UK? It's India?
No, pre-COVID it was China, it's now India, and then the Philippines coming up very fast.
Right.
So I think China will drop down.
Right. Good to actually get the facts on the table. Thank you all very much. That was a fascinating discussion. And folks, we're now going to go to lunch. If you can please be back seated at 12:50, so that's 10 to 1, and we will then welcome Barbara Edmonds and give a keynote speech from her, and then we will actually be going straight away into concurrent sessions. So if you can please be back at the tables at 10 to 1. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch, enjoy your chatting and networking, and we'll see you soon. Thank you very much, and please put your hands together for the panel.
Kia ora, ko Roiraka Pai tōku ingoa. I'm studying an MBA at the University of Waikato. I'm also the Deputy Chair of the Tauranga Māori Business Association and the Vice Chair of the Tauranga Business Chamber. Raised in Taumaranui, as a child, I was surrounded by a community of exceptional leaders at home and on the marae. I chose to start my Waikato MBA journey because I knew that I was ready to amplify my leadership capabilities. It has significantly broadened my global perspectives and helped me to evolve into the kind of servant leader who puts the needs of other people first. I feel confident that the Waikato MBA will provide a solid foundation for my future career.
Here at the University of Waikato's Management School, we aim to provide our students with practical, real-world business experiences that will supercharge their future careers. We've built work-integrated learning into all of our bachelor's degrees, known as the wallpaper. Whether you're a small business or a larger company, work-integrated learning will give employers access to tomorrow's talent today. Student interns can provide an extra pair of hands to help with new or ongoing projects and inject an organisation with fresh ideas and business solutions. Students are immersed in an organisation for at least 110 hours, where they are supervised to work on a variety of tasks related to their subject majors. It really is a win-win for everyone.
Our experience from AFCO in terms of engaging with the University of Waikato Management School has been great. I mean, the idea of bringing on young people to learn the business world and the insides and outsides of engaging a business has been a very positive experience, I suppose, for them, but more so for us. I mean, the quality of people that you've sent us are just exceptional. The output that they've produced is also great.
Growing up on a farming background, I knew I was always pretty interested in the primary industry, so that's probably what intrigued me about AFCO. So probably one of the key skills was actually working in like a day-to-day business environment, which is something that like a uni textbook can't teach you.
When I look back on my internship journey, I think that I was a much different person from when I started to where I am here, and the main reason for that is lots of personal development that I got out of it. I got like way more confident working with people, like going into rooms to talk to people directly gave me a lot of confidence, which has helped me in like applying for jobs and feeling a lot better about going into a corporate like world just from uni straight into it. It makes the journey a little bit easier.
My internship has been an invaluable experience. I've gained so many different skills and knowledge and stuff, primarily time management, as well as really developing my confidence, communication skills that are necessary for the workplace. Alongside working within the program team, we also got to sit in finance meetings with the CFO and finance manager, which was a really cool opportunity to be able to see some of the different opportunities within a business and the different career paths that I would be able to take.
In terms of recommending it to other organisations to this is an opportunity I think that you don't want to miss. It's really worth doing. I would do it again and again and again. I'd take on more, in fact, if we could. It provided us as AFCO an opportunity to contribute to the community and be able to offer something back, but equally to provide students with the skills and capabilities around connecting the theory that they might be learning at uni to the practice that happens within the business on a day-to-day basis.
I'd highly recommend this experience to anyone that has the opportunity to do it. You learn so much about yourself and learn so much about the potential workplace that you will eventually enter.
If you'd like to get started, please email msc@waikato.ac.nz.
'cause there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. I know times are
Kia ora everyone. If you'd like to come and take your seats, bring your drinks and any leftover food. There's fruit on the table. Please come and take your seats ready for the next keynote speech, which will be the Honourable Barbara Edmonds. So. Yeah, and I told. Kia ora everyone, come and sit down please at your tables and we'll get started.
Does she need to turn it on or will they turn it on?
They should turn it on. Anyone who's not sitting down by starting. Following this session, as you know, we're having the keynote speech from the Honourable Barbara Edmonds, and then we'll move straight into concurrent sessions. So you will go straight from the session with the Minister, well, the former Minister, and then into the concurrent sessions, which are the MMP and social cohesion, which will be in this room over here, the Kopurua room, and also on the stage, it'll be mental health and social media on stage. So we'll go straight into those concurrent sessions. So think about which one you want to go to now. And a special note for our school groups as well. We'd love you to head over to the Wharenui, which is this way, where Brad Olsen will be joining you. Do they know who you are, Brad? The entire population of New Zealand knows who you are, but he's Brad. And Brad will take you there and you'll have a conversation about his career journey and life beyond the classroom. So come ready to ask him lots of questions. It is my great honour this afternoon to welcome the Honourable Barbara Edmonds, my nearly local MP. And Barbara is, of course, the Labour Party's finance spokesperson and was first elected in 2020, so she has had time as the Minister of Internal Affairs, of Economic Development, of Pacific Peoples, plus she's had associate ministries as well. And before Parliament, Barbara worked as a senior advisor to ministers across successive governments, National and Labour, so you will not hear a bad word about Barbara across the House. And she's a key contributor over the years on legislative reform for after the March the 15th terror attacks, as well as significant role in the government's tax and social policy and small business and COVID policies. In her earlier career, she included policy and legal roles at Inland Revenue and work in the insurance industry, which makes her one of those rare things in Parliament today, a politician who has had a job in the real world outside of politics. She is, I would say, the New Zealand answer to Mark Carney. She is pragmatic, she is respected across the House, you won't hear a bad word against her, as I've said, and she is feared by bullies across the nation and the world. So It is a great pleasure to invite you, Barbara, to the stage. And, you know, I also note that you've got 8 children, and I'm thinking Nicola Willis has 4, so between you that's 12. So at least you can agree on some growth strategy. But anyway, I'm just wondering what on earth you do in your spare time with 8 kids and all the work that you're doing. It is lovely to invite you up onto the stage for a keynote speech. Please put your hands together, please, for the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you so much, Josie, for talking me up. It is an absolute pleasure to be the Member of Parliament for Mana, which will be changing a little bit later this year. Ina mana, ina reo, e rau rangatira mā tēnā koutou. Kei te mihi te kuini nā wai hono I te pō, ki te kāhui ariki hoki. Au te whaatalofa atu ma le wha alo alo, mā lo le soifua maua ma langi e mamā. Just want to acknowledge the University of Waikato for hosting today's forum and to all the organisers for bringing us together. Vice-Chancellor of the Management School, Jennifer, thank you so much. To all the previous politicians who have been here, still here, and will be here later today, acknowledge you as well, and all the local government reps. And to you, the audience, economists, business leaders, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the media, and also big shout out to all our young rangatahi who are here from schools and colleges. I hope you're enjoying the sessions in the last day. I promise I'll bring some politics to spark it up a little bit more for you. The theme of this year's forum, Big Choices for Small Nation, could not be more timely. New Zealand is in a moment of urgency and extraordinary opportunity. As a small country, the choices we make now matter more than ever. When we get decisions right, we can move fast and prosper. When we get them wrong, the consequences do linger a lot longer. The choices we make now won't just shape the next budget or the next election, they will shape the kind of country we become over the next decade and beyond. And those choices aren't just about how fast the economy grows, they're about who benefits from that growth. Because an economy can be growing on paper, but while too many people are going backwards in real life. Growth that pulls at the top while wages lag and essentials rise, that's not success. Economic leadership is about government and communities partnering with business to create wealth that benefits everyone and stays here in New Zealand. Those choices will determine whether our rangatahi and our young people see a future here, whether businesses have the confidence to invest and innovate, and whether older New Zealanders can retire with dignity and security. So today I want to talk about those choices, the short-term choices I believe this government has made and the consequences we are living with, and also the different choices that Labour would make to build an economy that works for everyone. Over the last few months, Labour has set out our first steps of a plan with a clear goal: to realise New Zealand's full potential, more investment, more innovation, more good jobs in every community. Our plan is about backing productive investment, building resilience, and making sure the wealth created in New Zealand works for New Zealanders. I'll talk a little bit more about that plan in a moment, and to our rangatahi, this is where the politics kind of comes in. But first, I'm going to have a look at where we are today. New Zealand should be doing better. We have a skilled workforce, great ideas, and a proud history of innovation. But decades of underinvestment and short-term thinking have held us back. Productivity has stagnated. Wages remain low, despite New Zealanders working some of the longest hours in the world. 2 years ago, Christopher Luxon promised to fix it. Instead, it has gotten worse. The economy is smaller than when he took office. Unemployment is now forecast to be higher and last longer than expected. 165,000 people are out of work and want a job. There are 32,000 fewer jobs now than when they came into office. Wages are not keeping up while the cost of essentials like food and power continue to rise. They are failing on the basics, and New Zealanders feel it and they understand it. They feel it at the petrol pump, they feel it at the checkout, they feel it when they have to dip into their KiwiSaver to make hardship withdrawals to make ends meet. They feel it when they put off seeing a doctor because they can't afford a visit. The government did promise their choices would make life better, and there is a lot of blame being flicked around, including towards us. But they also blame global conditions. The Donald Trump tariffs, international uncertainty, but really anything but their own choices. Let me be clear, the global context absolutely matters. And I do want to recognise Rosemary Banks, who's just come back from the US. But it does not absolve the government's responsibility of their choices. In uncertain times, we need leadership. Yes, the world is volatile. Yes, global markets are uncertain. Yes, the rules-based order we rely on for trade and stability is under pressure. But that is exactly why economic leadership matters, why investment matters. In uncertain times, disciplined public investment isn't reckless. It's how small countries like ours protect themselves and positions their economies to grow. The question must not be whether the government should invest. The question is how and to what purpose. Ask yourselves this: why did Australia, the UK and Japan grow over the last 2 years while our economy went backwards? It's because of choices. Leadership is about setting direction, not standing back and hoping for the best. As a mother of 8, I do know what it means to manage responsibility and make every dollar count. So for the demographics team that was here before, I have played my part. You're not getting any more out of me. When I was growing up, every cent mattered. And I'm going to acknowledge my brother who was in the room, because I think that's important to always acknowledge your family wherever they are. When me and my husband raised our young family on one income, every cent mattered. Right now we have 4 at university and 4 in college. We are halfway there, and every cent matters still. When I was a tax lawyer, working with small businesses throughout the country, every cent mattered. Responsibility isn't about doing nothing. It's about spending wisely and investing in things that last. That's the approach I will take as Minister of Finance. This conversation is about big choices for a small country. It isn't theoretical, it's very real, and it's urgent. We can either continue down a path of drift, leadership with no clear direction and no long-term path, or we can choose a different direction. As you all know and would have heard over the last day, New Zealand does face big and long-term fiscal pressures. An ageing population, rising healthcare costs. More importantly, we're seeing everyday growing risks from climate change and natural disasters. Any responsible government has to be honest about that. Too often when we talk about retirement, the focus is only on New Zealand super and the age. But how people retire is actually far more complex. It depends on whether they own a home, what savings they have, and increasingly how their KiwiSaver supports their income in later life. That's why decisions about retirement should not be made in isolation. Labor has always been the party that will help people plan for their retirement. We are the party that introduced KiwiSaver and the New Zealand Super Fund. Preparing for environmental shocks and the need to adapt to climate change and more natural disasters will also continue to put pressure on future budgets. It was Labor that set aside significant funding for climate resilience and had a plan by working with regional authorities to help it. It was Labor that back in 1945, my dad is of that age, so plenty of you are probably not of that age, but 1945, when Peter Fraser set up the earliest version of the Earthquake Commission. Whether it's when I met with some large reinsurers in 2004 in the UK, they confirmed their confidence in reinsuring New Zealand because we have the Natural Hazards Commission and GNS Science. That's despite New Zealand being second in the world for costs because of natural disasters. Whether it's helping secure our retirement, helping Kiwis afford healthcare, or preparing for increasing climate shocks, Labor has always again been looking ahead and preparing for a stronger future. But now we need to go further, and once again, this is where our vision and our plan comes in. Labor's plan starts with a simple idea. If we want a future made in New Zealand, we must invest in New Zealand. When our parents came from Samoa in the 70s, like so many migrant families, they came to give their children a better life. They sweated on factory floors so we could have a better start. Like every parent, I want a better future for my kids. I know that's what many of you here want as well. That's why one of our first big steps is the New Zealand Future Fund. The Future Fund will back Kiwi innovation, support high-skilled jobs, and ensure wealth created here stays here. It will help to deal with the access to capital issue, which is one of the other causes of our low productivity, and to support businesses and industries that create real wealth, real jobs, and help grow the economy. The New Zealand I see is full of talent, ingenuity, and ambition. But years of underinvestment have left too many great Kiwi ideas without support, and too much of our wealth flowing offshore. For too long, the rewards of growth have flowed to those who already have assets, while those who rely on wages carry the risk. That's not because New Zealanders aren't working hard enough. It's because the system has slowly been tilted towards and deliberately away from work and towards wealth. When effort and contribution aren't rewarded properly, outcomes become entrenched. People move away from the institutions that help with social cohesion, and opportunity narrows. A future Labour economy looks like a government that sees a clear direction and investment in the country and takes responsibility for the outcomes, investment flowing into productive industries, innovation, clean energy and advanced manufacturing, and work that pays well enough to thrive, not just survive. But no country reaches its potential through property speculation, and no modern economy grows by locking wealth into existing assets instead of building new ones. That's why in my first budget as the Finance Minister, I will introduce a simple targeted capital gains tax on profits made from investments in commercial property. The family home will be exempt, the farm will be exempt, KiwiSaver shares, business assets, inheritance and personal belongings will be exempt. 9 out of 10 New Zealanders won't pay a cent, and everyone will benefit from a stronger economy. They will benefit as we help to shift money from speculation into productivity, to help move money to innovation, skills in the industry that lifts wages and builds our future. As a Finance Minister, I also give you this commitment. Every dollar raised will be ring-fenced to rebuild our health system, including 3 free doctor's visits a year for every New Zealander. Healthcare costs will continue to be one of the largest lines of government expenditure. Investing in prevention through universal access to primary healthcare will reduce the pressure on those future costs, because when 1 in 6 people can't afford to see a doctor, we are holding our country back. Because when access to healthcare depends on incomes, outcomes become unequal and potential is lost before it is even realised. Universal access isn't just being compassionate, it's actually economically smart. A country where everyone can stay healthy is a country where everyone can contribute. As Finance Minister, I will also focus on lifting investment into technology. That's another cause of our low productivity in our country. Because New Zealand punches above its weight on innovation, but actually invests far less into research and development and uplift in technology than almost every other developed country. Look at the video gaming sector, world-class, growing fast, employing thousands of young Kiwis in high school, high-wage work who actually want to stay here. That's exactly the kind of industry we should be backing, which is why Labor has also extended the gaming sector rebate so more jobs can be created here at home. A strong economy is not just measured by numbers on a chart, but whether people are getting ahead, where the families feel secure, where children are able to learn in school, healthy, fed, and with shoes on their feet, where the businesses have confidence to invest, where you start doesn't determine where you finish, whether the wealth we create stays here and lifts everyone. This is the standard we should hold ourselves to as a nation, and that's the standard I intend to deliver as the Minister of Finance. Not growth for growth's sake, but growth that makes life better for everyone. Labor governments have always built institutions that secure New Zealand's future. KiwiSaver, the Super Fund, Kiwi Bank, Working for Families, the Earthquake Natural Hazards Commission. We understand that leadership means thinking beyond the next election, advocating for the values we hold as a nation, and acting in the interest of future generations. Our best days aren't behind us. They're ahead if we choose to back ourselves. So when we talk about big choices for a small nation, what we're really talking about is the direction and the leadership that we need. Drift or leadership, speculation or productivity, short-term political fixes or a future worth investing in. Labor is ready to make those choices and to work with all of you to build an economy that works for everyone. A future made in New Zealand, by New Zealanders, for New Zealanders. Ngā mihi nui, thank you very much, ia manuele soifua.
Thank you very much, Barb. That was really interesting, and a lot of questions have been coming through, so clearly the audience is engaging. So one of the things I want to touch on first is this idea of certainty. Certainty for the market, certainty for communities, certainty for households. Doesn't that inevitably mean we need to move to more bipartisan agreements on the really key long-term issues that affect us?
An excuse to Brad Olsen. We've had this conversation today, so you might not like my answer, Brad. When I worked for the Inland Revenue Department, I worked in a particular unit, one of the units I worked in, which provided the Commissioner's determination of tax law and how it applies across New Zealand. The reason why we had a central unit within Inland Revenue is because some parts of the country might treat tax law differently. And when I worked in the policy unit of IRD, the number one thing that we were constantly aware of is certainty. Businesses want certainty. Families want certainty. You know, Ma and Pa want to know they've got a job the next day to be able to put food on the table. So there has been a really big call for bipartisanship. And I think what many New Zealanders saw, especially at the beginning of this term, was sort of the stopping, pausing and reviewing of infrastructure projects. I don't know if any of you have been to Sydney quite recently. They've got some really nice things over in Sydney, including public transport lines. But ultimately, when I became the infrastructure spokesperson for Labor in March, in the first couple of years, it was really clear to me that we are too small of a country to have the flip-flops that we do in infrastructure. And all different governments have been guilty of it. Hence why, despite some aversion from some people, I signed a blueprint around public-private partnerships because I wanted to say this is where Labour wants to provide greater certainty. This is the framework and the criteria in which we will agree to. And also, by the way, these are the assets where we don't believe a PPP is suitable for. Bit of pressure on both sides around that, but I thought it was important because I knew this government was going to try and do as many PPPs as they could. I knew that it was important to have that sit-down conversation with Chris Bishop and say, look, I want to help. I understand how difficult this is. So ultimately, bipartisanship, when it comes at a political level, will really depend on who the players are. But I've tried my part. I'm committed to trying to help provide certainty. And as much as my good mate, who's a very good economist, would say, you know, politics is politics. And yes, politics is politics. But I don't know how you feel, but I'm pretty tired of it. I'm pretty tired because when I have people every day coming up to me in Porirua, grabbing my arm and saying, you have to win because I can't feed my kids. Politics needs to step aside for a moment and actually talk to people in the real world and understand that uncertainty does not help our community. And until all boats are lifted, we're not going to get in a position as a country to be able to keep thriving and growing in the way that we want to.
Thank you for that. So let's talk more about politics. You've set out some of the things you want to do. As Minister of Finance, your party will come out with more policies in due course. Then you'll have to wrestle with the fact that we seem to, or we're likely to have some form of coalition, whoever wins. And coalition politics involves compromise and it involves not getting everything that you might like. How will you wrestle with that?
First of all, if you haven't met my boss, Chris Hipkins, he's not a pushover. So that's the first thing, is having a leader of a major party who is really firm in what their values, what they stand for, and making those key decisions. I worked in the 2017 to 2020 Labour, New Zealand First, and Greens coalition government. We knew who the boss was. That was Jacinda Ardern. And ultimately, it comes down to, yes, you've got to compromise. Yes, you've got to make your coalition agreements really clear as to where you're going to compromise and where you're going to get support. But again, this is part of my comment about politics. It all comes back to people. The relationships that you have with those other people in the other party, you should be able to sit down at the same table and have a conversation, for goodness sakes. And if you lose that ability, if we lose that ability as a country, as politicians and as Kiwis, then man, we've gone backwards. But ultimately, that's what it comes down, is those relationships that you keep within a coalition. And yes, New Zealand First might have a particular view on toilets, for example. But at the same time, we agree on a future fund. The Labour Party and New Zealand First agree on a future fund. So you can have a different range of views, but ultimately it comes back to people, keeping those relationships and being clear what your expectations are and those boundaries. And when you're the leader, the buck stops with you.
Got it. Okay, let's talk about another perennial election year issue of state asset sales. Some of our state-owned assets, for example, one of our correspondents here references New Zealand Post, generate 90% of their revenue from commercial. Why have it as a state-owned enterprise? Why not flick it?
If you are in a community like Kapiti, which has seen the loss of 3 postal shops, that's why. When you have in Kapiti, which is part of my electorate, which has one of the oldest demographics in the whole country, they depend on postal services to be able to walk to a close post shop and be able to do their business. Ultimately, for us, it's around the essentials and the necessities that we believe as a Labour Party that a government should have some control of, some influence of, or some ownership of. So there are core state assets which we believe we should have either ownership or control of. And also, we've learnt from the past. We've learnt, apparently when the state got rid of, sold off its power companies, power was meant to be cheaper. Power has gone up 17.9% in the last 2 years. So, we've learnt We do adjust, you adjust with the times, but ultimately we believe there are some core things that we should hold on to as a nation.
Hold on to 100%? Would you ever rule out partial sales?
Well, that's partly why you have the different Crown entities and different state-owned enterprises and the way that they're structured. So there is sometimes where we own 51%, sometimes where we own probably 95%. So it's different for different assets.
Okay. You talked a lot about health, but one of our biggest costs, health is a huge cost, but one of our biggest costs is superannuation. How do you think about that for the future when all of our children are going to be pretty burdened supporting us?
I've met with a number of rangatahi recently, including ones in political parties, and I've said to, and when I ask them, well, what's the issue that matters to you, and they do talk a lot about student living costs. They talk about some of the things that matter to them, like conversion therapy, rainbow rights, that sort of thing. I've said to them, the one thing I need you to turn your mind to, because the adults currently are in the room, they're talking about your retirement. I need you as young people, especially within our party, because we've got a big youth base, I need you to be actively part of that conversation to say, what are your expectations as a young person who's going to retire? And I touched on it in the speech. It's not just about the retirement age. It's not just about income testing. It's actually about the full retirement framework and the system in itself. Because we have reducing home ownership in New Zealand. Māori and Pacific people in particular, are some of the lowest home ownership rates in New Zealand. My parents were lucky, they had, before Mum died, they bought a house that provided security for me and my whānau when Mum died and Dad had to go on the benefit, and when it came to his retirement, he could sell his house. You need to think about KiwiSaver. Do contributions need to increase? That's a question which I'm actively asking a lot of people. Can we afford contributions to increase, And I think the answer should be yes. But it's hard right now to see past today when you're struggling to put food on the table for a lot of people. So I've always said I'm open to that retirement discussion with the National Party. But it's bigger than just the Labour and the National Party. It requires our youth to be engaged around what their expectations are of us adults now when it comes to that policy decision making. It requires, because we are an MMP environment, that parties come to the table too, not just the two big ones. And it also requires for us looking at those different settings around home ownership, around savings, around investment, and making sure that the settings around them are also allowing people to save for their retirement.
Okay. From retirement to infrastructure, you've talked about investing and how that has been one of the things that other nations have chosen to do and are better off for it. How will we pay for it? Borrowings, tax raises, where's the money coming from?
We need all different ways to pay for it. Labour, again, with our position around PPPs, we don't believe that for the areas or the assets where the government has a fiduciary duty that we should that the government should be in full control and ownership of it. But, it will require external investment, it will require government investment, it will require local investment as well. When I'm talking to a number of the big investors, including our New Zealand investors, such as the super fund, Guardians of the Super Fund, ACC, KiwiSaver providers, one of the common things that they're saying to me is, yeah, we know New Zealand has a pipeline, and a pipeline that's currently being filled by the Infrastructure Commission. We know New Zealand has a pipeline, but the government is coming to us and saying, we want you to bid for this project as a PPP. That's the government calling the shots. They said, if you actually said to us, this is the pipeline, can we have a look at which projects, and we package it in a certain way so that we can bid back to you. So in some ways unsolicited, but solicited because you're asking them. They say that's a much easier way for us to be able to say, we'll invest in this, because the way that the certain projects and the way the contracts will be made, much easier for us to say we'll invest in New Zealand. So I've heard that from a couple of investors, because they're saying, the government's saying it has to be a PPP, or it has to be an alliance, or it has to be this. But actually they're saying, show us what the projects are. We've got lots of capital, we're happy to spend it in New Zealand, but we need certain things to line up in order to do that, and we could do that if it was this project, or this project. a different way of thinking about it, but also something that, now that it's been raised with me, I'm having a look at actually how do we propose those projects to investors.
Okay. You spent a lot of time, and rightly so, talking to businesses in the last 3 years. A lot of time in Auckland, a lot of time engaging with big and small businesses to understand their concerns. What do they say to you, and how has that changed over this time period?
I'm actually really grateful to the number of businesses who've opened up their doors to me. And I think ultimately I've found the most common denominator is they just want the best for the country. When I used to first meet with them, I used to ask them this question, what's the worst thing that Labour can do for your business or your sector? So they kind of would tell me, and I'd keep a list. And I said, the reason why I'm asking that question is so I can keep a list as Labour goes towards its policy development process. If there's something that's really bad for your business, then we will come back and talk to you. So that was a really, really key thing for them. And those discussions have happened since then in areas where we don't agree. More recently, I've been asking them, the question is, what is this government doing good? Because, it's easy when you're a Labour politician to be surrounded by people that vote for Labour that tell you, these are all the bad things. But actually, I want to hear from business what's actually going good and what they don't want to see changed. So that brings a different way and a different angle of looking at it as well. So ultimately, though, I think it goes back to that certainty. They want certainty of law. They want certainty of application of law. So ultimately, what I've said to businesses, where we do disagree with the government, you'll know very clearly. And where we do agree, you'll know very clearly. And a really big part of that will be the fiscal plan that'll come out after budget this year.
And what do you say to business who say, as many have to me, and I'm sure they have to you, I don't mind paying more tax for social services. I accept my part in this. But we're not sure we trust politicians of any colour with what to do with that extra money. So if I'm prepared to invest in the care and well-being of my fellow citizens, I want to know you're going to do a good job of that. I want to know you're going to be a good steward.
And that's why you vote. Or, if you're really keen, run to be a politician yourself, And ultimately, the Labour Party has different values from the National Party. The National Party has different values from the ACT Party. The ACT Party has definitely different values from the Green Party. But ultimately, this is where your vote is so important and why you choose. No party's going to get it perfect. Let's be absolutely honest. No party is going to get it perfect. The real problem comes when parties are in and then they're out and then things flip upside down and then you start from square one and we don't get to build the nice things that actually our country deserves.
Okay, just a question. We had your good friend Minister Willis here this morning, and one question I didn't get a chance to ask her was, it's always usual as a National Party Minister of Finance to be criticised by the left. She has also experienced quite a lot of criticism from the right.
Oh, yeah.
How do you think about that as a Labour prospective Minister of Finance about that? Are you and National moving closer together? What's happening here?
I've said it in other forums that I will always have respect for the Minister of Finance. Like Josie said, Nicola's got 4 kids, I've got 8. That's a rowing squad right there, And as 2 female leaders in the financial sector, including actually some of our bank CEs as well, and our female, we're a rare breed. So I will be always respectful of her in that case. We definitely do not agree with lots of the stuff that she does. But you would have seen quite recently there's a modern slavery bill, which Camilla Bellich and Greg Fleming, who was an MP, both MPs in Auckland, they basically came together on an issue to basically put a line in the sand and say, well, New Zealand doesn't stand for modern slavery. Here's a bill which National and Labour will support by getting over 60% of the House to avoid the members, the tin, and go straight into introduction. So there are areas where we can agree. Bloody hard work though, I'll be honest. It is hard work to get agreement in some places. And again, Sometimes you had to compromise. Both Greg and Camilla had to compromise in some spaces. But ultimately, when things actually really matter, like modern slavery and New Zealand's position in the world saying we don't actually stand for that, that's where you can get some movement.
Switching now to tax law, which is back to the future for you. As a Minister of Finance, how would you like to change the tax system? You've talked about capital gains tax. One of the great things about for business in New Zealand is we've got one of the simplest tax regimes in the world. How would you keep it that way while still developing some principles that fit your agenda?
So with tax, one, you have to constantly amend it because things change. So that's why you'll see in any government legislation there's usually 2 or 3 tax bills a year. It's quite important that tax legislation stays up with modern practice. I remember one of the things that I changed was cloud computing storage to allow New Zealanders to keep their records in the cloud, which was offshore, because before that you weren't allowed to keep your records offshore. So one is tax is always dynamic and it's always changing because commerce changes, and so it needs to stay up to date with that. My personal opinion is I've always believed in a broad-based low rate when it comes to tax. You know, having a broader base so that you can keep taxes lower, that's sort of a principle that IRD and a lot of OECD countries stand upon, but their tax systems are way more complex than ours. Ultimately, in some ways, capital gains tax has said, well, actually specifically for land, that's not a broad base, specifically for land, we're going to tax the capital, but that's because there are other reasons why we want to tax land in that way. So again, only 9 out of 10 New Zealanders will be subject to a capital gains tax. I have to say that every time, because some of the myths. But ultimately, you have the usual way in which you design tax policy: efficiency, cohesion, vertical and horizontal equity. It has to be, and again, administration is a massive aspect of it. It has to be simple. People have to understand it, because we have a self-assessment country and you want people to comply. So always keeping an eye out on what IRD is currently doing with the government, because a lot of that is from tax program work that would have carried on from the previous government or not. And do want to acknowledge my good friend David Parker, who is here. I think he's previous Minister of Revenue and also somebody who brought in some really good pieces around legislation around taxation and information. So you've got to stay on top of tax all the time. But the one tax policy that we've said to the nation is we introduce, if you vote for us, we're doing a targeted simple capital gains tax.
So just talk about targeting in a different way. For example, 3 free GP visits. Should that only be for a portion of society who can't afford 3 free, to visit the doctor 3 times a year? What's the benefit of giving some people who would do it anyway?
So I talked about it in the speech around why we believe in universalism when it comes to healthcare, is that ultimately a healthy person in the community comes back, you get the added benefits that people are able to work and that people are able to run their businesses. 1 in 6 New Zealanders can't afford to see their doctor. And so ultimately for us is, yes, we've come out as a universal policy for healthcare, but that's because that's the values that we believe in as a Labour Party. It's also the values in which the first Labour government under Sir Michael Joseph Savage, which set up the social welfare system, that should be universal, because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. And sometimes, like for example, my own family, when Mum died when I was 4 and my brother was 6, it happened. And so my dad was fortunate. He had the safety nets of a welfare system that meant that he could bring up 4 children, 3 of whom became the head boy, head girl of their school, all tertiary educated, all own a home, all in relationships, have children. You know, it's simple stuff like that, which is why I said it shouldn't be how you start, it's how you finish. So ultimately for us, for healthcare, that's one of those key values for the Labour Party, is that it should be universal.
Okay. You talked in your speech about wages having not kept up with other forms of wealth accumulation. New Zealand's a country of small to medium-sized businesses, hugely.
What do you say to the small business owner who says, I'm just barely making it, I've hung on for the last 3 years, I can't afford wages to go up? How do you balance those needs?
Yeah, and it's their choice, right? I mean, obviously the government made the decisions that they did around the minimum wage increases that they've made. Obviously we don't agree with them because we do think that they should be a bit higher. And businesses will, like the businesses I've known for a long, long time, they adapt to the circumstances that were put before them. Probably what I observe, and I don't know whether there's any research around that, but I did notice that after COVID, so sorry to take everyone back and re-traumatise you, but you would have seen a lot of businesses, labour, actually getting labour was really difficult. There was a really difficult labour market because we needed workers and there wasn't enough. It was high unemployment. Probably what I saw, particularly in the first kind of part of this, the recession, was seeing actually businesses were holding on to their staff. They were really holding on to their staff, and I think part of that was because of a reflection of what had happened during COVID is when you let go of people when things pick up, you're going to need your staff. So I don't know whether there's any research around whether that was any truth in that, but I did notice that as things got tougher and tougher, businesses go through the sort of mechanical way, okay, how do I cut costs? Do I make sure I cook only 5 scones rather than 8 scones because I know the demand is reduced? How do I use the I'm using a cafe as an example. How do I use the leftover from this particular meal, turn it into something that I can sell the next day? And then generally, okay, where is the custom coming from? Where's the demand? During what hours? Okay, can I cut down hours for my worker? So they go through that logical sort of map as to how to bring down costs. So we are the Labour Party, Labour. We always are pro-workers' rights. We were basically established on the foreshore of Petone seabed on basically a mining march. This is Labour. So ultimately, this is where we will have disagreements with the government. But I have a lot more understanding and faith in businesses that they know what to do in order to reduce their costs and bring things down to ultimately what I've seen is holding on to their workers as much as they can.
Sure. So you were here for part of the economic panel, I think, and Jared Kerr from Kiwi Bank talked about let's not panic about our debt level, our balance sheet is fine, we can increase debt to GDP. And also he said that not quite that AI will take care of inflation, but something around that. What do you think of both those things?
Yeah, but I'm sorry, Jared, I wasn't here. Our plane was delayed coming from Wellington this morning. But it's so easy politically to say wasteful spending, high debt. And it's very easy, again, when you are a voter and you are trying to make ends meet, and I know some of our people now in this room might not be in that situation, but there's a lot of people that are in that situation. You're thinking about the today and the things that you need to do to get stuff on the table. So when you hear a promise like, promise you $250 tax cut, really easy to take that route. When you hear a politician say wasteful spending, really easy to believe it. But on the other side, it's really hard for a party to also explain, well, yes, that $60 billion that we spent during COVID, most of it went out with wage subsidies to keep people connected to their job. Some of it went on small business cash flow loan scheme. Some of it went on the COVID leave scheme. It's like, that's like 5 sentences versus 1 soundbite of wasteful spending. So ultimately, when it comes to where Labour will fall on, around where we believe our debt levels are, we'll set that out as part of our fiscal plan. But, it's really good to hear that in a forum like this, you do have people who are not political and who actually do this for a living, being able to either provide assurance or provide a quite free and frank assessment of where our economy is and how we can use our balance sheet better.
Okay. Here's an interesting one. Would you ever consider a grand coalition with National?
I said I was sick of politics. It's hard. Let's be real frank. It's hard. We believe in different things. We probably believe we want a better New Zealand, but we have different roads and ways that we approach it. I think you have to see a coalition between the National Party and the Labour Party on issues. but I can't see it in my political lifetime, a grand coalition between the National and Labour Party. I can see us agreeing on things, on particular issues like the Modern Slavery Bill, but I can't see it. Yeah.
You talked about minor parties, and we've got a debate later on MMP and has it fulfilled its promise. What's your view? Has MMP led to more choice for voters, better policy?
Now, I'm going to sound really stink, but I was young when MMP came in, so I wasn't quite of the age where to have understood all the policy decisions and sort of the policy arguments as to why you have MMP. What I do believe in, though, is that you need strong, diverse representation of our communities in New Zealand in Parliament. Otherwise, you're just going to have the same thinking, the same voices, and it's not going to basically work. When you saw with the last session, the demographics of New Zealand is really changing. And in 30 years' time, it's going to be a lot browner and a lot more diverse. So ultimately, MMP, it was democratically voted in. And I'm sure when it gets to the point where New Zealand perhaps is sick of it, they'll vote it back out. But that's a conversation you need to have with New Zealanders. And two, I like the fact that there is diversity within our parliament, because maybe 20, 30 years ago, that's when we had our first Pacific MP, but it was just one person. And now we've had up to 10 in the last 6 years. Now we're going to have 6, but unfortunately they're all in our team, and Labour team, or on the opposition side of the House, and one with the Greens. But I think it makes us stronger in New Zealand if we have a diverse parliament, and given the demographics change, it's going to happen anyway. So we might as well be prepared for it.
So, talking about constitutional levers, other countries have longer terms. UK 5 years, we've got 3. Any benefit do you see in a longer constitutional term?
Yeah, I've seen it as a policy maker as well, and also as an advisor. You do see having longer term, this is my personal view, I think 4 years is possibly right, and that's my personal view, it's not the view of the party. But the reason why I express that personal view is because ultimately it's up to everyone in this room, plus the other 5 million people outside of this room. If they're ready for it and it gets put on the table, then they will vote for it. But I do, from a policy perspective, do see absolute benefits in the 4-year term.
Let's go to energy now. I've got a few questions on energy costs. Talked about power bills earlier. It is an increasing part of the household budget. How would the party think about energy costs, think about renewables?
Yeah, so in 2023, when the government came in, there was 2 quite big initiatives which they had basically repealed. One was the GIDI Fund. The GIDI Fund was to help businesses transition from fossil fuels to more renewable energies. And the second one was we started work on the high gas users. So there is a percentage of New Zealand business and in some sectors that are high users of gas. And we know that gas as an energy source was reducing. It was really difficult to find. They hadn't found a new source of offshore gas in 20 years. So we were starting to plan what that transition looks like for those high gas users. Those 2 policies were basically taken away by this government. This is where bipartisanship does come in, especially given that we've had a couple of dry years. In August last year, Megan Woods had written to the Energy Minister, Simon Watts, saying, we need a bipartisan energy strategy. Here's my offer. Let's work together. I don't think she got a response to that letter. But ultimately, for us, Labour, we do want more renewable energy. We want to bring power costs down. We are very, very aware of what happens in a dry year and what that does to energy prices. We also want to help those high users to transition. We want to help the government with an energy strategy. We still have time if we need to. But ultimately, you'll hear a bit more around what our specific policies are around renewable energy and energy a little bit later this year. So you'll just have to wait.
Cool. Next time I must get Barb to announce a policy at the forum. It would be great.
This is my first time here, so thanks for the invitation.
That's right. So, final question about your opponents, as it happens. Minister Chris Bishop, who I know you know well, has made no secret of the fact that he thinks house prices should go down. Others of his party have clearly a different view. Where do you sit?
Yeah, I think house prices should be stable. And what does stable mean? You don't want huge fluctuations in increases, you don't want huge fluctuations in drop in house prices. The reason why I say that is because, again, housing is an important part of the retirement picture. So people invest in housing thinking that it's going to, appreciate over time. And obviously, recent market, put aside COVID and kind of what happened in those years, overall, it's, I think it was a Treasury forecast when we were doing the capital gains tax modelling. We went with quite a conservative 3% as for house prices growing. So I want them to be stable because actually housing is such an important part, for one, for Kiwis, because they need a roof over their heads, but two, for planning for retirement.
Fantastic. We'll leave it there. Labour spokesman for Finance, Barb Edmonds, thank you so much. Great.
Thank you, Barbara. That was wonderful, and Jen, great facilitating. Tough questions. What stuck out for me in that conversation, Barbara, was you managed to get the tension between our desire for certainty, which appears to be the word of the forum so far, and the need for contest of ideas. And I know Graham Scott is in the audience. A number of times I've heard you say, Graham, the problem with our public sector is there's just not enough robust debate where we're worried too much about offending each other. So I think that tension is something that will help us to get to the right decisions. And if I look back, KiwiSaver, you mentioned, Barbara, super fund, infrastructure, and on the right, John Key's asset sales, TPP. Remember the TPPA versus the TPP? There's a whole lot of stuff that was highly political at the time where we have actually reached a lot of consensus that these things are good for the country. So we can get that consensus, and I think you summed that up perfectly. We don't really want a grand coalition because we want to keep having that contest of ideas. So we're now going to move into these two concurrent sessions, the mental health and social media, which will be on the main stage, and then the MMP and social cohesion, which will be in the Kupuroa room just over here. And can I just say to the young students going into the wharenui, that is behind here, Brad will be taking you into there. Make sure you take your shoes off. And we'll all come back here for afternoon tea. So please take your positions, whichever forum you want to go to, and those of us doing the social media debate and discussion, please come up to the stage now. Thank you. as we know, social media is woven into every piece of our modern life, isn't it? And so also are the arguments on the impact of social media on mental health. So either it's everything everywhere is the fault of Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, whatever, and they should carry health warnings. And I must say the sort of unsmiling, dead fisheye photos of the likes of Mark Zuckerberg don't help, where he looks like he's just instructed his men to kill everyone in the village. There are many also who would argue that this is a ticking time bomb. Yes, it is increasing anxiety and depression, but the claims are overblown and the evidence is mixed as to the harm that it causes. So there are mixed views, and the panel here today will represent those views so we can have a good discussion about it. I have Nick Agar here, Professor Nick, who is at the University of Waikato, obviously, and Professor of Ethics. No pressure. A lot of pressure, actually. And also Nick specialises in how digital innovation is reshaping what it means to be human beings. Anna Kersen in the middle, who was formerly the Global Chief Product Officer at Xero and has since appointed to the Kiwi Bank's board in 2023, I think, and co-chairs the charity Before 16, which is banning social media before 16. And many other things. And Damien Grant, a unique position of having his own podcast, so you have a unique view of the impact of social media. Business owner, of course, columnist. Since 2010, he's been a national columnist in several papers and platforms, the Herald on Sunday, National Business Review, and of course now Stuff. So, first of all, maybe if I come to you, Anna, define social media. What isn't it? Is it messenger services? Is it,
Well, I think there's been a lot of debate about coming up with a list, and as we know, things are moving so quickly. I think it would be foolish to come up with a definitive list and say, great, let's draw a line under that, we're done. I think when we look at harm, there are three things that happen on platforms that cause harm that sit under that umbrella of social media, and that's things like algorithmic amplification, where, as a user, you have a specific algorithm that's following you, filling your feed with things that are shaping your behaviour. The second thing is monetization of attention, and that's the whole attention economy, right? So someone is making money of the fact that you're engaged because of those algorithms. And then the third thing is that essentially you've got public and private messaging. So for a child, an adult halfway across the world can reach out and start messaging you uninvited. And so it's really about defining those three things, and we could talk a lot more, but we won't have enough time today about the introduction of AI companions and how we need to start looking at that too.
But Messenger, WhatsApp, I'm thinking of this sort of messenger services, would you count them under that umbrella of harm?
There's no doubt that that is harmful, but when you think about messaging on platforms, you've got these social media platforms recommending adults to young children. You should be friends with X, you should follow Y. And so I think that's the difference between a WhatsApp versus Instagram or a TikTok or a Snapchat.
Damien, do we always have a sort of moral panic about new technology? I remember in the 80s there was a huge panic about the impact of arcade machines and Pac-Man on our brains. So to just play devil's advocate here, is there something there? I think Plato worried about the invention of writing because we'd actually forget things, our memories would disappear. And in fact, who in this audience knows the second verse to the national anthem? So, Plato was right. But are we having a sort of moral panic about new technology again?
I'm not going to play the devil's advocate. I am going to be the devil in this situation.
So surprised.
After World War II, there was a massive panic about comic books. And there was Senate hearings about how comic books were corrupting the youth. We got over comic books, and then the next one was Dungeons and Dragons. And there was a book in 1954 about how Dungeons and Dragons were leading people in towards satanic orders. Complete nonsense. We got over that, and then there was violent video games. And video games were resulting in mass shootings all the bits and pieces. The one thing that has been a constant, at least since the Second World War, and this is possibly back towards Plato, is that the older generations panic and fret about what the younger generations are doing. So yes, the issues about social media is absolutely a moral panic. And I think the evidence that social media is generating all of this harm is very thin on the ground. There isn't a lot there.
We'll come to the evidence, but do you accept, I mean, I know you've got a 12-year-old son, I think. Do you accept that there is harm, there is some harm that as a result of some social media?
I do know that I don't like it when my son sits there and watches Instagram Reels or whatever he's doing. And that does force me to, what's that thing where you look after your child? Parenting, that's it. That forces me into parenting, right? So I read him books. We're now currently, he's got a challenge of reading one book a month, and currently we're reading the stories of Percy Jackson. God help me. But that's, so yes, I think it's possible that there is harm, but then I'm mindful that my parents and grandparents also believed that my reading comic books was harmful, and they were wrong.
And we'll come back to the evidence, contradictory evidence of that. But Nick, there is a case to be made, isn't there, that TV didn't make us stupid in the old days, but it helped. And when it comes to bad behaviour, us humans are pretty good at doing it ourselves without the help of tools. Do you see social media as particularly harmful compared to these other pieces of new technology over the ages?
The answer is no, but it's certainly harmful because everything's harmful. I mean, everything's both awesome and harmful, and it's a matter of
getting very Buddha there. That's very,
well, but it's true. But it's awesome, but it can be harmful.
Right.
I mean, if you drink too much water very rapidly, you can die. And so it's important to be aware that this very wonderful thing, which is social media, which could be so fucking awesome, is actually being, there's this thing called Meta. I mean, it's a business. I mean, I think we've been talking about money here, and New Zealand likes, we need some money. We're giving all our fucking money away to Meta.
Stop swearing.
I'm a humanities academic, and I give...
It shows.
My university gives all of its money to academic publishing businesses. So that's why you have to shut down humanities faculties, because we just choose to give money away. So why can't we actually say, well, Meta, you make a lot of money off us, and yeah, showing violent pornography to kids, that's engaging. And it may be harmful, and we would like you to attend to the content that you show. And we would like you to say, look, you're not poor. You're not poor. So
where is the evidence that Facebook has violent pornography? That's a big claim.
Oh, there is well-documented evidence that
there is violent pornography on Facebook.
Absolutely. There is evidence that, especially for young children, Mark Zuckerberg is in court at the moment facing a lot of families because, they were served up pro-suicide videos, and then they were shown through videos how to create the noose that eventually, they hung themselves with. Self-harm, eating disorders. TikTok can identify if you're predisposed to an eating disorder, and then within 24 hours, you're 4,000% more likely to be served up a toxic eating disorder video. The case for, is there evidence that there is harm with social media? I'm sorry, but it's now irrefutable. It's clear.
Okay, it is not irrefutable. Let's come back to the eating disorder, because you circulated some analysis on exactly that point. And I read the article that you circulated. There was, I think, 3 or 4 very small studies. I think one of them had 78 essentially self-reporting analysis on people in Italy. There was about 220 children in the United States, and the causation correlation in that study was very weak. There was 229 children in Belgium, and the analysis there found that there was no evidence between engagement with those sorts of things and eating disorders. And the authors of that article themselves were not in favour of prohibition. So when you say it is irrefutable that there is a link, that there is evidence of harm on social media, respectfully, I disagree. I don't think that the evidence is conclusively there that you can say that engagement with social media by under 16-year-olds leads to harm. I reject the underlying assumption that you are basing this on.
Anna, can I ask you, and you can respond to that, definitely, but is the issue for you about age, and do you see an intrinsically bad thing about social media? So in other words, do you see, I asked Damien if he sees the harm in social media, do you see the good in social media? And is this really just an issue for you about age and of access?
Yeah, look, it's a great question. And just to go back to, I guess, harm, there are categories of harm. And there's very direct and conspicuous harm, and I'm talking about sextortion, drug dealers, pedophiles grooming kids online, etc. And then if you zoom out, you see globally, since the introduction of social media on smartphones, this growth amongst young children, again, eating disorders, anxiety, depression, self-harm, etc. And so there is no other, this has been discussed and discussed and discussed, there is no other body of evidence that says, oh, that correlation can be put down to something else. It's very clear that if you draw a line, when social media was put onto smartphones, that this harm started occurring en masse. And if you go out and talk to school teachers, if you go out and talk to emergency room paediatricians throughout New Zealand, they will tell you in the last 10 years they have seen this hockey stick growth.
But what do you see as the good?
So I think, and let's come back to your initial question about age. I'm not saying ban the internet, and I'm not saying ban social media. Let's be really clear. What I'm saying is, for young kids, if you take it down to science and you look at the brain, for young kids, the limbic system is still it's an overdrive, right? And we talked about this earlier, the prefrontal cortex just isn't there, the brakes. And so overstimulation, comparison, these dopamine feedback loops all add to addiction at a time where kids' brains are still really developing, and it's very hard for them to understand and have a sense of what is real versus,
I get that, but what I'm trying to get to is, I grew up without social media, and my life wasn't better because of it, right? So if I wanted to find something out, I had to go and knock on Mrs. Barnes's door and try and find her Encyclopedia Britannica. If I was travelling around with friends, I grew up in Europe, travel around on Interrail with no phone or access or anything. There's so many ways in which now my son's just been to America. I can literally find out exactly what bar he's in Dallas, and I can follow him. And my daughter lives overseas. She can phone me up and go, which mints shall I buy in the shop, Mum? There's a whole lot of ways in which our lives and our relationships are better, right?
Yeah. So look again,
and Nick, I'll come to you next to get your view on that.
Yeah, and again, we are not saying ban the internet. There is I come from tech. I had a very successful career in tech. I understand tech. But when you create this toxic combination of children's brains who are not developed yet, these algorithms that start comparing them from a performative perspective against one another, the impact of that is extremely harmful. And so it's about saying, hey, those helpful things doesn't have to be, social media, because the things that you were talking about don't have an algorithm attached to them. They don't have a stranger contacting your child from across the world uninvited. And so when we think about moral panic, moral panic is fear without evidence. And I think when we look back at TV and video games, Pac-Man, that was pretty passive content, right? You chose when you wanted to see it and what you wanted to see. Social media is very different, and if you're a parent, what you're seeing on social media, I can guarantee is very different to what your kids might be seeing. Social media is a behavioural system that shapes ideas, values, and ultimately how kids feel about themselves.
So, and we'll come to a discussion on to ban or not to ban. Nick, your
Or to
view,
age restrict or not restrict.
Yeah,
Let's
for under 16s.
think about,
yeah. But Nick, your view, as I understand it, is not to ban, but to regulate with mandatory regulations, regulate the industry, the big players.
Yeah,
Would that be right?
Have a history of working quite well?
Yeah.
And also, one of the gloom words that's been used quite a lot so far is for the term AI. Wait and see what happens. I mean, all of these companies are now basically saying social media advertising businesses is old, there's less money. We still like that money, so we'll take all the money. We're going to become AI businesses. And what happens when you talk about the things that Anna's been talking about and you add AI on top of that? No one can claim to know about that. So the difference between New Zealanders, young New Zealand people who believe or may have suffered harm, and Americans, is Americans have access to the American court system and they can directly sue Meta. It's difficult here. So in a way, we could say that one thing we're doing with our young people is generously providing or offering an experiment. What happens if you're 12 and you get to see unsolicited, unsearched for imagery of people bleeding out in the morning? You didn't seek it. What happens to you? What happens in 20 years' time? Well, in 20 years' time, we may know. But there's a lot of content that my younger son is 17. He didn't want to see people bleeding out on social media just because he didn't choose to get it. And how has that affected him? Well, anyone who claims to know is lying.
I mean, I think everyone would agree with that, right? The question is, what's the effective thing to do about that? And Damien, with banning, when we look at, there's a question here from the audience about the Australian policy banning phones, social media and phones for under 16s. The problem, though, is that a friend of mine just said the other day he got an alert on his phone that his kid was, he needed to give it permission, needed to give his child permission to see something. So he walks into his son's room and he goes, "Oh, don't worry, Dad, I've already done it." So he's worked around it. So one of the problems potentially with banning is that our kids are far more, I mean, how many of us here have asked our kids to explain something to us or fix something on the internet or social media? So what do you think of the Australian ban on social media for under 16s?
I think it's an incredible example of how a fear-based policy can drive a national government to introduce something for which ultimately, and I just come back to this point, the evidence that TikTok and social media are causing your children harm is incredibly thin. So you were talking about next thing people bleed out. This is exactly the argument that was being run in the 80s about violent video games. The idea that this time it's different. We have heard this with every moral panic. This time it's different. And guess what? It's not different. The cornerstone argument for this is Jonathan Haidt. Jonathan Haidt has written 2 books. And what he's saying is that around 2012, we saw a spike. And he says there's this massive spike in young girls. And if you want to really come to grips with it, there's an excellent article, a 2019 article by Amy Orban and I can't pronounce the name, Prozitsky, who looked at Haidt's data and said, "I'm sorry, I disagree." They looked at around, I think it was 17,000. Jonathan Haidt was essentially looking at self-reported data. These guys looked at people keeping time records. Now, I don't want to get into an argument about who was right or who was wrong, but I do want to emphasize that it is not in the academic community about people who look into this stuff. It is not settled. The evidence is not conclusive. So in answer to your question about the Australians banning it, this is yes, we can see that there is a problem. The increase in suicide and increase in mental health isn't just occurring in young girls. This seems to be a systemic thing happening all across all age groups. But oddly enough, it's only happening in OECD countries. It doesn't seem to be happening in Brazil and India, which also have had social media since around the same time. The Australians have responded to a moral panic in a draconian fashion. The evidence for it isn't there.
Anna, I know you'll disagree as the chair of Before 16, so tell us what you
Yes.
think, but also tell us what you think the ideal age is, because you talk about the front lobal development of the child, but then I've heard also evidence that that doesn't really happen until they're in their 20s, so we wouldn't ban it until then, would we?
Yeah. So look, I think, my friend, we're going to have to agree to disagree on the volume, quality and legitimacy and accuracy of the evidence, because there is a huge body, and again, Jonathan Haidt gets quoted a lot because he was the one that spearheaded this and brought the discussion to the table globally. But there have been multiple studies done subsequently. And again, seeing this rise, and what I'd say about Brazil is they've actually taken a very hard line with the likes of Meta for years. So if you read documents and books in terms of the relationship with Brazil and Meta, they have put their foot down with Meta probably more than any other country in the world. So that might be why we're seeing that
Brazil
disparity.
blocked X.
Yeah, and they've just,
They're brave.
they are very brave. So if we say for a moment, okay, so the evidence is there. Again, what I would say is that if you go back to the brain, what we're starting to see now is amongst teenagers a shrinkage of the amygdala and hippocampus, and that has been with heavy users of social media. So the age of 16, you could say, gosh, it could be 18. Some countries are saying 15. You're definitely still in puberty when you're 15. And pragmatically, because again, we're not looking for perfection here. Nothing can be perfect in terms of response. But for 16, we have laws around smoking, driving, cigarettes, etc.
Is social media equivalent, is that a false equivalence though? Like not every click on social media is a cigarette and every puff on a cigarette harms you, but not every click harms you.
Well, the issue is that children don't just have one click, and it's not even a click. What we know is kids get addicted to the algorithms and the content that's getting served up. So they're spending up to 5 hours a day on these platforms, and it's death by 1,000 cuts. They may see this content that is a rape. They may see content that's a beheading. There's a lot of horrible stuff being served to them without them going looking for it. But it might also be a series of videos about being skinny, thigh gap, and that leads to an eating disorder. So again, this is a different type of harm emerging than we've seen before, and it is different to video games because video games didn't have an algorithm attached to them. They weren't addictive, and they didn't lead to the harm that
Yes,
we're
they were.
seeing.
I would spend hours playing Doom.
Yeah,
Don't
not
tell
in
me
the
that wasn't
population.
addictive.
You might be.
3 o'clock in the morning, I'm
I hate
sitting
to
there
say
trying
it,
to get
but
the
you
final
might have been
boss.
an outlier.
I turned out all right. Oh, no, I didn't.
I bet you
Yeah.
were a Dungeons and Dragons guy too, Damien, I reckon.
Sorry, Jess.
Did you play Dungeons and Dragons too? I'd put you down as a D&D.
No, I didn't play Dungeons and Dragons, but I did play Doom. Also, I wasted a lot of time on Snake. I think that was a...
I was a Pac-Man.
Yeah,
Pac-Man
yeah.
girl.
So, Damien, let me ask you, what is the, and this is a question from the audience, what is the evidence that social media is benefiting kids under 16?
Well, I'm glad you asked. If you go to the B14, sorry, before 16, Anna, you quote Youthline extensively. So have you spoken to Youthline about their view on banning social media for under 16s?
Yes,
And
our
what's-
team has, and so
And what's their view?
actually Youthline and NetSafe have, I'd say more so NetSafe, actually have a different view. So there is an argument that for youth, social media is a place to belong, to find community, especially in LGBTQI communities, etc. When you look at the evidence, actually what you see is that Māori Pacifica, especially young women, LGBTQI, are disproportionately harmed online and through social media. So there is a very weak linkage and very little evidence. The evidence supporting that is more qualitative versus quantitative. And so we have agreed to disagree. We prefer to focus on the data and the evidence.
Okay, because you were saying before, if you go out there and you talk to the teachers and you talk to the parents, you get a certain feedback. Well, Youthline is an organisation that is out there dealing with the people most likely to be engaged in social harm. So the people out there actually dealing with the kids who are in trouble, it is their view that banning social media is a bad thing to do. So if you want to trust anybody, don't trust anybody up here. Talk to the people that are out there dealing with the kids who are mentally distressed. One of the big conflicts in the data is about averages or individuals. So Jonathan Haidt will say, don't look at the averages, because when you look at the averages, there is no evidence that social media is causing harm. But when you look at very specific groups, such as marginalised communities and so forth, there is evidence that social media is potentially doing harm. There is statistically, at least that's what Jonathan Haidt claims and other people disagree. So when you go and talk to the organisations that are actually dealing with those people, their view is that social media is doing more good than harm. And one of the people who should be up here is, I can't remember her name, Seth on Youthline. Her view is the one that I think we should be taking the most account of.
So let's accept whether it's harm to certain groups or some harm or whatever, the evidence, we could argue about the evidence forever. Nick, what about, I think you have said to me the other day, no one in the world can police social media now, it's so hard. You're in favour of holding the big companies, Meta, Alphabet, whoever, accountable. What does that look like? How do you regulate the big companies?
You fine them.
You fire them.
Fine them.
Oh.
And you fire them. So
Find them and fire them.
But it's quite easy. So they're successful businesses. So if you ask them, if you say we might deny you, we might do what Brazil was brave enough to do when Elon Musk just said, I won't do a single thing you want. And they blocked X. And he did his standard thing of calling them fascists. And then he gave up. So they're all weaklings. So fine them a lot for every infraction that we link to them, and they will take it seriously. So that's actually quite an easy fix if we care about money, which I guess we do.
And Jonathan Haidt has talked a lot about the architecture of, Facebook or X or Insta. So there are things you can do, and even Elon Musk, in his more sane moments, has said things like you can remove anonymity by having to be a real person to register, show your identity, and so on. And then you can be hashtag, Damien, whatever.
You don't need any more of those.
Yeah, more imaginative than that.
It's interesting. I find it interesting as an academic philosopher looking at this debate and the comparisons with smoking.
Mm-hmm.
So we seem to have arrived at a conclusion, which I think is the right conclusion, is that smoking is quite harmful. That if you look back when harm was originally detected, proposed, there was a lot of academic disputes. Because, by the way, there are plenty of people who smoke a lot who don't die of cancer. So
But
I don't
surely
want to
that's
hear
a false equivalence, right?
Well,
I mean,
but
as I
it's the
say,
same.
every click on social media isn't a fag, isn't a cigarette.
I think if you puff just a few cigarettes a day, you're probably fine. But I think that it's true that every puff on a cigarette does you a little bit of harm, but in the same kind of way that every click probably is a little bit.
It's not quantity of social media that you're saying is the problem. If we talk about the architecture, it's things like the algorithm, right? So, Elon Musk, again, another sane moment, said free speech for humans, but not for bots. So if you have to authenticate as a real person, then you can be anonymous. That's a good thing. Jonathan Haidt talked about having a kind of Geneva Convention around social media where you might rank, really bullying, nasty, awful footage that you don't want to see, or people who are particularly pleasant. So you might then say, I'm going to get a ranking of 1 to 3 and not 3 to 6 or something. And there's all sorts of things that we can do, aren't there, in the architecture of social media without moving to a banning it, because it's not a cigarette, right?
There are many things we can do, but will we do them? And I think the business model of Meta suggests that they don't want any of that to happen. So they would like parents to, if you have kids, and we're hearing about the declining birth rate, well, here's another job to make your lives easier. If you have kids, you've got a full-time job monitoring their behavior on social media. I mean, is that going to make your life easier? And I mean, I guess in a way, once you've seen the images of someone bleeding out after being shot in the neck, I mean, it's hard to unsee that. So you can rate that, oh, harmful, I don't want to see that. But then even then you've seen it.
I think,
go Anna.
Well,
if I may, I think it's really interesting in terms of, again, the content discussion versus the product design itself. And you're right in that. I think if you said, hey, Meta, could you just reconfigure the product design so there's no algorithms, amplification, you're not making money out of kids from an advertising perspective, and you're not allowing strangers to contact them. The business case for that product then is nixed, because they're essentially, these big platforms don't have some noble purpose in terms of connectivity. We have the loneliest group of young people ever, cohort ever in the history of monitoring loneliness. Essentially, this is about the product design itself, and these companies are actually advertising companies at the core of it. They're not community builders or anything like that. And so I think, you could look at all these, hey, would you go to a tobacco company and say, hey, could you just make the bit that makes smoking addictive a little less addictive, please? And could you tweak here and here? The fact is, these platforms have not proven themselves to be trustworthy, and we should have a higher standard when it comes to our children.
And I think, and this is shocking to me, but I think, Damien, that you would actually agree that there needs to be regulation. The day that Damien agrees in regulation, I'll eat my hat. But
I absolutely don't. I was talking to David Parker before. He had quite a good idea, and he said maybe we should allow people to sue the social media companies for third-party content. Now, I haven't quite wrapped my head around that, but I can certainly see some form of, if the social media company is doing something knowingly that causes harm, I don't see why they should get the protection that they get in the United States.
Good luck as a New Zealander suing them in a US court.
Yeah.
So is this, Nick, just to be clear about what we're talking about suing, so at the moment, social media still has, I think it's called Section 230 protection, right?
Yeah.
Which is a bit like the banks aren't held liable for the fact that, a criminal launders money through the bank.
It's the content that runs through it. It was the Clinton administration.
You could say, unless you get your act together, we'll remove your Section 230 protections and you will be held liable for the footage of Charlie Kirk's death.
If that happens in America, because that's
But is that
American
something
law.
that could happen? I mean, is that...
Well, actually,
happen
right
in
now, Mark Zuckerberg, I think today or tomorrow, is going to turn up in a courtroom because so there are bellwether cases happening at the moment where, rather than disputing Section 230, which again was put in during the Clinton administration, completely outdated, which says, hey, Meta, you're not responsible for the content that runs through. So they always plead Fifth Amendment and Section 230. What these court cases are testing is, you knew that your product design and the architecture of your product caused children harm. You knew that and you did nothing. In fact, you poured gas on it when you realised just how addictive it was and how much more money you could make. And by the way, Mark Zuckerberg, you knew that, so we're going to hold you personally liable. So we're in a moment in time where actually there's a really, great opportunity to test out quite a different case, because if those bellwether cases go through, then watch the class action come in behind.
Yeah, so what would you do, Damien? You say you wouldn't do regulation, you wouldn't ban, and you're getting in. I can understand why you might say that in terms of someone in the audience has just said, should there be a broader content regulation instead of just talking about under 16s? You get into a difficult freedom of speech debate there. Nick says yes. But so, Damien, what would you do? No regulation, no banning. What would you do?
Well, we have this incredible thing, the common law. So if I am running a business and the way I am running my business causes you harm, you have the right to sue me. And if you can demonstrate that my behaviour has caused you harm and I was negligent in some way, then I should be held accountable for that. And I see no reason why Meta or X should be protected from that. There are arguments where the Section 230, there is a cost for the 230 protection, but there's also a benefit. And so that's a public policy debate that I don't think this is necessarily the right forum for. So I'm not averse to social media companies if they are deliberately acting in a way that can be proved is causing harm. Fine, go to court, prove it. But don't use very scant, thin evidence that is almost identical to the evidence we use on video games to try to get the state to do your parenting for you, because fundamentally that's what we are asking to do. We are asking the state to take our responsibility.
What about a question then around more competition? Because these are big companies, competitions. So,
yes.
If we're looking at it from a sort of libertarian point of view, why would we not advocate for breaking up some of these huge, big near monopolies in certain areas?
That's a counter-libertarian perspective. My response to that would be TikTok didn't exist, 5 years ago? And my kid spends a lot of time on something called Roblox. I have no idea what it is.
You should. Sorry, just saying.
Yeah, no, I'm joking. I do know what it is. But
You've played it, haven't you, Damien? I know.
No, but anyway, never mind. But although in that particular situation, there was a chat function in Roblox where kids could talk to each other. And Roblox have disabled that function because they're terrified that 40-year-olds might talk to 12-year-olds, and so it's kind of ruined the user experience. But that was Roblox making a decision for whatever reason. But we're coming back to a point that if the social media company is acting in a way that it is losing support, then somebody else will come in and replace it.
Well,
you could use that argument with supermarkets, but it doesn't happen.
I think the thing is, do we believe, because I think, with all due respect, it's quite naive to say, as a Kiwi parent, and say if I was a solo mum with 4 kids, trying to keep tabs on what they're seeing on social media and hold down 3 jobs, and we are seeing that. We are seeing the digital divide in that regard. That is not okay. We should not have a big social media company create these massive, powerful algorithms that they've spent billions of dollars on, and then to say to a parent, well, hey, if you're not happy with that, go sue them. The fact is...
Or take the phone off your child. Here's a shocking revelation. This is unbelievable. But as a parent, you have the right to take the phone off the kid. Yes, there will be howls, there will be outrage, but my kid goes to a school and the decision was made, no smartphones in the school at all.
Great.
Right? Now, okay, I'm on board with that decision, all right? I understand why the school does it. This is a community making a decision on their own. Then each individual parent can decide what is appropriate for their child and what is inappropriate for their child.
But Damien, you're saying that individuals should be able to sue for negligence, Meta or wherever,
yes,
for harm. But then we can't even get these big social media giants to agree on what tax they pay, let alone on whether or not they're going to, improve their game. It's not realistic that me or you would sue Meta
in an American court.
And I think too, if you think about parents, because I understand the argument, well, just take the phone off and deal with it yourselves. There's a few things there. The peer pressure at the moment of, and I see some people nodding, of kids saying, I'm going to become a social pariah unless I have access to Snapchat. And there's a lot of guilt with parents about, well, hey, if my child is not on these social media platforms, they're going to be the odd one out. So I think that's one thing to consider. And I think the other thing is, you know, when we know this is creating harm, we know that it's created a massive, and again, we're going to have to agree to disagree on the data, but we know that there's been a 400% increase in high and very high psychological distress amongst 15 to 24-year-olds since the introduction of social media. We know that Auditor General wrote a report a few years ago saying, hey, mental health in New Zealand, but mental health amongst our kids, it is worse than it's ever been, and it's going downhill at a rate of knots. We are spending more money on this problem than ever before, and it's not working. Why is that? We need more data, please. So even though if we left it up to all parents to say, hey, you make the decision, are we okay as a community and as a nation to say, yeah, but some kids are going to fall out, and that's going to lead to a massive productivity problem in the future as a cohort that we are paying now in hospitals, we're going to have to pay from a productivity perspective. I mean, that Auditor General report said we are spending 5% of GDP on mental health. So it's a collective decision we need to lean into as opposed to an individual one.
Is there, moving away from the idea of 16-year-olds and under, but there's a question here from the audience, does beyond harms to young people that arise from social media, is there not also a problem of social networks sort of trapping people in echo chambers and increasing polarisation and sort of echo chambers of misinformation and so on? Now, I know exactly what you're saying there, but I remember after the first Trump election in America and, you know, Hillary Clinton lost, it was blamed almost entirely on, if not the Russians, but on social media and misinformation. And there's a sense, isn't there, that we're sort of behaving as if social media is a bag of chips that no one can resist. You know, that people don't have some agency in this as adults. So we're not talking so much about 16-year-olds here. So there's a tendency, again, to just think that you can just conveniently blame social media for the rise of unhealthy polarisation in our politics. But it's not just social media, Nick, is it? It's a whole bunch of other things.
It's a whole bunch of everything. But we are susceptible as humans to influence. So it's like you don't magically pass into adulthood and then become just a rational paragon and there are no influences. When you see things...
Well, present company accepted.
Well, but yeah. But
I'm not rational.
No, Damien
well,
accepted it from the exception.
You celebrate that. But it's in a way like that we're all influenceable, and we're all influenceable for money. And so that's what it's like to be online. And I guess I'm prepared to accept that. I would like my kids are sort of, they accept that. They've grown of age. And I guess I think it's when you have a business. I mean, the good thing about this is it's actually a really easy fix. I mean, because there are really smart people, and they worked out how we work, and they worked out, they created the best advertising business in the world, Meta, and they have exabytes of data about everyone who's on any of their platforms. So they actually, if we ask them and we say we're going to start taking some money for you for something that we link to what they've seen, they'll fix it. They are really clever. But if we don't ask them to fix it and say that we're serious about it, they'll just say more money for us, because they're in a shit fight with Elon Musk to win the AI race. So they need your advertising. I mean, the advertising business on social media is slowly declining. The business that will replace it is the AI business, but it's beautiful because it feeds off all of the stuff that we freely gave these businesses, that we freely gave Meta. We gave that the power, and then they get to create the AIs that target us even better. So it's perfect. They'll fix it if we want them to.
Damien, what social media platforms do you use regularly?
X.
X?
That's...
Blue Sky? No.
When I post on LinkedIn and Facebook, but I generally only post my stuff columns and when I go for a run. And I get more engagement from my running posts than I do from my political posts. But that's,
Anna, what platforms do you use regularly?
I use LinkedIn. I'm on Instagram, so I can like our before 16 content, because much as I would love never to give Mark Zuckerberg another bloody dollar in my whole life, there isn't a monopoly there, and it's the only way to en masse with a, shoestring budget to reach parents. So I came off X a long time ago, but yeah, those are the main things. And I think, I just want to make one point as well. We had the head of global safety for Meta in the country the other day, and it's no surprise she turned up because we're looking at legislation, right? And one of the arguments that she makes, and it is a classic regulatory delay tactic, it is a risk substitution narrative, which says, let's take an argument with clear evidence and known harms, and let's change the narrative to some sort of future hypothetical harm that says, if you put an age restriction on these platforms, kids are just going to go to the dark web or they'll go somewhere else. And it's classic. It happened with smoking, if you ban smoking from restaurants, people are going to smoke more at home and kids are going to die, or seatbelts, or there's all these injuries and more people die. And actually, what we're talking about here is not perfection, but what we're talking about is decreasing en masse the harm to our children. And that's what we saw with legislation in other areas. So I just want us all to be aware of, because it gets repeated by politicians, gets repeated by the likes of NetSafe, who, by the way, are sponsored by the likes of Meta. Youthline also does a lot with the likes of Meta. We need to be really clear.
Hold on, that's a big call. So you were saying that Youthline is somehow corrupted by their association with Meta. That's a huge call.
I'm not saying they're corrupt.
That's exactly
I'm just saying
what
that there is a relationship there.
I think that's irrelevant. I think we should take Youthline at face value.
Well, they get money from Meta.
NetSafe gets money from Meta.
I think that because you keep comparing social media to cigarettes, that's what makes it hard. Because even though I agree with you personally about a lot of the harm, I'm not in favour. I don't see it as a cigarette, right? Because I see a whole lot of benefits to social media too. I mean, just in terms of actually keeping in contact and being connected with your kids overseas, just to me is, I would hate to let that go.
There are lots of apps where you could do that. You can do that on WhatsApp. You can be connected.
Yeah, that's right. But I can also do it on Instagram, and we can share, and I can spy on my kids' lives.
There's a whole other categories of harm that come with
and also just the access to information and knowledge and so on. So I guess,
it's the internet
Nick,
for
just
that.
to say, well, yes, but there are benefits to social media, are there not? And how do you juggle the benefits with the costs? Is really what the question is, right? So what are the? Do you agree there are benefits?
Someone who's never smoked.
What platforms are you on?
I'm reluctantly on X, and just because I'm an old fart, reluctantly on Facebook. And that's about it. But take it from someone who's never smoked. I gather there are benefits from smoking. People enjoy it. I mean, it's a pleasurable activity, and people socialise smoking. So, in a way, you could say 6 of 1 half
Drinking.
Drinking, but fun. Let's have more drinking, more cigarettes. Let's attach a business model. Let's get as many cigarettes out there. Let's hand it over to parents to basically supervise how many cigarettes their teenagers smoke. And let's
I think you're going
parents.
to lose the audience if you equate social media with cigarettes.
Well, they're both
Because
fun.
I think, well, no, one click is not the same as one puff.
But the thing is, it's never just one click. And I think that's the thing, if we conflate the two. I think what we're talking about is, categories of harm that we have regulated to protect our children en masse. The way that harm occurs, correct, is different. Absolutely, from cigarettes versus social media. But nevertheless, they both represent huge harm that impacts, our health and safety.
My life would be so limited without cat videos.
I thought you were going to say without a fag.
Last word from each of you. What, if anything, Damien, would you change?
I'm interested at the possibility to hold social media companies to account. It wasn't an area that I had considered. I just reinstate that if people are thinking about going down this path, there is quite a lot of evidence in this space, and the science is not settled. The argument that Jonathan Haidt says is that social media leads to bullying, leads to social harm. Therefore, he wants to kill social media for under 16-year-olds. Bullying also occurs at school, but also a lot of good things happen at school. And the evidence is that young children, particularly in an environment today where there are less children and they live effectively more isolated lives, social media is a good. Banning it would be a huge...
So you wouldn't change anything. Anna, what would you not change?
Oh, good question.
What would I not change for young children?
Or generally on social media? Like, what would you not change?
Well, the fact is, any one of those three things that I mentioned earlier, amplification through algorithms, monetization of attention, messaging, I would not have anything that represents those factors near children till their brains are ready to deal with it. And that's at least till 16. And that's why we are calling for, not a ban, but an age restriction on social media that exhibit those characteristics until our kids are ready to deal with it.
Okay, so nothing that you would keep under 16?
No, what I would do is say, send the buggers out and get them playing and going to the dairy and buying some milk and actually having real-world, healthy, risk-taking experiences.
Nick, one thing you would change?
I would basically ask the geniuses employed at Meta next to basically make the product safe for teenagers, because they easily could. They know so much about us, and that they could easily fix it. They just have to want to.
The one thing I would change is the like button and the sharing button, that you can only share, and I think this is a Jonathan Haidt idea, that you only are able to share a certain number of times a post, and then you have to cut and paste it afterwards, which you just don't do because it's boring after a while. Guys, thank you for a very robust discussion, very informative. Thank you for the questions from the audience. We will now go, I think, to afternoon tea, a couple of minutes late, but please come back around 5 minutes to 3. So have a coffee and have a chat, and we'll see you back here for more panels at 5 to 3. Thank you. Well done, guys.
My name's Jamie Fitzgerald, and it's a massive privilege to be a part of the Waikato Management School Leadership Academy. Now, the Academy, its purpose is to supercharge the impact and career through leadership.
Through this leadership paper, I realised there's so much more to leadership than a title. It's about the actions you take and what you do that shapes your leadership journey.
It's been so cool to meet so many like-minded people whose purpose is to help their leadership team grow. We can come together, collaborate and share ideas to make us better leaders.
Throughout the time in the Academy, I've seen the students' confidence grow. They're really proud of what they're doing and who they're becoming.
When I came into it, I thought it was going to be more skills than theory, but now coming out of it, it was more theory than skills. But I've found that those theories have taught me new skills.
It was so incredibly amazing seeing Emma Trigg today. She's such an inspirational woman who came to talk to us about her experience being an Olympic athlete. I asked her a question about what is her best advice for young leaders in New Zealand, and she said, just be authentic.
This leadership paper has been a fantastic opportunity to not only learn more about myself, but learn more about how I can help others.
These students, they're keen to be the best they can be, they're keen to help others succeed. The Academy is all about providing them practical tools to do it.
I know times are tough, but I've had
Kia ora, ko Rakapai tōku ingoa. I'm studying an MBA at the University of Waikato. I'm also the Deputy Chair of the Tauranga Māori Business Association and the Vice Chair of the Tauranga Business Chamber. Raised in Taumarunui as a child, I was surrounded by a community of exceptional leaders at home and on the marae. I chose to start my Waikato MBA journey because I knew that I was ready to amplify my leadership capabilities. It has significantly broadened my global perspectives and helped me to evolve into the kind of servant leader who puts the needs of other people first. I feel confident that the Waikato MBA will provide a solid foundation for my future career.
Grab a coffee. Kia ora everyone. If you can, please be seated or grab a quick coffee and come back to the table. And in case you haven't noticed, the ads are your trigger warning that it's time to sit down. So please take your seats for the next panel, which is coming up very shortly. Those of you at the back, I'm going to start naming you. We have 2 more panels today, and then we will go into dinner, those of you who are staying for dinner. So 2 more panels. And let me introduce again Stephen Joyce, who is going to be facilitating the panel, Superannuation and the Silver Tsunami, Can Our System Keep Up? So as soon as you are all seated, we will start. Thank you. Kia ora. Over to you, Stephen. Thank you.
Well, kia ora everyone. Good afternoon. I hope your day's been going well. It's been some fantastic discussions. I've had to hold back from participating in the social media one and the MMP one, but now we are on to another topic entirely, which is superannuation and the silver tsunami. And looking across the room, there's a few of us here. And certainly on the panel. So, well, me and David anyway.
And me.
So I'd like to introduce our panellists. Firstly, to my immediate left, we have Sharon Zollner, who of course is the Chief Economist at ANZ Bank in New Zealand. We then have the Honourable David Parker, who will be known to many of you as probably mostly as a former Cabinet Minister and politician, but also as a barrister and company director. And next along is Blair Turnbull. Blair is the Chief Executive of Milford Asset Management. And down the end is Tracy Martin, another former politician. You'll note that we spaced ourselves out on this panel. But Tracy is the current Chief Executive of the Aged Care Association of New Zealand as well, who also bring a good perspective to this debate. We apologise in advance for the 3 ex-politicians on the panel, including me as moderator. You know, you have to do something after you leave politics, right? And the great thing of the University of Waikato is they like to give us moments where we can adjust to the outside world, and this is what we're doing. Super, of course, is a big topic and has been a big topic pretty much since Muldoon changed the super scheme in the 70s. So for those of us who have been around for a while, it's never gone away, and we're being told it's progressively getting more urgent to address. And here we are in 2026. So I'm trying to remember, Muldoon, I think, did that in 75 or 78? 75. So that's 50 years ago that the pay-as-you-go scheme was introduced. So it's been nothing if not durable. So how urgent is addressing this issue differently now? How big is the super problem really? We often get fearful of it. You know, Treasury always likes to step in and rattle the cage about super and how expensive it's going to be in the future. How big a deal is it? Can I ask Sharon to start? What do you think?
Yes, well, on Treasury's numbers, funny you should mention them, yeah, it's already increased from just under 4% of GDP 20 years ago to just over 5% now, and under current settings will go to around 8% of GDP over the next 40 years. That's obviously a lot of money we're not spending on something else, but it's also part of a bigger problem. In particular, the healthcare costs of ageing people are a huge part of the story as well. So I think superannuation gets particular attention because it's something we actually could do something about. It's clearly a policy choice, whereas health needs of old people, it's pretty difficult to save money there without leading immediately to terrible outcomes. So I think that's maybe why it gets attention, because it is under the control of the policymakers.
You're right, fiscally health is possibly a bigger problem given the ageing population than super itself, but of course you have to keep spending on the health budget, yeah.
Yes, I just read a remarkable statistic that people over 85, their healthcare costs are 5 times those of 65-year-olds. So it's basically exponential, and a huge chunk of your lifetime healthcare costs are in the final years of your life. So that makes the maths quite interesting over the next 20 years.
David, you've been active in this space during your time in politics. How urgent do you believe it is to change the superannuation settings?
For me, its most important ambit is its relationship to productivity. I think we've got to be very careful to separate the political debate on the age of eligibility from the productivity debate, which for me is grounded in savings and investment. And I see no credible way forward for New Zealand to lift our productivity unless we match the Australians and their better savings rate. I prevailed upon you before I came on this to have one graph or one table.
Yes.
Which I'll put on.
Would you like to put it up now?
Yeah. Could we?
Let's put the table up.
So this
Oops, it's still coming. Hang on 1 second.
Well, we've got it.
Talk amongst ourselves briefly.
So essentially,
we can see
essentially growth rates in Australia now for 30 years have been higher than ours by a considerable difference. And I think it's time to conclude that it is largely, not wholly, but it's largely because they apply more capital to their labour, which is shown on that graph. And where does that capital come from? Largely from their retirement savings. So you see there that their labour productivity is more than 0.5% higher per annum and improving compared with New Zealand's. And it doesn't quite match, but I would say it is. I know correlation doesn't prove cause and effect, but I think it is caused by their deeper capital markets. I also think their investment signal is better relative to the poor investment choices that we make in New Zealand because of the relative over-taxation of savings compared with the under-taxation of residential rental commercial property, and the move to restore New Zealand to what is the norm internationally, which is to have some benefit to saving as you move from TTE in New Zealand back to EET, would enormously help that as well. So I'm in favour of following Australia into compulsory KiwiSaver, and that there should be a tax incentive that rewards those people that are being forced into that route as you transition out of the current problem into a more prosperous future.
Great, but before we just let you go with that table, can I just, one bit of challenge, I can almost hear it from a few people I know in the audience who would say, well, the real reason for some of these stats up there might be just that Australia are really good at digging stuff up out of the ground, and that helps their growth rate. How do you separate that effect, for example?
If you'd allowed me a second graph, I would have shown you the change in capital formation in New Zealand during the same period compared with Australia. And over that period, New Zealand's overinvestment in residential housing shows out like the proverbial, and the contrast in Australia, which still has a problem with overpriced housing, but they don't have the problem of overinvestment, and they have invested far more in their productive economy, whether it's services or hard goods.
So your argument is that if you look at the asset classes in New Zealand, there's a bias towards housing, which I know is, it's a common argument. It's been made a number of times.
And it's partly related to the tax signal, and the easiest way to remedy that is actually by dealing with it through the reversal of the overtaxation of savings. At the moment, if you're a Muggins in New Zealand and you save, if you look over time, you go backwards after inflation and tax.
We'll come back to that. Thank you. Blair, you're in the savings industry. You have a moderate interest in this space. Superannuation. how urgent is it, and before we link it too explicitly to savings, is it a problem? Because you'll see a lot of people who are racing to get ready for their retirement and expecting miracles from their savings to help them through their retirement. So how big a problem is it?
Yeah, certainly, thank you. And just before I get to that, if you're going backwards and, if you're a Muggins in the room, you can come and see us, we'll help you out. I'm sure we can do that. First, I do think it's really, really urgent. And why? Just really, really simply, because by 2030, we'll have over 1 million people over the age of 65. And we want New Zealanders to retire with dignity and in the lifestyle they deserve. So I do think, and if we look forward, that is just going to compound. And why is it going to compound? Because looking back a second, in 1970, about when I was sort of born, you had 7 workers to every person over the age of 65. Today, that's about 4 workers to every person over the age of 65. And by 2060, it'll be 2 workers to every person over the age of 65. And the truth is, as hard as we don't like this, we just cannot afford the superannuation system because we don't have the workers. And unfortunately, I absolutely agree, we don't have the productivity. And just to bring the productivity point to life, not maybe as good as that slide that you had, but in terms of OECD countries, there's 37 of them. We are 27th in the rankings in terms of productivity. And here's the killer stat that follows that. In terms of our savings as a country, we're 33rd. So if we have lower productivity, we have lower wages, that unfortunately really hurts our ability to save because we literally don't have the money to save for the future, even though we know we need to save. And as has been mentioned many times today, 50% of people today are just surviving paycheck to paycheck. And the news isn't any better for retired people because 40% of them arrive at 65 and they have little to no savings, private savings, and they're fully reliant on income from New Zealand super, which we simply can't afford.
That's pretty sobering stuff. And Tracy,
we do have solutions later on, though. We're going to talk about solutions, aren't we?
Right, we're coming to solutions. Yeah, hang on to your hats. Solutions are coming. But Tracy, you're professionally involved at the older end of older people now. When you hear Blair say 1 million at 65, do you immediately start calculating what that means in terms of aged care in 20 years after that? Because that must be a huge number.
Oh, well, there's a couple of things, I think. First of all, because I was the Minister for Seniors when we did Better Later Lives. So we did Better Later Lives. We started working with industry about how do you keep individuals longer in the workforce and so on and so forth. How do you incentivise savings? But at the same time, can I just make sure we have the same picture in our head about who we're talking about? Because we talk about this really siloed. We talk about superannuation, should we have it or not have it? All my life I've been told not to expect superannuation. I'm now 63. So I would like everybody just for a second to picture a 67-year-old in your head. Oh, darling, let's all not picture this lady in your head, but picture a 67-year-old in your head. Now turn that 67-year-old into a woman. Now, there's a couple of things, right? Because 53% of over 65-year-olds are women, and when we end up towards 53% of over 65-year-olds are women, but 64% of over 85-year-olds are women. In the next 25 years, 660,000 New Zealanders will be renters over the age of 65. The largest proportion of people living alone will be those over the age of 65. 40% are living on super alone at the moment, 20%, the next 20% just on a little bit more. This is too simple a conversation to just say, should we raise the age of super or not? It is we need to be having a much broader conversation because going off Bill English's numbers, we would raise a $4 million sugar hit for a period of time and you could put all that into aged care.
It's a fair point, but I suppose I will ask the question anyway, is should we be raising the age of super? I know it's a political football. I know, I tried to do it when I was that brief moment that I got to be finance minister after 8 years of waiting for Bill.
Yeah.
It's all right, he did a good job. But you do look at it now. I mean, you said you were 63. I might be a similar age. We have 67 down here. You know, people who are very active in their lives. It does feel a bit weird in this day and age that we're paying an arbitrary retirement amount at an age where most people, well, maybe not most, but increasing numbers of people are still very actively working and contributing to society.
We just need to put some facts into that as well, though. 59% of over 65-year-olds are living with a disability.
Yep.
So we need to make sure that the picture we have in our head is based on real numbers and real people. So the question is, okay, should we raise the retirement age from 65 to 67? I asked my 57-year-old husband last night, what do you reckon? We should do it over a 10-year period if we're going to do it, not over a 20-year period. And he said that's fine. Now, for him it is, because I earn most of the money. So, his life is from a piece of work to a piece of work. But, if you have been in manual labour all that time, this is a conversation we've had before as a country. And all I'm suggesting is, if we're putting forward that we're raising the age to 67, what else are we doing to make systematic change to recognise the whole of the problem or challenge that is what is an ageing demographic?
I could definitely agree it's not the whole answer, I suppose, though, Blair. When this came in the 70s, my grandfather lived to, I think, 66 or something, and he was thought of as having had a good long life. When people died in the 70s and their 60s, people said, oh, well, they've had a good run. And nobody says that now. I mean, we've moved, whether it's actually 20 years or whether it's just our perception of 20 years, that, 70 is the new 50 or whatever it is. But it does feel, if you were starting again tomorrow, if we were with a clean slate tomorrow, would we really pick 65, the relatively youthful age of 65, to start handing out superannuation? I'm asking you.
Right, okay. I find it quite frustrating, the 65 to 67 discussion, because I think it's slightly rhetorical, because we can't afford either. In fact, Treasury are very clear, unless it goes to like 72 or 73, we can't afford it. So it's slightly rhetorical, but that said, so it's inevitable that we will have to address the age eligibility, and we'll also have to address some form of means testing it. We'll have to be very thoughtful about it, we'll have to signal it, but we will have to do that because we are simply borrowing on a credit card if we don't. I think the bigger picture is, the real bigger crux of this issue is at the heart of the productivity issue, and how do we develop as an economy to have better productivity, to pay higher wages, to enable people to save, to develop private savings, not feel like it's a salary sacrifice when you put into KiwiSaver, but you actually really start to enjoy and appreciate the value of your KiwiSaver and develop your private savings. So I think, unfortunately, all the math and the data is highlighting that if we look forward, the ageing population is inevitable. We don't have to have a savings shortfall, but we do really need to start working on it very, very quickly, because it's, the older quote from Hemingway, it happens very slowly until it doesn't, and it will happen very quickly. And we do need to address some of these, shortfalls.
David, do we need to address the age?
I fought 2 elections on increasing the age. One under Phil Goff, one under David Cunliffe when I was our finance spokesperson. I took a remit through the Labour Party and had the support of the Labour Party to raising the age of eligibility from 65 to 67 over a period of time, and you opposed it.
But then we recognised your brilliance and adopted it.
So that's a counterpoint to your earlier political one. It's the only political point I'll make unless you make more. That said, it's not the big issue, and with this I'm with Blair. It does not fix the problem. Krugman, what did he say? I've got the quote here. Productivity isn't everything, but in the long run, it's almost everything. And it doesn't fix the productivity problem. And, you know, if we have low productivity, as Blair says, you put it to 67, you still can't afford it. You've got to, you know, change nothing and nothing changes, but don't blame Greece. It's an old speech that I wrote years ago. There's an essential truth in that. If we don't change anything, nothing will change. And if we've got a productivity problem, and we have, and I think we would all agree here that we've got a productivity problem, what else are you going to change to improve productivity? This is the biggest lever, and it also provides you with a path to a gradual transition, whatever your age of eligibility is. I don't believe means testing is the answer. Means testing, for those who've looked into it, what do you do with someone's got lots of assets and no income? How's that fair? What do you do if someone's got a multi-million-dollar house, but you can't eat it? So you actually find that means testing doesn't kick up much money. You actually need to get everyone into an Australian style or a Canadian style, there's different ways you can do it, workplace saving, and then require them to put all or part of that savings into an annuity when they reach retirement age or earlier. You've got a lot of flexibility then, and start to abate your way out of the silver tsunami that you complain about, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Sharon, is that your view as well, in terms of the age is irrelevant?
It's not irrelevant, but it's not the fix on its own. It would need to, sorry, I'll say that again because my mic wasn't working. It's not the only, it's not going to solve it on its own.
No.
It probably needs to be
Would you
part
shift it?
of a package. Yeah, I mean, the very first superannuation scheme came in at an age that was higher than life expectancy. It was
Yes.
kind of more like a little reward for the lucky few rather than actually what it's come to be, which is an expectation that you're going to be looked after for about 50% as long as your working life was, which is something far more ambitious and difficult. So look at the Treasury numbers. Yeah, raising the retirement age, unless you're going to go to 72 or something, isn't going to solve it. It's really actually moving the indexing from the wages to inflation, to CPI inflation, and therefore it grows more quickly. But then, of course, you've got that group keeping up with the cost of living but falling behind everyone else. And there's some quite scary statistics in terms of how they would end up, the proportion that would end up living on less than half of the median wage. But the counter-argument to that is, of course, that the wages and the standard of living should have increased over that time. So you're not talking about an absolute fall in their standard of living. But that's the lever that really moves the dial. That's no less politically toxic than the age, though, for sure. And on means testing, it can work, but the challenge there is that it will dramatically reduce the labour force participation rate of the over 65s because it might actually end up costing you money to work.
Yes.
And the evidence is that working beyond 65 keeps you young, keeps you engaged, keeps you socially engaged in community. So there's costs there that are maybe harder to measure but are real.
So then let's flip to the savings side, because I think there's at least 2 people, possibly 3, maybe 4 people on the panel who think that's a big part of the answer. So I'm asking you, would it be KiwiSaver? Would you ramp up KiwiSaver? You know, the current government's adding a bit to it, but what's the answer if you could wave your magic wand to improve the savings base?
Yeah, I think sometimes people talk about New Zealanders, they're not good at saving, as if that's somehow culturally ingrained. No, all the evidence is that people respond to the incentives they have in front of them. So it comes down to that 3-letter word, tax. And I totally agree that we have a problem with the tax treatment of housing versus other forms of savings, that your nominal returns on a savings account are taxed and you can end up going backwards if interest rates are low, all that sort of thing. Now, I'm no tax expert, but I do think it seems clear enough that something's not right with our incentives and that people are responding to them rationally.
So speaking of politically toxic, increasing tax on housing is one of those ones. And certainly the house that you live in, that's not particularly palatable. So I'll go to David because I know you're itching to tell us your saving solution, so this could be the moment.
Well, for a start, I'll say that I think we need to be clear that superannuation is a bedrock setting in New Zealand that New Zealanders, as they age, ought to be able to rely upon, so that we don't have elder poverty and people having to live under bridges. And I think that is the enduring nature, as Sharon's already mentioned, or it might have been you, Stephen, of current settings is actually testament to the fact that most New Zealanders think that we need to have security in old age for the elderly. So I don't want to give the impression that I'm in favour of unwinding that security. But there is a way through, in my opinion, a transition. And for me, the best work in this area has been done by Andrew Coleman. He did work for the financial, what's the financial services? Yeah, the FSC. And interestingly, most of the people that have been long in the tooth in these things, and I see Graham Scott in the audience, you know, the change that came about when New Zealand moved from some exemption for savings from EET to TTE was at a time when there were other problems being sorted out in the super front. We had defined benefit schemes. We had no portability of superannuation. You could be stuck with an employer all of your life, having effectively contributed through your wages, and if you left, you lost your super. And those problems were sorted out by the then administration, and they were facing all of these other fiscal problems, and so they chose TTE partly for fiscal reasons.
You better expand on TTD and
so
just for a second.
Most countries in the world, one way or another, give you a bit of a break on savings. Some people do it through your social security contribution, because most countries, in addition to your tax system, have a social security contribution if they don't have a compulsory savings scheme. And when you make your social security contribution, you do it out of your gross wages. So you might get an extra 2% or whatever it is, or 5%, whatever it is, taken out, and it's your gross. So you don't have tax deducted from the bit that's being put towards your future social security that you're going to get. Similarly, if you have a savings scheme, the norm is internationally that you don't get taxed. You actually save the gross rather than the net. And that makes a huge difference to your savings pool at the end of your period of savings when you retire. And that's the big difference between New Zealand and Australia. In New Zealand, if you want to save in KiwiSaver, it's your after-tax saving, whether it's your own portion or your employer's portion. It doesn't really matter. And in fact, the division of those two doesn't actually matter economically. It's the same economically. But in New Zealand, if your marginal tax rate is 33 cents on the dollar, which it is for a lot of people, you are saving a third less when you put your contribution, whatever it is. Now, the reason why that's hard to change in New Zealand, in my opinion, is that we are ignoring the most basic principle of accounting, which is the proper matching of expense and revenue. And we do not accrue in the government accounts the long-term savings to superannuation occasioned by the short-term pain of the move from TTE to EET. The first 4 years of tax cuts that the saver gets are booked by Stephen Joyce as Minister of Finance. The long-term saving to the country of the reduced future liability for superannuation as you transition out, ignoring the productivity gain, we have that mismatch. And in my opinion, we actually need to have a grown-up conversation about running a suspense account in the government accounts that actually shows you on an accrual basis what's actually happening to the government books. Because otherwise, if Stephen runs a bigger deficit because he's given a tax break to savings for a start, he gets beaten up politically.
I sort of feel almost like we've got to cross over to Ian Rennie at some point for his live reaction to David's proposal. I'll give him a couple of minutes and then get him to speak up. It sounds deceptively good, but it still feels, I'm starting to sound like an old Minister of Finance again, that the money's sort of got to come from somewhere if we're not taxing. I implicitly agree that you should not be taxing savings as much, and we know anybody's going to struggle to put more tax on housing, so something has to give. Blair, what would be your solution?
Yes, and I'm an accountant. I think I followed most of that, but I'll give it a go. And we do have pie tax, obviously, for funds, and in a way that's a version of it, but again, more thought to go into it, because I do agree, it all comes back to the same problem, is how do we get private savings higher? How do we manage that productivity? Take a step back. I do think, right up, the headline is KiwiSaver is good. It's a force for the good. It's helping us save, but It's not a perfect solution. It's not a solution for infrastructure. It's not a solution for many of our other woes, and diverting it into illiquid stocks and all the rest is not part of that. It's a retirement savings scheme. It's one piece of a jigsaw that we need to do to address the crux of the problem, which is around productivity. It is around a nation of savers that we have to build. It's a shame we didn't start it 20 years earlier like Australia, but there you go. We are where we are. It's a simple scheme. It's a good scheme. And I think New Zealanders now are starting to realise the benefits as it gets closer to, approximately a year's annual salary. They're starting to realise the benefits, and not just putting it into a default scheme. They're actually putting it into growth assets that actually give them good, attractive long-term returns that, despite the millions out there, actually do better than inflation if you get the right funds. So I think there's a lot of really positivity about KiwiSaver, but it is not the panacea for all of this. We have to address some of the core issues that are holding us back in terms of productivity, in terms of just a diminishing number of workers relative to people over 65. The fiscal side of it is a real massive tilt. We love our homes, and so we still have a massive tilt towards home, and you can't eat your house in retirement. So it is not an easy solution here, but I think at the heart of it, one of the biggest things we should do, to support KiwiSaver in the bigger picture, is at last, please buy into a bipartisan agreement on this, because that is a massive detractor for anyone wanting to save forward, as we need to stop kicking it around. And it is frustrating in a political year where we still have ministers, shadow or otherwise, who won't set out and lay out what the policy is going to be.
I suppose, I think for the ex-politicians in the room, we always sort of go, well, bipartisan is good, but actually politics is adversarial. That's the nature of democratic politics, and God forbid we have any other system. So you sort of always wonder whether that's practical. But you could say there's a sort of consensus at the moment, because, Nicola Willis was here this morning. She wants to lift the rate of KiwiSaver, and she's, if she gets elected, she's going to. Barbara Edmonds here this afternoon saying the same thing, slightly different pace. Yeah, but more or less, there's a consensus around KiwiSaver now, wouldn't you think? And I suppose my question on the back of that is, what would you add to it?
Well, I think, again, you look across the ditch and it's all green over in Australia. It's not all green. It's a very complex system. And so KiwiSaver by nature is quite simple. It's good. That's a positive for us, actually. That's a good thing. So, but I do think there's a lot to be said about the higher levels of contributions. But then itself, we know that 30% of our KiwiSaver accounts are stagnant, and we need to understand why that is and how do we support that in the short term. So look, I think we can say with certainty, if we say we're 3 to 3.5 this year, 2 years' time we go to 4, we know that probably we need to be about 10 or 12%. Can we lay that out? Can we signal a pathway that we will get to that level of private savings? Because I think that would be a positive.
Now, I'm just going to come to Tracy in a second, but I do want to say on the way past, our cynic would say that you're in the savings industry, and of course you think 10 or 12% is appropriate. I'm surprised you didn't pitch for 15.
Well, we discussed 25 offline.
I don't think we need to go that high.
You don't think we need to go that high, David?
No, I don't. I think we need to get everyone in it.
Yeah.
And I think we need to make sure that we're not increasing the distortions that KiwiSaver causes. Now, every government intervention causes a distortion, and the distortion caused by voluntary KiwiSaver gets worse the higher the rate is, particularly at the bottom end of the income scale, where people are forced to make a choice between maximising their weekly earnings and saving, and where an unscrupulous employer having a choice between taking a New Zealander who might want KiwiSaver or someone who's here on a working holiday permit or any other form of permit could be employed without that cost. So already at 3+3, that's a distortion. You take it to 5+5, there's a 10% margin there for the employer that can be avoided. And there's plenty of employers who, if their competitor's already doing that, will have no choice but to follow them in a competitive sense down that same route. So I would much rather see us even have 3+3 compulsorily and lift it over time by a little bit. But I personally would oppose going to 5+5 if it's voluntary, because I think the distortions will get even worse.
But we could close that loophole, couldn't we? And say that you still have to pay them that, but then they can take it with them if they leave the country permanently.
Well, you could do, but that's compulsion.
Feather in one nest, I think both
If
are
you
good.
make it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Compulsion fixes that. And you could, actually, Sharon, I think you're exactly on the money. You could put it into a migrant abuse fund. You could put it into a training for New Zealanders funds where we've got a skills shortage. You could do any
I was
sorts
just going to
of
give
things.
it back to them when they left, but okay.
Well, you could do that too. But
David, you're showing that sort of government tendency to just hang on to the dough. Tracy, what I wanted to raise with you particularly, I mean, I'm interested in how you think it should go with KiwiSaver. But there's a question here on Slido where somebody said, well, the Australian system's good and everything, but it tends to entrench the disparity between genders, those that work when they, if somebody stays home to bring up their children and then the others go out to work, then KiwiSaver is linked obviously to the income over that sort of 40-year period, so you end up with less income. And also, people on low wages, they end up with less savings. Is simply increasing the percentage the answer?
No, I don't think just increasing the percentage is the answer. And I agree with David. I think that there's an opportunity there to increase disparities. But what I'm pleased about with the conversation is we've completely moved away from actually raising the age of superannuation, because I would argue we're too late. If in 25 years we're going to hit the peak of what is the 50-year window of over 85-year-olds and over 65-year-olds, if there's only a 10-year, if you're going to shift by 10 years, you've literally missed the window for all the savings that people think they're going to get, right? So this conversation is much more constructive if we're talking about what the future looks for. And I would agree with David, we have to get everybody in. I never understood why we removed the $1,000 incentive payment when children were signed up by their parents. And we could literally attach it. You are legally obliged to register the birth of a child in this country. And some people don't, and we find out about those children when they go to school. Imagine if what part of that is that a KiwiSaver account was opened under the name of that child, and the state put in $1,000. And it was actually legislated that those managers of those funds were not allowed to charge fees for the first 16 years of that child's KiwiSaver account. We now
Blair was with you till then.
Pardon? But what we've got now is what we used to have, which is this concept of introducing saving for long-term outcome. When we used to go to school with post office books and put money in and relatives could do it, we had delayed gratification and we knew what we were going for. It's never going to replace baseline super. And just to make a comment about means testing of super, that turns it from a universal entitlement as part of the social contract into a benefit.
It does.
And it brings its own complications on who's worthy and who's not, and the line is never at what is really rich. Everybody's just below it or just above it.
Yep, I think you're right. It also just makes it so complicated in terms of encouraging people to arrange their affairs in a different way. Just back on the $1,000 for a second, because some would argue that that's the political, ends up being a political football. Just put $1,000 in anybody's account for no reason. You could argue that David's approach, which is take the tax off, it's, over their lifetime it's going to add to more than $1,000, but you could argue that that's a better approach because at least you're rewarding people for savings. There's probably plenty of KiwiSaver accounts that from the period where you were given $1,000 haven't been touched since. I suspect if we look in the inactive KiwiSaver accounts, there'll be this balance of $1,000 plus interest for so many of them, I suspect.
Well, I can only go off what I know, and that all of myself, my husband, and all of our friends opened KiwiSaver accounts for our children when there was a $1,000 lump sum payment by the government to incentivise that. All my children have then gone on to make sure that they contribute to their KiwiSaver accounts. So it's not either or. You asked me whether it was $1,000 or David's. It's an and.
But if we're increasing people's savings, but then and at some fiscal cost, isn't the other half of that you then reduce super in some way? Otherwise, where's the advantage? We're having two parallel conversations here. We have to do something. The idea of saving more is that then the government has to tip in less. So is that an older age, or is that means testing, or is that indexing to the CPI? But where's the other half of that conversation?
Well, Australia do it by effectively requiring you to take an annuity for all or part of your, I actually might be misstating that. Andrew Coleman's recommendation, and he's done some great work over the years. I really recommend people digging it out. His recommendation is that you require people from their savings pool to take an annuity for all or part of their superannuation costs to the extent they're able to, but you've still got the bedrock of superannuation there for everybody. And you can also then, I think somewhat separate the discussion about age of eligibility from the savings question, because I fear if you don't, it is impossible to get through the political maze. Whereas I think if we were to allow political parties a little bit of space to move here, not require them to be pinned down on every particular before the election, that you actually might have some hope of reaching the accord that we all hope could be achieved. Winston Peters has been pretty consistent during his political life, going back to his time in the National Party and soon thereafter on his view on savings. In the Labour Party, we always say that Muldoon was wrong to get rid of the Kirk scheme that we're proud of, that those clever Australians stole it of us. Stephen, you've talked about being proud of the things that you stood for. We're not that far apart, but we've got to try and stop too much pressure on the final detail and perhaps trust that this could be.
Well, that's a big question. That could be your biggest ask of all, to trust politicians prior to an election.
Well, I believe in democracy, so...
No, I do too. It's just that people are naturally cynical about what we say in our former profession. But rather than talk about ourselves, what about the argument, though, that people often adopt in compulsory savings, which I know has long since been put to bed in Australia, that there are plenty of ways that people can invest in themselves, particularly when they're building their assets, and the classic New Zealand one is farms, right? Is they would argue, I'd rather put every bit of money I got back into my farm to pay off my farm because that's my retirement, or the shopkeeper who effectively borrows against their house to build their business, and they think, why do I want to put 5 or 10% of my income into a KiwiSaver account when I'm doing all these things for myself? And that's, for me, that works. They're not suggesting it works for everybody, but it works for them. What do we say to those people?
Most countries don't make self-employed compulsorily contribute. They do exempt them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you would do that?
Yes. Yeah. Because I agree with you. That's your choice, and more often than not, it works out for them. And when it doesn't, well, they've got the backstop of superannuation as everyone else has.
Yes. Okay. So is that a consensus amongst the crew?
No. I think I've got.
Will give us the other perspective.
I'll have small countries of data that would highlight diversification is good, and all your eggs in one basket, whether it's the corner store or whatever, is not necessarily good for you. So I think at the heart of long term and an outcome you want in terms of retirement, I think diversification is good, and I think we can see that all around the world, and I think I'd have a good discussion with anyone to say, no, I want everything in one asset. And I think we have a system with KiwiSaver and the like where it can accommodate that, right now your lifestyle changes, you want to put more or less in as a sole proprietor. I do agree it is challenging, but you can accommodate that. So I don't think we have to have a mutually exclusive system where it's all super, it's all KiwiSaver, it's all this or that. I think at the heart of this is challenging. It's hard because it's hard. And there's a number of pieces here that work together. The productivity, the way that we're set up, how we save, and I wish there was a silver bullet, but there really isn't. And so when I'd say to someone who is sole proprietor, I'd say, look, put aside when you can. Use private savings. Invest in your business. We want that. Absolutely, we want that. But having everything riding on one horse is not such a good thing.
Yeah, there's a cultural thing, though, that...
No, I think that's a big part of it. You know, there's a lot of research that highlights New Zealanders as a culture, we don't like talking about money. 42% of us in recent research highlights that this is one of the things at the kitchen table you do not want to talk about. So we need to sort of overcome that barrier, have a talk about it, understand the problem, understand the challenges, put some plans in place, and then have the confidence to back it.
So what do we think then about this, where we've got to with KiwiSaver? There's hardship withdrawals, or withdrawals for your first home and those sorts of things, because that's an extension of the same argument, right? Which is I've got a better use for the money right now in terms of building my asset base. Where are you on that, Sharon? I mean, is that...
Yeah, I think unfortunately when you made it that you could withdraw to buy your first home, it did actually make a fairly large dent in the whole notion of what it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
The hardship withdrawals, I think it's problematic that every scheme has to decide for themselves and be the adjudicator on when that threshold is reached. That opens it up actually as potentially a competitive thing. The word of mouth is, oh, this scheme's really easy to get your money out of, so I'll put my money in there. I'm not suggesting that's happening, but that kind of weird stuff could happen. It seems to me there should be, and some funds have clubbed together to make their own, but there should be an agency that decides objectively whether that threshold's reached, for example. But that's detail. But
you'd tighten all that up?
I think it should be made more consistent. Not necessarily tighter, but more consistent anyway.
Yeah, David, what would you...
Well, it is meant to be retirement savings. It's in
Yes.
the name. That said, I think there's another way through here which would be products that could reflect the fact that if you've got a KiwiSaver balance, maybe there's a product that could be developed between the government and the finance sector that enabled the first home buyer to get their deposit on their first home. So for the first home, I want first home buyers. I really believe in the importance of high rates of home ownership. But I don't necessarily think that the answer is to allow people to stop saving or to withdraw their savings to do it. I think there's another way through that with a companion product.
Okay. Yeah, you in the same, I suppose?
I probably am. Look, we all want people to have homes, you know, absolutely. But at the same time, you don't want to have a 20-year holiday after that in terms of saving for your retirement. That's what we don't want to see. 90% of all working New Zealanders have a KiwiSaver. They're seeing the benefits of it. So the challenge is that 30% of them are static. So we need to understand how do we get them back on saving. Admittedly, it might be at a lower level, but get them back into that routine. I think it was well said. I think it was Jared Kerr in one of the earlier panels when he was talking about Australia, and he really did highlight over there they don't think about this. It just happens. And I do take the point about some nasty employers not paying their fair dues on KiwiSaver. It just has to sit on top. It has to happen as part of just the old 50 cents in the post office savings account, whatever that was. But it has to happen just naturally because it's good for everybody, it's good for the economy, it's good for New Zealand as a whole.
But again, this whole session is about how do we solve the fiscal time bomb that is super. And we're just talking about how do we get people to save more and have a better retirement. That's nice, but it doesn't solve that first problem. Right. And that's where there are no good solutions. I mean, we can all agree there's nice ways to increase saving. There's no nice way to reduce the fiscal cost of superannuation. If you grow KiwiSaver and all of that, it's so that you can give people less public money when they're retired. That's the reason you do it. But we're kind of dodging that part of the discussion.
I'm happy not to dodge it. I'm not dodging it. I say that if you get the tax cut, and again, quoting Andrew Coleman, he would divide us by age. He would say, under a certain age, you're going to get the change to the tax benefit of KiwiSaver and you've got to be in it. You get that benefit, we're going to require you to abate your super by your annuity if you can afford to. Maybe not all of it. If you're over a certain age and you're not getting the EET tax benefit, you get universal superannuation. It might not be the right transition, but you're exactly right, Sharon. You have to transition to something that is affordable fiscally whilst having the productivity improvement.
Well, let's talk about that transition because helpfully that's where I wanted to go next. That's really good. Because that's where you get into trouble politically, don't you, is this whole intergenerational equity question. Because right now there's a generation coming through, I don't know whether it's Y, Z or AA, but whichever one's coming through, rightly or wrongly, they believe they're having it tougher than their parents did. It's harder to buy a house. I'm not sure that's quite true right now. It certainly was, but we could debate that. But that's the wrong panel. But they certainly feel that they are going to be the first generation that doesn't improve their standard of living the way their parents did. So what's our answer to them? Because I'm hearing Sharon, there's a fiscal time bomb. We all agree that it's not fair to ask people who are 2 years off retirement to suddenly deal with a new system. But nevertheless, there's a whole bunch of people in their 20s and 30s that are saying, hang on.
Well, I think the reality is there's not a whole bunch of people in their 20s and 30s, right? Because that's one of the reasons we're discussing this. We're only going to have 2 working age people for 1 retiree. So there's not a whole bunch of them. There is a number of them, I get it. And yes, their life is different than what their parents were. There are less supports. Like my parents' generation had the universal family benefit. They were able to capitalise on it. They bought their first home. So we used to house families based off what was a paper
state
transaction.
Advances, low interest loans.
Yep, all that. And I mean, and then you hear my generation will say, so I paid 21% on a mortgage, right? So every generation's got their whatever it is. One, we have to make sure that there is a system for them. That's what we should be concentrating on, the overarching system, and whether it is making sure that we don't confuse our messaging around retirement saving by saying you can take it out for this or take it out for that. If somebody is in hardship at 60, we're supposed to have a social welfare system that is actually assisting them for that, not for them to have to go and take from what is their future. But if we really wanted to take the weight off what is that next generation coming through, we would be working on what is the health costs, not necessarily the superannuation costs going forward. And we would be opening trusts. Yeah. And we would be telling people that the asset and income testing that level is going to be doubled. And if you have money, you're going to have to pay for your own health care, and so on and so forth. Because between superannuation and healthcare costs, we're 20% above the PAYE tax take over the next 50 years.
Well, the great question has just come up on Slido, which said exactly that. Superannuation and health costs go hand in hand. Don't we need to look at both of them together? Yeah. So is there an investment in future health costs that we need to be thinking about for people?
Sorry, if I can just work on that one. There's an investment in getting the health system to work more collegially to remove all the inefficiencies and stop. We're spending money, acute high-level care money, on hospital beds for individuals that don't need to be in hospital beds because we don't have residential care beds that they could get well in and then go back home again. So it's the flow that we could be fixing, and then we wouldn't have to build as many expensive hospital beds. Private business actually funds and the citizen themselves pay first up for residential care beds, and we need to asset and income test in-home care, as the Australians are just doing. So we could we could use better a whole lot of money that's in that space and possibly lower some of our costs there by working more collegially together.
The question, though, would be, is that enough? And I'm coming back to Sharon here because she just looks at those really big numbers. And she's really helpful in anchoring this conversation. So Sharon, you're the black-hatted realist in the room.
There is never enough money for health. It is a bottomless pit.
Yep.
Because our expectations keep getting higher, because the technology keeps getting better, and there's never enough money.
The point, who was it that made the point about 85 pluses? Was it you, Tracy? I mean,
the Treasury's point that I recycled.
The costs are phenomenal, and that's the numbers are going to keep going up. And again, to David's point about cultural things, I mean, we're not a country that doesn't look after, one way or other, our old people.
Currently. But if we don't do something, we might become that. That's the other part of this.
Yeah. So does it have to be superannuation and health hand in hand in terms of like investing for your future?
Sorry, can I just mention that if we remove superannuation, I mean, I know I'm talking about the 85-year-olds, but they have to use all their superannuation first. So over the age of 65, if you need care, you have to use all your super first before the government will subsidise. Yeah. So if you remove super from some part of that, then the state's still going to have to step up. I'm not quite sure that's been worked into the modelling.
Okay.
I haven't done the modelling.
David?
I believe in the public provision of health, and I don't believe that people should be forced into private health insurance. I do believe that we need efficiency in the provision of all services, including in health, and that will be an ongoing challenge. But I think that it is inevitable that New Zealand will spend an increasing proportion of GDP on health. How high a percentage depends on how productive we are, which leads you back to the savings debate, because I think we've got primarily a productivity problem, and if we can get that right and we can, going back to your last question, how do you communicate this to New Zealanders? Every week there's a story in the newspapers, or Tracy was telling me today, people moving to Australia. Why are people moving to Australia? They're moving because they're more prosperous. And I think just about everyone in New Zealand knows that one of the reasons why Australia is more prosperous is that they've made better decisions than us. And I know they've got a few other advantages, but they've made better decisions than us. And I think New Zealanders are pretty sensible, and they get that, because they know a hell of a lot of people that are in Australia doing better than them, and a lot of them are relatives and friends.
Yeah, although arguably people, we do have people that flow out to Australia and flow back again through the economic cycle, and we're at the point of the economic cycle, which tends to be the case at the end of a recession where...
Yeah, a chart of the relative unemployment rates explains the cycle beautifully. What's structural is the fact that apart from when COVID hit, it's always negative. Right. So there's both going on at the moment. Yeah. But yeah, we're probably at about the extreme now.
Let's talk a little bit then about the productivity question. On the macroeconomics panel this morning, I asked the question, and there was actually quite a lot of positivity that, funnily enough, AI, if we harness it properly, could solve some of this issue. Do you feel confident, this panel, about that? Or do you think it's a much more of an investment and savings story in the next 10 or 20 years?
I think it can help with healthcare. No, because medicine used to be about memorising everything. I mean, why is academic achievement the appropriate test for whether you'd make a good GP anyway? But you can imagine with AI tools, you could have a 3-year path to becoming a GP, who's often, a gateway to it's a triage system. Yeah. So if we were brave enough, you could, massively increasing the supply of GPs would have a big impact on healthcare costs down the line.
But also more generally, David, the potential for big productivity improvements across the economy has got to be high, right?
It's not an easy one to answer for me. Very complicated. If labour is a decreasing factor in the means of production,
yes,
as a consequence of technology, including AI, then there's a lot of things that flow from that are not easy to predict or solve. Whereas the next job coming to is the past a predictor of the future. And people say that the Industrial Revolution caused a massive move from agriculture once it became mechanised into the cities. It took 100 years. Wasn't an easy transition. It's an easy transition to look back at after you've gone through the 100 years of dislocation. So I don't want to predict the future there because I don't know what it is. I do think that we know that we do not save enough in New Zealand. We do not apply enough capital to our endeavours and to our labour. But if labour is a decreasing means in the factor in the means of production to the other part of the economy, we haven't got enough savings to apply capital to capital. We still need to lift productivity, and I come back to there's no easy answer for New Zealand. It lies in savings and investment, and I can't see another way through, and I've been at this game for a while.
Okay. Blair, savings-wise, when you get a pot of savings, you do get a lot of pressure as to how it should be invested. We had it here this morning. We should invest our savings in this country. Was one of the suggestions that the super fund and ACC, for example, which are the two bigger pots that are centrally controlled right now, should be more invested in New Zealand. And then you get we should do more in venture capital. Disclosure, I'm on the board of Icehouse Ventures, but there's people that think that should get more. In the Australian environment, you get all these big super funds that make decisions based on quite a lot of social characteristics as well as financial returns. Is that a danger of these big sort of funds of capital, that you end up not actually getting the improvements in productivity because there are all sorts of other ways in which they're required to be allocated?
Well, maybe take 2 steps back, because I think we all agree on 2 things maybe up here, which is if we want universal healthcare, we want a universal base to protect people in retirement, then we're going to need NZ Super and we're going to need KiwiSaver. And really, any decision should be to continue to thoughtfully manage the crunch we have on NZ Super in the short term, and that's going to be some hard decisions, but also continue to support KiwiSaver. But at the crux of it, completely agree, it's a productivity issue. We're very good at growing grass. We've done it for a long time. We have lots of cows. We're doing really well at that side of it. We are, and it's not beyond us, to be very, very good at the technology side of horticulture and the like. We have to find new ways to be productive. Not surprisingly, I am on the side of AI. I think it's overvalued in the short term, but we'll look back with the time and we'll say, well, it's actually probably underplayed over the long term. So, embracing this through our wonderful universities and the like, and getting comfortable with this has got to be a good thing in terms of productivity. Just a quick story. I was lucky enough to live in Singapore and had 10 or 12 years in Asia. And I remember back in the Singapore government about 2010, they were looking around at ways to create revenue, and they thought this gamification, games and all the rest with kids was going to take off. They had no experience of it at all. They created a space out by Changi Airport. They did fiscal incentives, et cetera, no tax on these businesses for the next 10 years. They welcomed them in, they provided space for them, and they welcomed this in as an industry. No surprising fast forward, they're now the 3rd biggest player globally in terms of gamification, alongside their ports and their other things that they do. But they plan forward. They really plan forward. Yes, ageing population is inevitable. Yes, we've got fiscal challenges in the short term. But we don't have to walk into a savings shortfall in 10, 20, 30 years. We can make some calls, but we can't kick it down the road much further. We have $140 billion in KiwiSaver. It is starting to accumulate, especially if we keep saving into it. That does create opportunities. It's slightly frustrating. We've been openly saying this as an industry. We just don't have enough really good assets on the NZX and similarly to invest into. So as a result, as an industry, we do put 80% of our monies offshore. And you want to do that because at the end of the day, you do want really good returns for your clients. But it would be great to have more infrastructure assets to be able to invest into. It would be great. This time last year, I think we had a big effort to bring people from all around the world to talk about infrastructure. And we got a lot of people coming here to talk about infrastructure. It's started, but we really need to accelerate into that and find more opportunities and sort of celebrate some of those opportunities as they come online. We can do more than grow grass. I'm pretty sure we can.
Okay. There's a couple of questions on Slido that I might want to finish with. One is the suggestion that you've got a generation now which, as a group, is retiring. The end of the baby boom is the next generation, who actually have done pretty well on accumulation of assets over their lifetimes as a group, not everybody. And these people are suggesting that maybe it's reverse annuities based on their housing is an answer that they should be doing, particularly when you look at the younger generation, which is having trouble achieving asset accumulation, and as we know, is a much smaller generation. So we've got this massive, one way or other, there's a whole bunch of wealth that's tied up in people aged over 65, which is somehow going to be redistributed either before they die or after they die, right? So should we be looking more at those things? Tracy?
A couple of things, because 40% of those over the age of 65 have got assets and income and are doing all right. And then we've got that 60%, and that came from the Retirement Commissioner, right? So we just need to be a little bit careful when one of the things that would help this conversation is if we stopped just having this 40-year span, right? We should be recognising that people will live to about 105. So it's not uncommon for me to meet 103-year-olds, 104-year-olds inside care facilities. And they're, talkative, but they need care. So, but we talk about this 40-year spread as if they're a whole lump of sort of homogenous human beings. We need to be breaking them down into decade blocks, and we need to be looking at what are the pressures and the markers and the usage of services, etc., in those decade blocks would be my first thing. And when it comes to the assets that have been accumulated, those who are in the 40% are being exceptionally well served with regard to accommodation and access to care through what is the retirement village and the Big Six and so on. I would be worried if we decided that they were the majority when they're not. And so we would have to put settings in to make sure that we recognise what was the reality. We've got women, there's a large number of homeless women now over the age of 65 who are couch surfing around New Zealand. There's a closed Facebook group of 1,500 over 65-year-old women who live in mobile homes who use that group to connect with each other to find out when it's safe to move to somewhere else. So we just need to be a bit careful about assumptions, right? Yeah.
Can I just one go though? I think the answer to your question maybe is yes. The answer is yes, retirement homes and villages, if you can afford it, yes, we should have reverse equity mortgages. We've told ourselves they're too scary because somehow you end up losing control of your house. The UK, 60% of all pensioners have reverse equity mortgages in play. They have settings around them to protect the client or the customer. But that is really common. So we can do that, and we need to do more on decumulation because we do worry about saving and getting to 65 and then we think it's all good. We do need to worry about the next 40 years once you're in it. And at the moment, Australia are running around like headless chooks because they are desperately now trying to do decumulation well. And we should learn from that, and we must learn from that. The UK and Germany, Norway, these countries do have a very, very developed industry around decumulation as well as accumulation, and we should learn from that, not just Australia but the other countries as well.
Okay, well, we're almost out of time, and then there's the AI panel, which will solve all this for us. And possibly some AI bot has already come up with all the answers as we speak. But what I want to do is just to let the panel finish by each of you got a magic wand to wave. You're possibly not facing an election at the end of this year. I don't think anybody here is. So what would you do? What was the one thing you would do to improve the situation if you could have your way? Sharon Zollner.
It's like that old joke, how do I get to the post office? Oh, well, I wouldn't start from here.
Yeah,
I would start 20 years ago, since you've given me a magic wand. In fact, probably let's go back 40 years. Why not? Let's do it properly. That's the thing. But the longer we put off things because they're difficult, the worse the set of options will be and the harsher the transition will be. Who bears the most cost is very, very complicated. So I think in reality it would have to be a mix of solutions that are very, very carefully thought through. But whoever introduces it is still out the door in the next election. That's the problem. So that's why it's so difficult. And it'll be put off until the alternatives are worse. And that's not an optimal outcome.
And that makes it harder and harder to be fair, right?
Yeah.
David, what would you do if you waved your magic wand?
Focus on productivity. I'd surf on the back of the popularity of Australian-based retirement savings, and I'd take the gap.
Okay. Blair.
Yeah, look, reflections on a famous orator, Yogi Bear said, I was going really, really fast, but in the wrong direction. I don't think we're going in the wrong direction, but we don't want to kick it down the road. I do think productivity is at the crux of it, but there are some things we can do today to help move ourselves forward as the nation of savers.
And your one would be?
Well, look, we've mentioned regular contributions, and I think we're on that one, so that's positive. I think there's other things around, obviously, the age eligibility that at some point here we have to realise we can't afford it at 72, so there's no way we can afford it at 65, but you must do it thoughtfully.
Tracy, your magic wand.
So if I had a magic wand, I would have a brave minister call together a group of people and give them 6 months, and I'm talking about experts from, so they did it in Australia. That's how they're addressing their aged population in Australia. A junior minister who got the Minister for Seniors portfolio, brought together the unions, the providers, the treasury, and she put them in a room for 6 months and said, give me the fix. I don't want a review, give me the fix. They gave her the fix and they're implementing the fix. So that would be nice.
And Tracy's volunteering to be on the panel. No. Fantastic. Look, it's a vexed issue, and the interesting thing is, and there's been lots of other Slido questions here, along the lines of, well, it's easy, you just do this. I think where it all becomes a bit harder is when you hit the politics of it, and certainly there's 3 of us around this group who have experienced the joy of challenging this issue and the politics of it. But thank you very, very much to the panel. I think it's been a very, very helpful conversation. There is a path through it, and the trick will be to do it before, as Sharon says, it becomes too tough, because we're going to have to do it anyway. But look, thank you very much, and thank you for listening. Cheers.
That was a great panel, guys, and I suggest we just lock all 5 of you in a room for 6 months and you can come up with a solution. And it wouldn't really be a New Zealand Economics Forum without comparing ourselves to Australia and mentioning Singapore. So thanks for ticking the bingo on that. And David Parker, you mentioned the ubiquitous quote from Paul Krugman, productivity isn't everything, but it almost is, and it really is. From that discussion, all of these things are connected, whether it be productivity, whether it be the health bill galloping down the road towards us, whether it be building the economy, creating more competition to encourage more productivity. It really is all of these things connected. And I would like to give, talking of David Parker, I think he wins the prize for getting his graph up behind me here when everybody in this room at an economics conference has a graph that they would like to get up there. So well done, David. So we've got to wait a couple of minutes. We're just going to get the stage set up. It's not actually a panel. It is actually a presentation on AI, and it will be fascinating. And I think AI has been a theme throughout all of these panels today. So please don't get up and go or mingle outside. Wait. It's only going to be a couple of minutes. If you need to go to the toilet, go to the toilet. But otherwise, just wait, and we'll be with you very, very shortly. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Let's take our seats and settle in for the last session. We wanted to finish the afternoon with a bang, so we're going to finish with a presentation and a demonstration on AI, and then we'll make sure we leave some time at the end for your questions, which I'm sure will be many. Presentation and demonstration today is going to be run by Mark Lawrence, who has a boutique AI company called 10 Past Tomorrow, and I'm sure he'll tell us about why it's called that at some point. Mark has been working with us here at the university, and particularly at the management school, in terms of building our capability around AI. So Mark, over to you.
Thank you. Just test the volume there. Everyone can hear me well. Good afternoon, everyone. It is fantastic to be here. Thank you for having me as part of the forum, Jen. It's actually personally special for me to be here. Both my parents were raised on local Waikato farms, and they actually went to university here in the 70s, went through Teachers College. So it's lovely to be following in their footsteps. Now, I want to start by explaining up front the tone that I'm aiming for in this session. I'm here to be really practical about AI. You get enough waffle, you get enough hype, you get enough doomsday news every time you open the NBR, every time you open your LinkedIn. I can almost guarantee you feel overwhelmed by that content with AI. I'm here to show you what's actually real with the technology and what's happening in organizations with it today, right? I'm here to also talk about the opportunities that New Zealand has with AI. That's what today is about. It's about our economy, and AI plays a crucial part in that in our near and long-term future. I want to say I feel like I have a responsibility to speak really directly, far more directly to you than I would in this room a few years ago. In 2022, when I was talking about generative AI, my messages were gentle and they were exploratory, and my main theme was just to try and engender curiosity in a room like this. I aimed for like the metaphor of just a gentle shake of your shoulders. But today, at the start of 2026, the gap, and I will demonstrate it for you today, the gap between the frontier capabilities and power of what this technology can do and where the majority of us still are, it's widened to be more than a gap, and it's now a chasm, right? And I believe that it has serious repercussions for our businesses, for our people, and for our economy. So there's actually a term for this phenomenon, which is started to be used in our industry, and it's one of the main themes that I'm going to shape this talk around. The term is called the AI capability overhang. And what is that? It refers to the fact that most people still mentally, they're picturing AI as what it was 3 years ago, probably when they first experimented with it. And if you cast your mind back 3 years ago, it was this weak, unreliable, error-prone typing machine, you know? And subconsciously, a lot of people still think of it that way, either because they fiddled with it then, were exasperated and gave it away and haven't really come back to it, or just subconsciously that's still pigeonholed in their brain, right? And of course, how people think about something is how they use it. And so I believe it's one of the main reasons why, as a nation and as companies and as people, we're still just dabbling with AI, right? Not if this feels right to you within your organization. Most people are using AI to summarize emails, change the tone, summarize long documents, and basically use it as like a glorified Google search, right? So meanwhile, while that's happening, in the past 2.5 years, and especially in the last 6 months, the frontier capabilities of these tools have reached completely different stratospheres. I'll demonstrate some of those for you today, because like I said, I want this to be practical and tangible. It's not fluff, it's not hype, I want to make it like grounded for you. And I want to show you that the repercussions of this are not for tech people, it's not for developers, it's not for tech teams, it's not for tech companies, it's for every single person and business and organization in this room, right? There are very important consequences of this AI capability gap. Some of them are positive, some otherwise, right? And when this gap is widening as quickly as it is, the people in the companies and the nations that are being left on the wrong side of the chasm, there's very real risk being created there, right? I want to explore that risk today, but I don't want to be heavy the whole time, right? Because the flip side is this AI capability overhang, it also, for those who can leverage it, is creating perhaps the most market opportunity that we will see in our generation. What we are watching within our work, the individuals and the organizations and the sectors and the nations that have been moving over the last few years, progressing with these capabilities, they haven't just done a bit better, they are pulling away rapidly. If you're sitting here, and I'm going off script, if you're sitting here thinking, why have I not seen these stories? If you learn to fly this evening, actually, perhaps you would crow about that. If you learn a superpower that gives you an incredible competitive advantage over your competition, you do not post about that on LinkedIn, you do not put it in your blog posts. You hold that secret and you live that competitive advantage, right? So I'm going to open up that competitive advantage to you today because I want it for all of you and I want it for New Zealand. So, good afternoon. My name is Mark Lawrence. I run 10 Past Tomorrow. We're a full-scale generative AI consultancy. I'm not giving you a sales pitch. I want to tell you our mission. Our mission is simply, we are not technologists. We do not build AI, right? We are here. Our mission is to spread AI literacy and skills as deeply and broadly throughout New Zealand as possible. And it's the skills and the literacy that we believe in so passionately. Because it works, and we see time and time again that when people and organizations become fluent and deeply skillful in using these tools, productivity jumps, strategy improves, and entirely new ways of working become possible. And I want to focus on that. That's not a cliche. AI is not about bolting AI onto the existing way you do things and just do it 10% faster. The ones at the frontier are creating entirely new ways to do what they do, right? So over the past few years, we've seen this in our work, both with private sector and the public sector. The capabilities of AI are advancing faster than exponentially, okay? But humans and organizations don't move that fast. We move at a different cadence. And so the reason that I'm standing here today and what I really want to get into is to say that this AI capability overhang, it doesn't just matter for you as an individual, and it doesn't just matter for your company or your organization, it matters for our nation, right? And that's why I think the theme of this forum, which is big choices for a small nation, it's why I think it matters so much. So a quote on screen, this is from Mike Bailey. He runs an AI-focused newsletter and podcast. He's a New Zealander. His content is New Zealand focused. I've put his brand up there. He's also one of the sharpest AI commentators in the country. I strongly suggest you follow his content. He's saying New Zealand's biggest risk is not access to AI, but whether we build the judgment and fluency to use it well. And I agree wholeheartedly with this, because the access to AI is not the constraint, right? To put it really plainly, Bill Gates, with $20 quadrillion, he literally cannot buy better AI than you can with a $20 US per month subscription, right? State of the art, the most powerful technology we've ever built is available for you at $20 US per month. Access is democratized. What's not is skill and fluency. But the companies that are doing this well, the ones that are really, they've invested in their people, they've invested in AI skill and literacy training over the past few years, they are seeing remarkable results. So let me show you some of that by sharing a couple of best practice research reports to ground things in some empirical evidence, which just kind of feels right given that we're in a university. So 3 pieces of research. In October 2024, Boston Consulting Group reported that companies with mature AI deployments report 1.5 times higher revenue growth than their peers, 150%. That's not marginal revenue growth, 1.5 times higher, right? Accenture, early last year, 2025, released research saying that AI-led companies show 2.4 times greater productivity compared to their non-AI adoptive competitors. In May of 2024, McKinsey, their State of AI report, which I also recommend you follow, comes out once a year, McKinsey's State of AI report, found that top AI performers are reallocating more than 20% of their time to higher value work, right? That's freeing up 1 day a week, taking away the drudge work, the heavy manual repetitive stuff to go into high value work. Guess what? Almost always high value work equates to relationship-focused people skills, the human side of your business and your job, right? That is AI helping us become more human. All of this actually describes the AI capability overhang, right? It shows those at the frontier, and again, they're not crowing about it in their LinkedIn posts or their blogs, but these companies are not just bolting AI onto old processes, making them go a little bit faster. They're actually, when you look inside them, and it's a real privilege to see this with the work that we do, they change whole workflows. The technology allows them to say, why would we do it this way? That's always been so slow and ponderous. Let's do it a new way. The technology's allowing us, right? In shorthand, they are rebuilding a new engine, not just bolting AI into the old one and hoping it goes a little bit faster. And at the risk of laboring the point, the gap between those who are doing that and those who are still doing this is widening month by month. So what does that actually mean? Let's drill down practically into, if I was to take you into one of these companies that is at the frontier with the technology, what does it look like and what's putting them out at front? Why is this overhang growing and not shrinking? In a nutshell, can I just have a show of hands? Who has heard the term AI agent? Awesome. Who actually knows what an AI agent really, truly is and means? It is probably the most confusing term in AI these days. It's also been a hyped up promise for the best part of 2025, right? It's only probably in the last 3 or 4 months that agents have really arrived. The hype is over and they're here, and I'd like to show you what it means, right? Let me return to the fact that most people still think about AI, their mental model is attuned to 3 years ago. Those flimsy, non-reliable, make stuff up, frustrate the heck out of you. That's the old AI. That was AI basically as a better search engine. You had to sit with it step by step, ask a task, ask a question, get an answer, copy that, paste it over there. That way of using AI, the chat bot, you and back and forth, it's almost outdated already, right? It's not to say you shouldn't be going there. 80% of your workforce should be there. That's where they sit, right? But there is a new reality, which is agents, and that just simply means that AI can do more. It can act autonomously. It doesn't need you for every step of the way. You give it an objective, it is smart enough, powerful enough, and now can work for long enough reliably. You just give it the objective. It works out all the subtasks that it needs to take, and then it goes and does them. Right? It uses your computer, literally navigates your computer, uses the software you have, browses the internet, clicks on things, fills out forms, goes into your CRM, uses your computer the way you do for as I'm about to show you, upwards of hours now, right? Can I have a hands up who is using AI agents in this way? Awesome. That's more than I expected. So this is the shift from chatbot to agent. Let me show you what it looks like in graph form. This comes from an organization called Meta. I also, if you're interested in the AI world, follow Meta. They're one of the more influential organizations these days. They're a not-for-profit in California. Meta stands for Model Evaluation and Threat Research. Essentially what they do is they measure how long the best AI models can now work autonomously for and still be reliable and powerful, right? In 2019, you can see here, AI could work for about a minute and still be reliable and powerful. By early 2024, it crossed that threshold, could work for about half an hour reliably and powerfully. Late 2025, right, this is pre-Christmas, it was sitting at about 4.5 hours. And then, in case you missed it, in case you were at the beach, this summer has been the most incredible explosion of AI capability, probably since the ChatGPT moment. We are now tipping out at close to 7 hours of being able to let these agents go and work powerfully and reliably on your behalf, right? And I want to repeat what I said at the top. These capabilities are doubling every 7 months, okay? So if you extrapolate, it's hard to extrapolate a vertical line, but 12 to 18 months from now, we're likely looking at systems that can handle multi-day projects at reliable success rates. So that is mind-bending, but go a layer deeper and understand it's not apples for apples as a comparison. If you compare the work that AI does for 10 minutes with what Mark Lawrence can do for 10 minutes, it's not a fair game, right? Even if you've just tinkered with ChatGPT, sometimes you see what it can do in 10 minutes, you would actually take hours to do, right? So if this can now work for hours, soon to be days, extrapolate the results here, please. And so what I'm saying here is if your people in your organization, if they're still at tinker with chatbot phase, their AI capability gap and overhang is represented for you in chart form here, right? And I think you're kind of getting where I'm going to go with this. Extrapolate that up from individual to company scale to national scale, right? If New Zealand is still tinkering with the fundamentals of chatbots, and I can tell you that they are, then our national AI capability gap is represented in chart form on screen right now too. Okay, that's inspiring, isn't it? I'm going to go from talking conceptually, which I have been now, into what I promised you, let's get real, and let's see what this looks like in practice. Now, I've actually, for those of you who have heard the saying bandied about never work with animals or children, I think it needs to be expanded to never work with animals, children, or live AI. But I'm a sucker for punishment, and so I'm going to do a live demonstration now of how powerful these agents are right now. And just to demystify things, an agent is not a robot walking around in your office. It is, at the moment, it is this. This is Claude. For those of you who have heard Claude, it's basically ChatGPT, right? You open it up in an app, you talk to it like you would talk to a human. There is nothing imposing or intimidating or out of the reach of anyone in this room to use Claude, okay? So I'm going to set up a hypothetical scenario for the live demo. The situation is, I have a live call coming up tomorrow with Jen. Where's Jen? She's gone to prepare for the live call tomorrow. So we're going to discuss expanding the existing relationship that 10 Past Tomorrow has with the management school. So what do I need to do? I need to go and pull together all the context from all the emails that I've had with Jen over the last 6 months. I'll get all the documents, get 2025's program of work from my Google Drive. Then I'll go and research the web for like market intelligence and see what are the best practice universities doing with AI these days. And then I'll compile all of that into a brief for Jen so that when we get on the phone call tomorrow, we're on the same page. It's the kind of prep work that all of you in this room do every day, right? You've got a meeting, pull together all the context, check your emails, dig out the relevant documents, file through Google, draft your thoughts, and that would take you an afternoon, right? We're going to do this in 5 minutes, and we're going to do it while I continue talking to you, hopefully. So here is, when I say to you, you really just talk to these things like you talk to humans. Let me show you my prompt. I'm doing a live demo right now at the New Zealand Economic Forum. Run my live demo skill. The scenario we're role-playing is I've got a call coming up with Jen Kerr, the Pro Vice-Chancellor, to talk about expanding our relationship. I need you to pull together everything I need for that conversation. Check my recent emails with the WMS team, read through the partnership strategy doc in my Google Drive, and do web research of what's happening in executive AI education and university partnerships right now globally. Then, once you've got that context, do some things for me, please. Can you draft an email and just put it sitting in my email inbox? Can you create a PowerPoint deck for me, please? And actually, don't just make it generic. Make sure it has my company's visual look and feel. And can you also make a LinkedIn post draft, don't go and publish it, please, but make a draft about the value of university practitioner partnerships in AI education, also with an image. And put the LinkedIn draft in the browser, but don't publish it yet, please. Right. It's already started working while I've been babbling. So you remember what I said. The first step is it's smart enough to take your objective. I don't have to tell it step by step. It will decompose it into subtasks, which you can see here. Look, I'm looking for gathering all the context in parallel. So it's got access to my emails. It can read my Google Drive. It can run web search all simultaneously. You can see, if you understand that, you're doing better than me. I don't know a single line of code, everybody, just to get on the same page as you. And it's gone, read my emails. It's gathered the context. I've got all the emails, the Drive docs. Let me kick off the email draft, start generating the slide deck image, and plan the storyboard simultaneously. You see here, when I say talk to it like a human, it even has a to-do list like a human, right? So this is fundamentally different from a chatbot. I'm not copying and pasting content into a prompt. Claude is reaching into my systems. It's pulling together the context. It understands my context, right? I don't have to tell it, hey, Claude, you are a such and such. It knows me, it knows who I am, it knows my nature of work, it knows my world. So, the question for everyone in this room, and I'm going to leave this and keep talking, but I'll come back to the output. The question is, for the moment, think how many hours per week do you spend just doing, sorry, peek behind the curtain too early. How many hours per week do you spend doing this type of work? As a senior leader, a lot. This is you compiling, synthesizing information from different channels and producing an output. Let's leave that to run in the background. For the moment, I'll shift from the demonstration, and I want to talk to you and give you a little bit of empirical evidence that answers that question. What is it like for the companies who are getting this much time back in their day, right? I want to give you a couple of fascinating pieces of research. There's a lot of familiar faces in this crowd. For those of you who I've worked with, you've heard these research pieces already, but they are so powerful. They're becoming industry standard, right? So the first piece of research I'll discuss was released in May 2024. It was a partnership between Harvard Business School and Boston Consulting Group, two of the foremost names in American business. Harvard designed a test for 753 Boston Consulting Group consultants. Can I just have a quick hands up? Who does know this story? Who's heard this or seen this research before? 753 Boston Consulting Group consultants, they got 14 tasks assigned to them, which were the mirror of tasks that they do in their job as consultants, right? A third of those consultants got to use ChatGPT to help them. The middle third got to use ChatGPT and they got 2 hours of training on how to use it before then. The last third got no AI, right? They all went off, did those 14 tasks. The results were striking, right? The two groups that had the ability to use AI worked 25% faster, and because all of the tasks were objectively measured by humans, their work was 40% better. I've been presenting this slide now for a long time, a couple of years. It's always this response, and I think it's because we're New Zealanders. This is what I get. Arms folded and like a little chin raise. This is, everybody, $20 US a month to hire a magic wand that immediately your people can work 25% faster and 40% better. And for some reason, and it's not just New Zealand, it is actually globally, we're not picking this magic wand up, right? And I'll tie it back. Have we been devoted to giving our people the skills and the capability to even get here, right? This deserves more than this. This deserves you all standing on your tables and a rousing round of applause, right, for AI. The thing I find most interesting about this, though, and actually I'm going to go off script again, I find it hard to ignore the bullet point at the bottom. That finding has been replicated across a lot of studies, and we also see it in our work with real companies. Your traditional bottom performers get lifted up. They get almost a 3 times benefit from AI than your top performers do. So if you're a senior leader, what does that mean? It means that the standard of what you considered excellence and optimal can now be achieved uniformly through these tools, right? The thing that's most interesting to me that I've got to tell you, though, is this was May 2024. In AI time, that is donkey years. There's been at least 6 new, more powerful generations of this technology. This is 6 times obsolete, essentially. That's the pace of change we're talking about here, which means that these results, which were and still are world-changing for businesses and economies, these are actually now kind of table stakes. So a second study, also Harvard Business School, the same set of researchers actually, right? And it was exactly a year later, so May 2025, they were like, right, we've established efficiency and productivity with Boston Consulting Group. Let's go and work with Procter & Gamble. They took another 700 and this time 770 something P&G employees, gave them the same type of thing. Real tests that reflected real work that they do in their real jobs. But this time they were trying to test, what does collaboration look like in this new world? And I'm going to go off script here again. My dad actually, yes, trained at Teachers College. He spent most of his career as a high-performance collaboration and teamwork consultant. I wish he was here, he's not anymore, but I wish he was here to say, at the end of his life work around collaboration and humans, what does this study mean for how we even define collaboration and teamwork going forward? Because what the study did was, the P&G employees went and did these tasks. They were divided into teams. They were either a team of 2 humans or a team of 1 human plus AI. And the results were, like the headline finding, 1 person plus AI matched and outperformed teams of 2 humans, right? So again, as senior leaders, what does that mean for how we think about what is collaboration, what is teamwork, how do we build our teams, how do we build departments? This is what I'm talking about at one example of we're not bolting AI onto existing processes. AI is asking us, for those at the frontier, to recreate the way we think about our businesses and our organizations, right down to something that we would say is very, very human, teamwork and collaboration, right? Also, another fascinating part about this experiment, some of the tasks, because P&G are essentially like an R&D company, right? So innovation and creativity is essential to what they do. Some of the tasks were be innovative and creative, right? The myth still persists, AI cannot be creative. The teams of 1 person plus 1 AI were 3 times more likely to feature in the solutions which were judged by humans to be the most innovative, right? Again, please remember, this technology is not behind secret walls. We can all access this for $20 per month. The barrier is not technical skill. The barrier is literacy, skill, and cultural change. So I want to shift this now from those organizations to like making it really tangible for this topic, our economy. There is this new benchmark that came out towards the end of last year. AI has basically saturated every intelligence test there is. You cannot give it an IQ test that it can't max out anymore, right? What we've been waiting for is this test, GDP Val. This measures AI performance on economically valuable tasks, i.e., it measures AI's capability to do the kind of work that contributes to GDP. Tasks that currently are done by humans that contribute real economic value. Essentially, they have taken tens of thousands of job roles, decomposed them by tasks, and then gone and measured AI's capability to do those tasks, right? It's a very, very thorough benchmark. And again, headline is the current frontier models now match the performance of professionals with 14 years of experience in their industry across a very wide range of industries. So I'm going to repeat that. Frontier AI tools, they don't just match the output of your entry-level employees. They are going toe-to-toe with mid-career, 14 years of experience industry veterans, right? So what I'm trying to say is this is not theoretical anymore. This is now measurable in relation to GDP. Why does this matter for nations? Well, if AI can perform economically valuable tasks, the equivalent of 14-year industry specialists, to me the question's simple. It's which nations are equipping their populations with the skills to use these tools to drive productivity? It's no surprise to anyone in this room, we have been struggling with productivity. So there are countries out there right now that are approaching AI skills and literacy training in their populations with the same kind of commitment that has always been devoted to infrastructure build, right? Countries like the US, China, the UAE, UK, Singapore, Finland, Australia. They, over the last 12 months, have all released national AI strategy documents and billions of dollars that are not devoted to building the technology. Yes, USA and China are building the technology. I'm talking about billions for we are going to upskill and make our populations AI skillful and AI literate. And in some cases, like the UAE and Singapore, they're directly subsidizing the technology itself, right? But this is a race. We can't be in the race to build AI. We are not going to play with USA and China to build the technology. But we can be in this race, you know? We are small, we're agile, we're educated, we're well connected. Again, the key insight, access to the AI is not the differentiator. We all have, every country now I'm talking about, has access globally. We, in my opinion, it must be our goal to be one of the most AI skilled and literate nations in the world, to capture that productivity and economic potential that Minister Willis so rightly highlighted this morning as one of New Zealand's most pressing and ongoing objectives. So, actually, I've made a note, I'm going to leave that on the table. I'm actually going to pick that back up off the table soon. But let's go back in, and has anyone remembered our agent? Would you like to see what she has been doing in the background? Let's have a look. So, let's check back in on the actual agent itself and see what was going on in the background. Phase 1 content was gathered, got all the emails, I'm going to do all this and this and this and this. Let me create the email draft. Draft was created, images generated. Now I'm going to run the PowerPoint creation. You can see step by step by step, while I was droning on, my AI was working powerfully in the background for me. Demo is complete, outputs are created. Let's go and see them, shall we? So the first thing I'll show you is, in having access to my emails, this has been placed in my drafts. Crucially, it hasn't sent it. It's sitting there waiting for me to add my human in the loop. It's waiting for me to add my context, my history, my refinement. Hi Jen, it's been a brilliant first day so far at the forum. Great start. I've been thinking where we could take things together over the next 18 months. I wanted to get a few ideas across to you while they're fresh. We've seen real demand from senior leadership teams across New Zealand who want practical AI literacy. There's an opportunity to co-develop, thinking something modular or standalone as a short course. Globally, universities like Aalto and partnerships like the Microsoft collaboration are moving fast in this space. Does this sound, just again to go off script, does this sound like the generic AI robotic chatbot that you interact with? No, because it knows my context. It knows I have told it how I write. I've given it access to all of my best writing. It writes like me, it thinks like me, it responds like me. So, hey Jen, I'd love to find 30 minutes with you in the next couple of weeks to talk through any of these properly. Happy to come down to Hamilton or we can do it over Zoom. Beautiful. That's sitting there ready for me to go. What else have you got for me? Who loves creating PowerPoint decks? So I only asked for a 3-slide PowerPoint deck, but importantly, you can see it's created it in my brand aesthetic. It looks like my company. I've also got full speaker notes written here in my tone of voice, ready to go. Again, am I just going to send this off to Jen without adding me to it? Of course not, right? But this is the quality of a really good second draft. Instead of spending my heavy time building it, constructing it, I spend my time refining it and making it excellent. And then last of all, where have you gone? Can you please open the LinkedIn draft that you've made? This is it, everybody. So while that's happening on screen, here's the image that it has created for me. Again, in my brand aesthetic, here's the gap. Leaders know AI matters, most are stuck at surface levels. Universities bring rigor, practitioners bring real workflows. Mate, if that is not the most LinkedIn-sounding 2 sentences I've ever seen. When they work together, the learning actually sticks. Real AI workflows taught by people who use them. AI capability spreads across an entire economy. For those of you who are still telling people that you don't use AI because it creates 6 fingers and getting a giggle at dinner parties, this is where we are now. And here is my LinkedIn post created on screen for me, ready to go. Now, there's probably like a seduction here to get sucked into the demo and to say, oh, well, I don't use LinkedIn. Don't get sucked into the outputs. What I'm showing you here is the capacity for these tools to now work independently, autonomously, powerfully within our context, within the place that we do our work, releasing us from the heavy work so that we can do, as senior leaders, we can do the valuable work, right? And again, to go back to it, that valuable work is human-focused, relationship-centric, high-value work. So, a few things that I want to emphasize about what you just saw. This is not about replacing human judgment, okay? There will be 130 of you in this room that are sitting there thinking, what about the human judgment, right? This is not about that. In fact, it's about giving us more time to add the human judgment because we've been released from the judge work. I am still going to check that email before I send it to Jen. I will put in a really bad dad joke about my summer holiday, right? That will go in there. The AI can't do that. I'm going to check that PowerPoint slide. I'm going to review and refine that LinkedIn post before I post it, right? But the first drafts, the second drafts, that heavy lifting, it's all handled for me. So what did we see? We saw that ran for 15 to 20 minutes, no human intervention until the end. That's when I pick it up, I refine it. Distinct professional quality outputs across 4 different platforms. So this is what the frontier of the AI capability curve looks like in practice. This is what it looks like to be on the right side of the AI capability gap. And this is why that gap matters so much, because if one person, i.e. me, with no technical skills, I cannot write a single line of code, I promise you, but I can, just like all of you can, because you're senior leaders. The only reason you've got to senior leader status is because you know how to communicate. You know how to break down a challenge, reverse engineer it, and explain it to people in ways that you delegate and they go off and do work. That's exactly the same skill that you need for these tools. Talk to it like a person, delegate, work with it, right? And those skills can be taught. I promise you it's what we do every day. AI literacy, AI skills, they can be taught, right? So if one person, me, can do this, you can see how quickly this AI capability gap is going from a gap to a chasm. Scale that from one person to companies, scale that from companies to countries. And that is the story. I'd like to share and extrapolate something from our work with senior leadership teams in the business world and actually in non-for-profits and in universities. The moment when AI becomes like strategically meaningful and real for senior leaders is actually not when they read a report, it's when they get the training, right? When the senior leadership team suddenly, they get 10 hours of training and they finally are competent on the tools themselves, when they've got that hands-on fluency, that's when the strategic insight comes. When they get that moment of, oh my gosh, that thing used to take me 4 hours, now it takes me 10 minutes, then the light bulbs go and the extrapolations happen and they say, I know what that means for Mary in logistics and Roger in marketing, et cetera, because it's tangible for them. So the skill and capability, if you're wondering why I harp on about skill and capability, it is the spark and the ignition for the strategic understanding and the strategic implications of what AI means for our people, our processes, our operations, our business model, our revenue model, our strategy plan, our industry as a whole, our competitive advantages, whether they're going to live and persist or be eaten away. All of that happens with skill and literacy first, right? And so we see that with senior leaders of businesses and organizations. I believe this also applies at national level, right? I'll be really honest with you. I've stood in some rooms and been brave backstage and said, do you know what? If I ever had the chance to talk to the government, I would tell them exactly this. And I would say, if I had 2 days to train our ministers and give them these deep skills, I believe we would see the same thing at scale that we see with companies. I believe that if we got our government ministers like really, really capable with these tools at the frontier, it would start to lead to deeper strategic insight about what this technology means for our people and our businesses and our economy. So I'm going to be brave and real now and say I want to offer a gentle challenge to those in the room who shape national policy. If you were given 2 days of hands-on practical AI skills and literacy training, like real usage, the kind where you actually build this type of frontier fluency, I believe you would feel what it means to orchestrate work at the pace I've shown here. And I believe from that tactile understanding, you would be able to reach much deeper into the strategic grasp of what this technology means for our people and our businesses and our nation. I believe it because I see it every day, we see it every day with the organisations we're working with. The skill and the literacy starts the process. Then the deeper understanding comes. If you'd like to pick up this challenge and this offer, I would love to deliver the solution for you and with you, but having been brave now, I'm going to leave that on the table. I do believe, everybody, that New Zealanders coordinate and cooperate beautifully. I think it's one of our superpowers. I think when we need to, we move fast. We're small, we move quickly. I believe we can build shared national scale, collective AI skill and literacy faster than most nations, if we choose to. AI literacy, it's unique in that it's one of, and obviously I don't build public policy, but I believe from watching from the sidelines, it's unique in that it's this lever available to us with incredible benefit that doesn't require massive capital expenditure or really long commitment cycles. I think it requires treating a devotion to AI skill and literacy training with the same dedication that we have always applied to national infrastructure. So, to go from national back to company scale investigation, what do the ones that are closing the overhang actually do? If you're wanting, and I get frustrated when I go and listen to futurists as well, you walk away thinking, okay, tell me what I can do. This is our roadmap. It takes about 12 to 18 months with any given organisation. We start with AI education and training. We embed that into the organisation so that people at every level of the organisation have real literacy and skill, from the new interns to the C-suite and the board, right? And it's always on training. It's not do it now and then again next year, or even 6 months, or even 3 months. What you learn in those cadences is obsolete by the time you get to the next training. So it's always on training. Where are the mechanisms for that? How do we help our people stay? Not everyone has to be at the frontier, but you want to be closer to that than that. In alignment with, as we introduce the training, we need to commit to cultural change, right? Cultural change is actually the challenge with AI. AI is not a technical challenge, it is a cultural challenge and a leadership challenge. It's everything around this technology. If you truly arm your people with this skill, it changes what they do, and that brings up psychological challenges, mental challenges, emotional challenges. I've always done this for 20 years. What does this mean for me? What does this mean for our business? There is cultural change that needs to be wrapped around AI adoption. There is also, let's put safe and permissive, not restrictive or intimidating, but safe and permissive usage policies and AI principle documents into people's laps, right? So they know what's encouraged, they feel safe, they know where the limits are. Then, so those first three things happen in parallel and they take 12 to 18 months. After that, we go into AI impact assessments. Where are the risks? Where are the opportunities for us internally, for our people, our processes, our operations, but also externally? How's this going to affect our suppliers, our customers, our partners, the industry at whole? You can only do those impact assessments properly when we have put the first three, education, culture, and policies into place. And then the last one, which is actually where everybody starts, is the 12 to 24-month AI roadmap. You can't start there. It's not like a CRM where you install it and you know the end state of the adoption process. It is the weirdest, most wonderful, wackiest technology we've ever seen. You can't create a roadmap until you deeply, deeply understand it and have felt it in your organization. This is where the human part comes in. This is what gives me goosebumps, everybody. I'm not a technologist. I don't build technology. I'm not a tech nerd. I love humans and I love business. I'm an entrepreneur. It's not the technology that holds people back from using generative AI. It's the resistance in the human brain. It's not a tech problem, it's a human adoption problem. The challenge is, how do we manage all the human aspects around this adoption, right? And if we're going to commit to AI skill and literacy at a national level, we commit to this at a national level as well. So, companies need leadership that is deeply AI skillful and literate themselves. It can't be delegated to IT. It can't be delegated to, we have an AI community of practice. That's great. It's not their responsibility. When senior leadership teams really lean in together and they commit to the training, they get skill and they get fluency themselves, finally, the AI adoption stops spinning wheels, because finally everyone's at the same skill level and the same level of a strategic understanding. You're not talking at odds anymore. That's when companies get AI traction, right? So I'm going to start wrapping up now with some final words for different sections of the room. If you're here as an individual, if you're an employee, my advice for you is pretty practical. It's use these tools every day, not occasionally, and find avenues, wink wink, find avenues to train and upskill yourself so that you move beyond the surface capabilities and you live closer. You don't have to be at the frontier, but live closer to it. And also, I think it's time to ask yourself this question: are you working in an organization that realizes the gravity of this moment? Am I in an organization that is actively helping me do that? Is my company investing in my skills, encouraging me to experiment, creating the culture and the conditions for me to move up the capability curve? If you're not, I actually think it's time for you to consider whether this is the organization to stay, because you may end up with them on the wrong side of the capability gap. And actually, just while I'm saying this, it makes me think about the gap. It was mentioned earlier in the Economist panel, New Zealand, Australia, jumping the gap, right? I believe that this, like I've been saying throughout the day, I think you can extrapolate this to a national level. So that's for individuals. If you're here, and most of you will be this, if you're here as a senior leader, this is the moment that I want to be really clear. The pace and the power of your company or your organization's AI adoption is directly on your shoulders. The people who will make the best decisions about AI are not the ones who have just read the reports. They're the ones who have committed to ongoing training to build AI skill and capability. That's for C-suites, that's for boards of directors, and I believe it's for our government. Ministers, please don't forget that offer that is sitting on the table for 2 days of free training for you. If New Zealand wants to stay competitive, I believe, I see, we need more people in positions of influence who understand AI, not in theory, but through direct experience. Now, I can't finish this presentation. I could not walk off the stage and talk to you in the bar and at dinner later unless this is the heavy stuff. It needs to be in here, right? We cannot have a responsible conversation about AI and leave with even the kind of the insinuation that Mark Lawrence paints the picture of AI as a path to utopia and rainbows and lollipops. There are real concerns and risks around AI. Hallucinations, that's the technical term for these things make things up, right? Not nearly as much now as they used to when they were first released, but they do. There is bias in these tools as well. There is bias because humans are biased and these things have been trained on all of our information. There are concerns around security of information, security of company data. There are very real concerns around job disruption. I'm not going to go into the outside of the business realm, but if you are a parent like I am, there are incredible concerns with this technology. These are not abstract issues, and they do deserve really serious attention, right? But responsible and safe AI adoption means being clear-eyed about these risks and putting really sensible guardrails in place. What I worry about more for New Zealand is not that we have reckless adoption, but it's more that we have timid adoption. The capability overhang is growing. Sitting still is not a neutral play. It's actually a decision with consequences. So the capability overhang is here, everybody. The question isn't whether it will shape our outcomes, individual, company, national economy. It already is. The question is whether New Zealand chooses to be on the top of the overhang or underneath it. And I hope the encouraging part of the story that you took from this is that everything I've described to you is inherently and intuitively learnable. The technology is democratized, it's cheap, it's accessible. And so for like the small, technologically advanced, well-connected country that we are, and well-educated company, we have the ability, we can put our hand on that lever and lift the productivity trends, reverse those challenges that everyone in this room is so dedicated to, reverse the productivity challenges that our country is experiencing, and set our sights on long-term economic strength. This is not once in a generation, it's once in a multi-generation opportunity. It's a global moment, and I often wonder whether New Zealand truly realises the moment. The choices that we're making about AI, they matter so much more than people realise, and they all start with AI skill and literacy and capability. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mark. I was sitting there with the Slido and there was lots of questions coming through, which I think shows the degree of engagement with what you were talking about. Sadly, we're out of time for the Q&A. So, are you coming to dinner tonight, Mark?
Sure am.
So, Mark will be at dinner for those of you attending. I will also be around early tomorrow from the time that the doors open, and I've collected the questions, and Mark and I will have a chat, and I'm happy to give my view of them, but also some of Mark's views. I'll hand over to Josie to give us further instructions about the dinner and tomorrow, but just from me, thank you very much for your reception, not just for this amazing talk from Mark, but for the whole day, which has been really engaging and special. So thank you once again, and Josie.
Can I just say, if I may, one more thing? When I rehearsed that in my hotel room, it only took 45 minutes. I'm sorry it took so long. In lieu of questions, you can get all of the slides, and I've turned this keynote into a video podcast presented by 2 AI commentators. You can get all that there, and I will answer any questions on LinkedIn or an email if people contact. Sorry to run out of Q&A.
And Mark is also available for interior decoration tips as well, because that's super cool slides. And mind-blowing, Mark, absolutely mind-blowing. And I know from my own experience of AI, it was mostly to get AI to write a column in the voice of Josie Pagani, and it was the most boring column I've ever read. It was really told you what AI thinks a sort of centre-left progressive person sounds like, and it's really whiny and tedious. But that was fascinating, and I was going to do a summing up, but I think I'll leave that till tomorrow so that we can go and have a drink and network and chat. But it was so great to end on a positive note. Let's have an AI national strategy. Yep, I'm all for that. And we started on, I guess, a negative or at least a bleak view of the world, didn't we? Where rather reminds me, I've got a new app on my phone which helps me work out time zones, and it's about, just past 5 p.m. in New Zealand, it's about 5 a.m. in Greenland, and it's about the 1930s Germany in the US. Just kidding, before anyone takes offence. But it is good to end on a note where I think we've seen today, one thing I will say in a summing up, we've seen that we have political stability in a very unstable and volatile world. And Barbara Edmonds, Nicola Willis, David Parker, Stephen Joyce, the conversations there, the stuff that is agreed upon, but also the commitment to a contest of ideas. We don't want a global, a big coalition between National and Labour. We want a contest of ideas because that's how we'll get the best ideas to move us forward. So very positive to feel good in election year that we have a good and healthy political culture. So please go and have a drink, relax. I'd like to, before you do that, just also acknowledge again our sponsors. That's AIG, of course, and then our other sponsors are sponsoring some of the stuff tomorrow as well, but RCP and Craig's Investment Partners, and of course the Post, and it's great to see some of my colleagues from the Post here today as our media partner. And Tracy, what an amazing job you've done with that paper. And so those of you who are staying for dinner, if you are staying for dinner, you should find a little plate on your lanyard, and that will mean that you have signed up for dinner. Dinner will start at 6:30. In the meantime, go and have a drink, I think out here, guys, is that right? Yep, out here, and have a chat, come back. We'll have dinner at 6:30. Jerry Brownlee is joining us for Fireside Chat, where he will talk Chatham House rules about his life in politics. He is the father of the house. He's been there the longest, so that will be fantastic. Looking forward to that. Be back here tomorrow. 7:40 start, so breakfast will be served at 7:15 for those of you who want some breakfast, but we will start sharp at 7:40 a.m. For the day where we will continue these conversations, and we will wrap up by 1 p.m. so people can get flights home. So thank you for a great day. Thank you for the questions, the chats and the breaks. Enjoy your drink, and I'll see some of you for dinner shortly. Thank you very much.